Reapers, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. Book 4 of The Long Dark. Prologue. 2 years before The Long Dark. "Don't sulk, Scott, it doesn't suit you," Annabelle Lee said. "You've always said we need to know our own limitations." Scott Lee slouched on the sofa, scowling at his wife. "I'm not sulking," he said, though he knew it was a lie. "You said we shouldn't be afraid to bring in experts. The goals of the project are paramount, are they not?" Annabelle continued. "I don't like being locked out of my own work." She came to sit down beside him, extending her long arm around his shoulder. "I understand, it's your baby." His head snapped to look at her, as the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. But no, it was just a figure of speech, he was sure of it. But Ho is also protective of his code, and you can't deny he's added some very useful functionality to Bonesware since he joined us. Scott shrugged. He knew he was coming across as a spoiled brat, but he wondered how she would feel if someone took one of her inventions and refused to let her see what they were doing. He didn't have the guts to make that point, however, so he let it be. "And anyway," she continued in a more mollifying tone, "you've got enough on your plate with the AI. How's that coming along?" He could recognize fake interest when he saw it. She didn't want him sniffing around Ho's work, that much was obvious, and it made him all the more determined to find a way in. Khaled would help. "It's progressing," he said. "I can't say it's a barrel of laughs creating an artificial version of you, given the circumstances." "Would you prefer to swap places?" she snapped. "I'm the one with the disease, Scott, not you. But I want this place run efficiently, when my organic self is no longer here to do it. And who better to run the Lee Corporation than an expertly crafted version of me?" Scott smiled, though with little humor. "Well, I think we'll have a first prototype in a month or two." "Good, I look forward to talking to myself. I spent long enough on those psychological tests, after all." Her eyes narrowed. "Just be sure to make it an accurate rendition of me. Warts and all." "Why wouldn't you want your avatar to be the best possible version of Annabelle Lee?" Scott asked. He had, in fact, smoothed some of the rough edges, because the prospect of a clone of the real Annabelle's mind being let loose within the wiring of the Lee Corporation's 3 main buildings filled him with horror. She shook her head. "Oh no, I think our faults make us who we are. Without those aspects of my personality you find so annoying, my dear, I wouldn't be the world's leading medical entrepreneur, and millions would have suffered. So your sacrifice isn't that great, is it? I make one person's life a misery in order to save millions." Scott ignored that. In truth, he wasn't the only target of her ire, particularly since she'd become ill. She seemed to relish being unpleasant, as if it were a necessary part of being successful. "Well," he said, disentangling himself from her and getting up from the couch, "code doesn't write itself. It seems I have some warts to add." Annabelle sat beside Shi Chin Ho, pretending to listen to him drone on about his programming work. She nodded when it seemed appropriate, but he wasn't really paying much attention to her. He seemed happy to have an audience, even an inattentive one. The fact that neither of them spoke perfect Mandarin made communication challenging at the best of times, but she couldn't spare the effort needed to follow the minutiae of his cleverness. "Yes, well, that's all amazing, Ho, but how close are we to being able to deploy version 2.0? Ho stopped mid-sentence and blinked, as if only just remembering that she was there. "We have not yet received our final orders, Honorable Annabelle. The package is ready, once they transmit the payload." Annabelle ground her teeth in frustration. She was used to being entirely her own boss, and being at the beck and call of the Chinese did not sit well with her ego or need for control. But they had injected huge amounts of money into the project, hiring an entire team of coders working in the newly built Lee building in Shenzhen. Shi Chin Ho was the figurehead, though he, like Annabelle herself, was not Chinese. He'd been offered to China by North Korea after a stellar career spent disrupting the West. The North Koreans, it seemed, were keen to learn about this implant technology, so they could create their own, while also seeming to support their allies and benefactors in Beijing. The two of them had begun their working relationship in suspicion, but over time this had become grudging respect, and then, after 6 months or so, something approaching friendship. Or perhaps comradeship would be a better word. They shared with their Chinese masters an ambition to bring the Western world to its knees, but Annabelle's desire went so much further than that. "Did you speak to the esteemed Scott?" "I did, but his answer was the same," Annabelle said. Ho shook his head. He was only in his mid-20s, so his double chins hadn't had time to become jowls, but thousands of hours spent at a keyboard had not produced an athletic physique. That, and the polio he'd suffered as a child in some backward farm commune in North Korea. It had been his mind that had saved him then, that and the doctor who'd noticed it. Was it ironic that the two people most closely involved in the forthcoming upgrade had been crippled by disease? Or was it fate? I do not understand. Dr. Lee has graciously given me access to all his code, including documentation, except for one series of modules that he had siloed. I cannot determine what those modules do, except that they send and receive data from the main codebase. They cannot be redundant. Annabelle shrugged. I don't know what to say, Ho. He is particularly territorial about it. She was lying, but then she was a good liar. 3 men were intimately involved in the upgrade, and each of them blamed the others for their frustration. Annabelle was a puppet master, and they her playthings. Annabelle, this is dangerous, really dangerous, Khaled said. If this got into the wrong hands, well, I dread to think. Annabelle rested her hand on his shoulder as she stood behind him. She smiled as she felt him tremble a little at her touch. He swung around in his chair to look up at her as she spoke. The whole point, my dear Khaled, is to make sure that we have the ultimate say in what happens with our creation. We, he responded. Don't you mean you? This was an unusual show of defiance from a man she'd considered utterly in her power. Khaled, she said, affecting a mock simpering that brought an instant smile to his face. How long have we been working together? Years, he said. 5 years. You see, I remember. You wrote to me because your visa was about to expire, and you didn't want to be shipped back to Egypt. You managed to hack into a bones implant and got it to do some quite interesting things. Scott was most impressed, so we hired you on the spot. Abdul nodded. I remember. It was just a prototype implant, no chance of hacking it now. Even the military's encryption is inferior. Because you developed our algorithms. You gave Bones its shield. And you want me to deliberately weaken it. Annabelle faked dismay. Don't be so silly, Khaled, of course not. You've built impenetrable walls around the code. All I want is for you to add a locked side door and to give me the key. As I said, you want to weaken our defenses? Annabelle sighed and sat on the edge of a desk. Tell me, Khaled, do you trust our Chinese colleagues? The sudden change of subject seemed to catch Khaled off guard. I'm not sure how to answer that. Oh, don't worry, she said, giving a little chuckle. I won't inform on you. Between you and me, I regard them as competitors as much as friends. Oh, they've been useful enough. Bonesware 2.0 would not exist without their money and expertise, but I do not wish 2.0 to be the version that sees us give up control entirely. Give me this back door, and we will always have the final say. She watched the thoughts play across his face. He could sense danger, and he'd never been good at the sort of subtle wordplay she found to be second nature. And what about our North Korean friend, she said, throwing him a lifeline. How do you feel about him having control over our code? Khaled's face darkened. Not good. Frankly, it seems crazy to have someone from that country, a sworn enemy of the United States, developing code that is to drive every implant in the country. But that was the price the Chinese set on their help, Annabelle said, leaning forward and looking into his eyes. Give me this way in, and it'll be our insurance policy. Build me the back door so I can keep us all safe. And so she had them each working on individual aspects of the Bonesware version 2.0 project. Each with one piece of the puzzle and none except her with the full picture. They could not be allowed to know what she had in mind. They would think she was insane when in fact, she was only mad. Chapter 1. Solly jumped out of the car and ran to join Jackson. The young man gestured along the road to where an old military transport waited. Beside it stood a man Solly immediately recognized. He'd known this day would come eventually, that they'd been living on borrowed time in a little bubble of peace while the world continued to change around them. "Scott," he said, holding out his hand. "Did Polly come with you?" Scott Lee grasped Solly's hand and shook it with surprising warmth. "It's good to see you, Solly." Another figure emerged from behind the truck. "Hello," Polly said, stepping forward into a brief embrace. "You look well and rested. Sorry to gate-crash the party, but we brought help." "Corporal," Lee called. They heard the rear door open, and booted feet jumping down from the tailgate before a man in fatigues jogged over and saluted. "Corporal Jason DeSanto," he said before shaking hands with a bemused Solly. "What's going on?" "I persuaded the colonel to assign a squad to protect the farmhouse. This place needs defending." "We've done all right on our own," Jackson said from behind Solly's shoulder. Polly nodded. "You've done well, but you've been protected by your remote location. The corporal and his squad are here to keep you safe." "Being out in the middle of nowhere isn't an accident," Solly said, finding himself sharing Jackson's annoyance. "And anyway, this isn't my decision to make. You'll have to stay here while we talk it through back at the farmhouse, Corporal." The soldier glanced at Scott then, receiving a brief nod, retreated to the back of the truck, and ordered his men to break out their rations. "It's a genuine offer, Solly," Lee said. "They're here to help, but you can tell them to leave at any time. You stay in charge." Solly allowed a smile to warm his face. "Oh, I haven't been in charge for a long time, Scott. But come on, I'll introduce you to the leaders of the community. We also have someone here you'll want to meet." "Khaled?" The little Egyptian threw himself into Scott's arms as Lee reached the bottom of the basement stairs. Solly had asked for his shackles to be removed, but had agreed that Khaled should remain where he was partly because he was no more satisfied with the man's explanation for his escape than anyone else, but also in case he had a tracking device. Scott pushed him away, the amazement obvious on his face. "How did you get away, my friend? And why are you locked up down here?" "It is a long and thrilling story," Khaled said. "As for my incarceration, well, I do not blame the people here. I was a raving lunatic when I arrived, but I have since recovered somewhat, I'm glad to say. It was terrible, Scott. Terrible. They thought they'd broken me, but they were wrong." "So what happened?" Scott said, leading Khaled back to the bed and sitting on the wooden chair beside it. "First, may I ask who this lady is?" he responded. Scott looked behind Solly. "I'm sorry, I should have introduced her. This is Sheriff Paulina Ramos. She and Solly helped me escape from the Lee Corporation building in Seattle." "They captured you?" Khaled gasped. "They used me as bait," Scott Lee responded. "They knew that something was being brought to me, though they didn't know what it was exactly." "Do you have any idea how they might have learned this?" Khaled's eyes widened in fear. "I told them nothing, I swear. They discovered that I was communicating with Neil Buchanan. They took me and tortured me, but I did not reveal what Mr. Masters was carrying. Believe me, I beg of you." "And yet they knew enough to capture Scott," Polly said. "Good grief, was the assault on Arbroath staged just for that?" Scott shook his head. "No. Arbroath had been a target for the militia already, and as soon as I was discredited, they went back to their original plan." "But the militia is the Lee Corporation, isn't it?" "Yes, they are one and the same." "Apart from grabbing you then, why did they attack Arbroath? What's their aim?" Solly said as Khaled watched them open-mouthed. Scott shrugged. "I can't be sure, but from what I saw while I was in Seattle, I guess they're establishing a power base, and for that they need manpower." "They're doing the same in New York," Khaled said. "Building an army and setting up a city-state." "But they can't go giving weapons to the people they've abducted," Polly said. "How would they keep them from rebelling?" Khaled gave a big sigh. I can tell you. I have seen them. The Reapers. Solly sat with Janice, Ross, Jackson and Arnold at the kitchen table and sipped on his whiskey. Ross had been back to see Geta Kaplinski several times since Solly had returned for him the day after his arrival at the farm. The old woman refused to leave her home, still clinging to the hope that her dead husband would knock on the door one day, so they'd helped clean up the place and given her supplies. Ross's presence had helped her to something of a recovery, and she was now able to move around the top floor of her house with a walking stick. Polly and Scott were camping in the barn with DeSanto's squad of soldiers. It had been Janice who'd persuaded the others to accept them. To her, the risks associated with having them here were outweighed by the extra security they'd offer if, or when, the farmhouse was discovered. In truth, they weren't the most impressive fighting force. They were 4 men and 2 women, and not a single one had been a serving soldier before the long dark. It seemed that the airbase colonel had been less generous than they'd at first thought. Still, 6 adults who knew how to handle an assault rifle put them in a much better defensive position, and the safety of the children was Janice's prime concern. Solly had taken a back seat in the week or so since returning to the farmhouse. It became quickly obvious to him that between them, Janice, Landon and Jackson had organized life here in a way that he felt completely unqualified to interfere with. Arnold and his elderly lover, Miss Prism, had become figureheads for the children, running the little school and seeing to their day-to-day needs. They'd enlisted his granddaughter and other older children to help, with the result that the place was now abuzz with the chit-chat and laughter of gainfully employed children. This would change a little in a month or two when everyone, including children over 10, would be expected to work in the fields to help secure next winter's food. They sat in companionable silence, enjoying a moment's respite, before Janice spoke. I hope Landon's back tomorrow. He's been away too long. Well, to be honest, it seems a bit of a crazy scheme to me, Solly said. I reckon he fancies himself the Pied Piper. The joke went down like a lead balloon. He wants to help more people, Sol. Surely you approve of that. Sorry, Solly said, flushing with embarrassment. Yes, of course he's doing a great thing, and I know you'll have assessed the risks of bringing strangers here. They're not coming here, Solly, Arnold said. Landon's going to help them get set up on a neighboring farm. We can work together to protect and feed ourselves, but we'll be separate communities. He just reckons it's best for folk to gather close, especially out in the country. I also think he believes he's not needed here now you've returned. Solly's heart sank. It seems to me he's played a big part in this place flourishing. I can't imagine I'd have done any better. Good grief, he even got the turbine working. He's a good man. That he is, Arnold said. And I think a part of him was disappointed when you showed up out of nowhere. Really? He had no reason. I'm not here to take over from him. Oh, it's not that, Arnold continued with a sidelong glance at Janice. You shut your mouth, Arnold, she responded. You're jumping to conclusions. Landon's been nothing but a gentleman to me. Oh, I see, Solly said. I really am a maggot in the haystack, aren't I? Solly felt a surge of warmth as Janice reached out to grab his hand. They still hadn't consummated their love, but it was undeniable. No, you're welcome here at the community you founded and by my side. You're right that Landon is a good man, but he's not my man. Solly kissed her hands and smiled at her. Landon returned the following day, walking wearily up the lane to the farmhouse. Solly heard the commotion and ran downstairs to see him hugging Jackson before pushing him away. Bro, keep away. I got a stinking cold. Is Janice here? Solly? Landon put his hands up to prevent anyone getting too close. I got 13 from Hagerstown, 10 adults, 3 kids. They're making themselves comfortable in the Fordham farmhouse, but one of the kids had a cold and we're all getting it, so I won't come in. Hey, who's this? He pointed at Scott and Polly, who'd come over from the barn. They're friends, Solly said. We've also got some soldiers lent to us by an Air Force base, some extra protection. Landon's eyes narrowed. Is that right? And you're all right with this, Janice? Yes, It was my decision to accept their help, Landon dear. He swayed a little. You've gone pale, Janice said. Are you okay? Landon's boneswear blared red as he fell to the ground. Stay away. Solly roared, as Janice and others stepped forward instinctively. When they'd retreated a safe distance from Landon's prone body, Solly got onto his hands and knees and crawled toward where his arm lay, its boneswear watch face down on the gravel. With his hands outstretched, he turned Landon's arm over and squinted at the flashing display. It's flu, Solly said. You all need to keep back. Except you, Jackson. You and I are going to take him back to the Fordham place and see what we can do to help. Why, Jackson? Janice said. I want to help. Because he's already been exposed. I'm probably okay, but I don't want to take any risks. You've got a house full of kids and babies to care for. We don't want flu to take hold with them. Landon convulsed, throwing out a racking cough, and the spectators instinctively stepped back. If I didn't have it before, I've probably got it now, Solly thought, as he prayed that the flu vaccine he'd been forced to get in November happened to protect him from this strain. Solly got to his feet and with Jackson's help hauled Landon upright. Here. To his left, Ross appeared pushing a wheelbarrow. He left it a few yards away and then retreated. Well, it's not the first time we've had to cart him somewhere, is it? Solly said. Jackson smiled, remembering their discovery of the farmhouse and Landon's injured leg. Landon, can you hear me? Solly said. It took all his energy to open his eyes. Yeah. Did you have food at the Fordham place? Yeah. Solly and Jackson helped him into the wheelbarrow, and each took one handle. I'll send word when I've worked out what the situation is, he called to Janice and the others. In the meantime, stay away. It's too risky. It was worse than he could have imagined. Of the adults, all except 2 were showing symptoms. The children, so far, appeared to have been spared, but it was a horrific scene that greeted him as they wheeled Landon toward the Fordhams. This farm was a little smaller than theirs, but it was a solid brick-built structure and the ideal place to be the center of a new community. They were met by a short woman walking toward them briskly as they approached the front door. Are you insane? She called. The last thing I need right now is more patience. Who the hell are you anyway? My name is Solly Masters, one of the founders of the community Landon comes from, and this is Jackson, another founder. Landon collapsed outside our farmhouse, and Jackson had already come into contact with him. And what about you? Got a death wish? No, but I did have the vaccine, so I figured I was a better choice to help Jackson get him back here. The woman gave a snort. She was dressed in a navy blue paramedic uniform. Oh, we have a hero on our hands. That's all we need. Don't you talk to Solly like that, Jackson snapped. He is a hero, as far as I'm concerned. Solly put his hand on Jackson's shoulder. It's okay, she's just blowing off steam. Oh, am I? What are you, a psychologist? No, but I recognize the signs well enough. We're here to help. Miss. Miss. Why are you calling me Miss? Do I look 12? The name's Rebecca Epstein, but you can call me Becky or Mrs. Epstein if you want to be formal. Though what Frank is thinking right now, I have no idea. Better off dead he is, than living through this nightmare. Now, are you going to help me or not? The farmhouse had 3 large upstairs bedrooms and a living room and parlor downstairs. Solly helped Landon into an armchair while Jackson rearranged the cushions on the couch to make up a bed. Once Landon was as comfortable as possible, he followed Epstein upstairs. She explained that she had been a paramedic. That night, she said, shaking her head, at first I was just responding to each call, but every one of them was dead already. Then the call stopped, and I went home to find my Frank had gone too. I went to the hospital the next day, but it was chaos. No one was running the place, so I went back home and barricaded myself in, hoping the government would come help us. No such luck. Eventually, I found others, and we made a little community, but we got raided so often that when young Landon found us, we were all up for coming. When did your people start coming down with the flu? On the way here, she answered. 2 days before, a man had wandered into our camp. Turned out he was sick. Is he here? She shook her head. No. Died the following day. Of the flu? Yeah. He wasn't old, and he didn't have an implant, so I thought it was some disease he'd had for a long time. Cholera maybe, picked up from drinking unpurified water. Turns out I was wrong. Bonesware says it's the flu and a virulent strain. Maybe the vaccine we had will protect us, maybe not. Solly leaned against the doorframe as he scanned the dark bedroom. 2 men shared a double bed, 2 others were on the floor. All were either asleep or coughing uncontrollably. What can we do for them? Well, we've got a choice. We can either tend them and hope for the best, or one of us can go out and find some antivirals. From the room below came the barking of Landon's tortured lungs. Chapter 2. Solly sighed as he rounded the corner and saw the burned-out remains of Speedy Pharmacy, a small green and white building in Hagerstown. He'd driven to the outskirts of the city on his own, leaving Becky Epstein to care for the patients in his absence, because there was no one else well enough to come with him except for those he'd left at the farmhouse, and he didn't want to risk any of them becoming infected. It had taken the best part of the day to tramp the streets looking for a pharmacy that might, by some miracle, still have some antiviral drugs, and he was about ready to give up, as he didn't like the idea of trying to find where he'd left the car in the dark. Hey, mister. Solly spun round to see a hooded figure standing behind him. He tugged his handgun from inside his jacket. Where did you come from? The figure, who Solly could now see was a young white man with a straggly black beard, threw his hands out in front of himself. Hey, put the piece away, man, I ain't no threat. Solly relaxed a little, but didn't lower the gun. What do you want? I just came to ask if you wanted any drugs. Solly had been asked that question a number of times on the streets of New York, usually after leaving a club in the early hours. He'd never said yes before. Not the sort of drugs you're selling, he said. The man manufactured a shocked expression. Hey man, what do you know about what I'm selling? I ain't talking about, recreational drugs. No, I seen you walking the streets and shaking your head every time you see a drugstore all burned out. So I thought to myself, you might be in need of something urgently. Am I right? Well, since you ask, I need antivirals. Tamiflu for one. Stepping back a little, the man shook his head. You ain't infected, are you? I don't reckon so, Solly said. I got vaccinated before the long dark, and it seems to be working against this strain. Ah yes, that'd be right. Dr. Harper said as much. Only allows the vaxxed to work for him. Says he's too important to be getting the flu from one of us. Who's this Dr. Harper? A smile spread across the man's face. Oh, so you ain't from around here then. My name's Aston, by the way, Aston Winters. He held out his hand. Solly took it and introduced himself. Tell me more about the doctor. Well, he showed up a few days after, that night. Turned out he was stayin' at the Baymont, over on Cleveland Avenue. Spent 3 nights trying to save folk when they was dyin' like flies. That's where he found me. Funniest thing. There I was armed for lootin', and there he was with nothin' but his voice and a white coat. Told me to come help him, and so I did. Been with him ever since. Great man. Kept so many alive. And do you think he'll have the drugs I need? Winters shrugged. Can't say, but he sent us around all the pharmacies in the city gathering it all together, so if it was in Hagerstown, he's probably got it. It took half an hour to cross town to the Baymont Hotel, which turned out to be a modern red brick building with 5 floors. Solly had tried to question Winters further while they walked, but he was on his guard, carefully scanning the streets as they crossed from block to block. They'd had time for one whispered conversation, as they waited on a street corner for a group to disappear into a derelict shop. This part of Hagerstown, he'd said, was divided along gang lines. The people they'd seen were part of a group occupying buildings that had once housed various firms, including lawyers, realtors, and tech companies. The gangs had each raided the surrounding blocks, bringing what they looted back to their home territories and guarding their supplies ferociously. The first floor of the hotel was hidden behind a barricade formed of cars piled on top of each other. It was like a junkyard castle wall, with car hoods forming the crenellations behind which the barrels of guns could be seen. "Wow, that's impressive," Solly said. His mind flitted back to the smoking ruins of Arbroath. "It took us a while to finish it," Winters responded. "We found a crane with a grabber on the end. That's when we added the second layer. Ain't nobody gonna get through that without some serious firepower." A gate made of heavy iron bars filled the gap between two trucks, and a voice called a challenge. Winters raised his hand. "Hey Vince, it's Aston. Come on man, open up. It's getting dark out here." "This here's Solly," Winters continued when they reached the bars. "He needs to speak to the doctor." Solly raised his hands to shield his eyes from the flashlight beam. "Have you told him he'll have to be checked over?" the man's voice said. Winters gave a sheepish grin. I might have not mentioned it just yet." He turned to Solly. "It's not too bad, my friend. Just a shower and a quick exam. All be over in no time." "Why?" "Standard procedure," said the voice behind the flashlight. "We can't have carriers, there's a lot of sick people here." This didn't feel right. The last time he'd encountered a group that had taken over a hotel, they turned out to be run by a self-styled cult leader. But he had people back at his own community that depended on him, including Jackson. "Okay," he said, suddenly grateful that he'd had the sense to leave Alison hidden with Janice at the farmhouse. The door swung open and the flashlight was withdrawn. As his eyes adjusted, Solly could see fires burning between the barrier and the hotel, flickers of amber glinting from the windows of the big double doors. "This way." The guard, who Winters had introduced as Vince Caesar, nudged Solly forward. "I see you've got a generator running," he said. "Yeah, we brought it over from the county hospital, first thing we did," Winters said. "Here you go." He opened the door of a first-floor room that had been adapted for wheelchair use. "We'll wait here for the doc to send over one of the nurses to check you out. I suggest you get in the shower, they won't be long." Despite his initial reservations, the shower was delightful. He stood under the hot water, another indication that fuel was not in short supply, enjoying the sensation of warmth washing away the dust and sweat. It was as if the outer layers that had accreted since that last shower at Neil Buchanan's community were finally being removed to reveal the pristine, innocent Solly masters of those early days. He was jolted out of this brief moment of joy by the door opening and Winters's voice calling, "Come on, Solly, don't hog the water. The nurse is here." With a regretful sigh, Solly stepped out of the shower and dried himself on freshly laundered white towels. He pulled a robe around himself and opened the door. "You are Mr. Masters?" The nurse was a stocky, round man in his 50s, wearing a white uniform and holding a clipboard. In short, he was not what Solly had imagined. Winters and the guard left Solly and the nurse alone in the room. The examination was extremely personal, but mercifully brief. "Your temperature is normal. I can find no evidence of any other transmittable diseases, and I am satisfied that you were vaccinated against influenza in November. You may proceed." The nurse gave his clipboard an ostentatious tick and left the room. "Wow, this is certainly an efficient operation," Solly said, as Winters met him at the door and led him through the lobby, boots snapping on a freshly polished floor. "The doc's a stickler for hygiene," Winters said, pushing open a pair of doors and heading up a stairway. "Though to be truthful, I reckon some of it's just to keep folk busy. Place like this takes a lot of cleaning." "Right, here we are." He pulled open a door and gestured Solly through, waving to the guard as they went. It was in most ways a typical hotel corridor with a row of rooms on each side, but the doors were open. Solly glanced inside the first to see a king-size bed that had been split into twins, each occupied by a patient. "We're pretty short on space. We've only converted this floor so far." "There he is." Winters accelerated, Solly in his wake. Doc. I got someone I want you to meet." A man in a white doctor's coat was emerging. He was short, slim, and had long dark hair tied in a ponytail that rested on his shoulders. "Hey Aston," he said, before glancing along the corridor. "Who's this?" Just as with the nurse, this doctor, if he was genuine, looked nothing like Solly's preconception. He'd been imagining a man of late middle age with intelligent, thoughtful features. He certainly hadn't expected to be confronted by a hipster. But he took the man's proffered hand just the same. "Good to meet you, Solly Masters," the doctor said. "My name's Jason Harper. I've just finished my rounds, so why don't we have a sit down and you can tell me all about yourself?" Solly followed him down the stairs, and they emerged in what had been the hotel restaurant and was now the staff canteen. The doctor took a seat at a table reserved for his use and gestured Solly to sit down. He then waved at someone and ordered coffee for them both. "Where are you from, Mr. Masters?" "Solly, please," Solly said. "I'm from Texas but was living in New York when the long dark happened." "Ah, is that what you call it?" Harper said. "Well, I suppose it's as good a name as any. It was certainly a long night, and it didn't get any better by daybreak. I'm also from New York, by the way. I was visiting the hospital here, staying in this hotel when it happened." The coffee arrived, along with some delightful cookies that Solly immediately nibbled on. "Why didn't you set up there, rather than in a hotel?" "Good question," Harper responded, apparently delighted to be asked. "The answer's pretty pragmatic. I knew that the biggest need after that night would be for shelter. Some people would need medical help, sure, but most just needed somewhere safe to sleep and a community to belong to. You've seen what's happened to the other inhabitants of the city. They've joined together in gangs. This is a more civilized version of that, and we have more people here than any of the gangs. That keeps us safe. Good people coming together in common purpose. Not a bad phoenix to arise from the ashes, is it?" Solly made positive noises and then decided to come to his point. "It's amazing what you've done here, but my little community needs help. Flu has broken out. We have a medic, but no antivirals. Do you have any here?" "Sure we do. We had an outbreak here a couple of weeks ago. Pretty nasty strain. Lost a couple of old folks, but the Tamiflu saved a lot more. How much do you need?" "Enough for 14. Harper almost choked on his coffee. "14? I assumed it was just for someone you were looking after." "It is, in a way. We have a farmhouse west of here, and only the medic and I got flu shots this season, so it's on us." "A farmhouse? Where?" Solly had a strange reluctance to reveal this to the man. Harper spotted it instantly. "You don't want to tell me?" "Seriously," he said, some of his bonhomie disappearing. "You expect me to give a sizable percentage of our antiviral stock to a stranger who won't even reveal where he's from?" Solly sighed. He could see the doctor's point. "Look, we've kept our location secret all this time. We're a community of mainly the old and the very young. We have no defense other than anonymity." Harper shook his head. "Not good enough, my friend. If I'm to trust you with such valuable stock, you have to show me the same trust. All I'm asking is for everyone who receives treatment to be registered with us." "Registered? What do you mean?" The doctor leaned across the table, disbelief on his face. "This is a medical facility, Mr. Masters. If we're to treat our patients properly, we have to keep records. We've got the technology all set up, so all you need to do is let us have their names and their location, and we'll hand over the drugs." Solly felt as though he were being swallowed by darkness. He didn't even notice as Dr. Harper waved at someone, or as a laptop was placed on the table. "Look, it's just a simple form," Harper said, turning the screen to face Solly. "Some basic biographical details, any medical history they can remember, and their current location. All perfectly straightforward." Solly glanced at the form. It looked legitimate enough, and yet he hated the idea of it. There was also the practical problem that he didn't know the names of most of them. He was just about to explain this to Harper when his eyes swept up the screen and stopped. At the top of the page sat the logo of the Lee Corporation. 30 minutes later, he was being escorted from the hotel by Winters. It was absolutely black beyond the barricade, except for the odd hint of firelight out there in the city. "Well, Solly, you've gotten me in a whole heap of trouble," Winters said as they headed into the hotel parking lot. "I'm sorry, Aston, I really am. But I just can't do it. You may trust him, but the Lee Corporation is involved somehow, and they were the reason the long dark happened." Winters turned off his flashlight, and Solly could barely discern his outline even though he was only feet away. "I know. If something looks too good to be true, it's because it ain't." Solly tried to untwist the tautology and failed. "But Solly, I ain't running out on him. 'Cause as for right now, he's the only thing I got." "You could come with me," Solly said, surprising himself. "Nah, this here's my place for good or bad. But look, take this." Solly felt something like an envelope containing a metal object being placed in his hand. "What is it?" "Shush. Find yourself somewhere to hide tonight. Make it nearby, 'cause the gangs don't usually come close. Then take a look. I hope it helps, my friend." Solly took Ashton's hand and thanked him, though he wasn't sure what for. Then, with a change in the air, he realized Winters had gone. He carefully skirted the parking lot, looking for a hiding place. His mission had been an utter failure, unless, by some miracle, the contents of the envelope held hope. Chapter 3. Bella. "I don't see why we can't stay here," Skulls said as he, Al, and Bella sat around the table in their apartment. "You wanted a safe place for Maddie, and this is it. And you're doing a great job. Elizabeth is thriving." She reached over and touched his hand. "That's kind of you. And you're right, Maddie is safe enough, but Luke certainly isn't. If word that he's here gets back to his father." "Yeah, I know. But it ain't likely, surely." Bella shrugged. This had been a running topic over the 10 days since she'd found herself appointed temporary mayor. She desperately wanted to put some more miles between them and those who hunted for Luke, but she'd found herself bogged down in the minutiae of running a small town. "We can't take the risk," Bella said. "By the time the TLX rolls into town, it'll be too late to get away." "I say we stick to the plan," Al added. "Help them get back on their feet and then skedaddle. Though heaven only knows why they need us." Skulls chuckled. "They don't need us, Al, they need Bella. She was the first person to stand up to the old mayor and win. The townsfolk have faith in her." "If only I could honestly feel that I deserved their faith," Bella said. "I'm just making it up as I go along." "Well, it looks as though you're going to have to do some more making it up right now," Al said, pointing behind Bella. They'd been sitting in the small staff canteen at the town hall enjoying a brief break from their duties, but the peace was now being shattered by some familiar footsteps. "Madam Mayor," said a gruff voice from over Bella's shoulder. "Sheriff Moretti," Bella responded, turning in her seat to face him. Moretti was a dependable man who'd been elected to serve as sheriff by those deputies and cops who'd been least implicated in ex-Mayor Kennedy's brutal regime. It had been an unusual approach for unusual times, and it had been Bella's idea. She needed to be working with someone who had the sort of authority that comes from being chosen by his peers, someone who would appreciate the fact that he wouldn't be in that job if it weren't for her. A dependable man, sure, but not the sharpest knife in the kitchen. "Sorry to disturb you, Madam Mayor, but there's trouble down at the care home." Again. They called it the care home, but it was actually the detention camp set up by the previous mayor to house the disposable workers who didn't qualify for citizenship of Elizabeth. Bella's first act had been to free the inmates, but it hadn't been as simple as merely opening the gates. These people had nowhere to go. "It's Parkins. He says the rehoming isn't going quickly enough and the heating's broken." "Can we do anything about that?" "I spoke to Silvers, and he said the generator's too inefficient. It burns fuel." Bella got up and pulled her coat around her shoulders. "Well, you can tell him I don't care how inefficient he thinks the generator is. Those folks need heat and he's to get it working. I'll deal with Parkins." Bella had adopted the habit of traveling around town in a nondescript Nissan SUV. At first, she'd used Al's RV, but that was far too distinctive, and she rarely got where she needed to go without being stopped by someone who'd inevitably add another problem to the pile on her shoulders. So Skulls was driving her to the care home, safe behind the tinted windows. They turned off the road, through the now open gate and into the parking lot. An old man emerged from the front door, and was practically at the car before Bella had time to get out. "Well, finally," he said. "Madam Mayor sees fit to grace us with her presence." "Don't be like that, Rufus. I was only here 3 days ago." "And what's happened since then?" "A big fat nothing. There's people freezing in there." Bella walked past him and headed for the open door. She could hear the slap-slap click of his sneakers and cane as he followed her. In his 80s, Rufus Parkins was still a man to be reckoned with, but she could move faster than him. Her nose crinkled at the rancid smell of the building's dark interior. "And there's no lights," she heard him say from behind her. "I'm getting that fixed," Bella called over her shoulder. "And the heating." And as she said that, the lights came on. "That'll cement my reputation as a miracle worker," she thought, marvelous. Large rooms, used as dormitories, lined the corridor on either side, and she saw curious faces staring back at her from the metal beds arranged around the walls. Bella knew these people needed to be moved as quickly as possible, but, as with so many liberations, the hard part wasn't giving them their freedom, it was what to do afterwards. "We're doing our best, Rufus," she said as the old man caught up with her, "but you're probably going to have to clear some houses yourselves. We don't have the manpower." Parkins made no effort to hide his anger. "Haven't we worked hard enough already? Do you know how many of the folk interred at the same time as me have survived? None. Just me left. The lucky one. And now we're expected to drag out the dead and take their homes? Yes, and those of you that are fit enough will have to continue working in the fields." "Now Justa," Parkins began, "along with other members of the Elizabeth community. If we're to build a store of food for next winter, the fields must be tilled, the crops grown and harvested. Surely you see that." "We do." Bella and Parkins both turned in surprise to see an old woman with white hair and brown skin emerging from the nearest dormitory. "Now don't you go interferin', Martha Cray," Parkins said. The woman put her hand on the arm of Parkins. "Don't fret, Rufus. You've played your part and got the mayor's attention. She promised to fix the lights and they are fixed. I can feel the heating comin' on too. And she's told you what us folks has to do to be part of this town. Only those who is fit to help though, ain't that right, Madam Mayor?" "Of course. That'll be up to you to decide," Bella said, delighted in her unexpected ally. "Well then, there you are. You can quit your haranguing, Rufus, and just remember that this here ain't that witch who locked us up. No, Miss Bella is the one who freed us. And now it's time for us to do our bit." The old man went to open his mouth, but found he had nothing to say, so he merely nodded. "Madam Mayor." Moretti's voice echoed along the corridor. Bella sighed. Every time she felt as though she was getting somewhere with one problem, another one presented itself. "Yes, Chief?" Moretti stumbled to a halt alongside her. "Trouble at the checkpoint." "What's happened?" "You need to come and see for yourself," he said, looking at the other two. Clearly, he didn't think he could reveal any more in front of them. Bella said goodbye to Parkins and Cray, and half walked, half ran along the corridor to the parking lot. "Now what is it?" "There's hundreds of them, Mayor, and it's getting pretty ugly." Elizabeth had checkpoints at each of the main roads into town, but it had no wall, and aside from the river on one side, no other way of preventing people walking into it from the countryside. So, Mayor Kennedy had ordered the police to set up regular patrols to catch anyone entering the town without passing through the checkpoints, and the good citizens of Elizabeth could also, in general, be relied upon to inform on those who eluded capture. Bella had, with reluctance, continued this practice. Even though her instinct was to help as many people as possible, Elizabeth could only support so many, and it was already at its limit without expanding into previously uncleared suburbs. The folks at the care home had discovered the consequences of that and would have to make room for themselves, but unbridled expansion was a recipe for chaos. It was with this in mind that she approached the western roadblock, skulls at her side, driven there by the sheriff. A sea of people washed up to the checkpoint barrier, as a dozen armed deputies held them at bay, shotguns raised. One of them turned to her as she approached. "I'm glad you're here, Mayor." Bella recognized Suggs, the deputy who'd allowed them to enter Elizabeth in the first place, and had inadvertently caused the chain of events leading to her being here now. Skulls's injury had healed because of that action, but pretty much everything else had gone awry. She couldn't help thinking they might have made it to DC by now if he'd turned them away. "How many are there?" she asked as she scanned the crowd. It was a motley mix of men, women, and children. What they shared was an air of desperation. "We don't know," Suggs said. "We haven't dared to cross the barrier." "Hundreds, I'm sure." A voice called from beyond the line of deputies. "Are you in charge?" A woman was raising her hand as if to attract their attention. For lack of any better plan, Bella strode up to the barrier and then, ignoring the protests of the deputies, she ducked under it and approached the woman, hand outstretched. "My name is Bella Masters," she said. "I'm temporary mayor of Elizabeth." "Well, it's sure good to meet you, Madam Mayor." The name's Brita Beck, out of Pittsburgh, Texas. She was a good-looking woman in her 50s, with shoulder-length gray hair that retained a trace of color at its fringes. "Do you speak for these people?" "Heck no," Beck said with a snort. "We met up with a couple of dozen heading north, but more and more folks have joined. Safety in numbers, I suppose." "How many of you are there?" She shrugged and glanced over her shoulder. "Hard to say. Maybe 200-300. "And what do you want?" "A place to stay. Folks are starvin'." Bella became aware of the people around them, listening in on the conversation. "I'd like to ask more questions," she said. "Will you come with me, and we can talk in private?" "As long as I can bring my granddaughter with me. I ain't leaving her, not for no one." She gestured at a young girl who clung to her leg. 5 or 6 years old, Bella guessed, with eyes that spoke of hunger. Bella led them both to the car, and sat in the back with her 2 guests and Skulls in the driving seat. "Take us to the town hall, Steve," she said. "Let's get these people something to eat." Despite her grandma's protestations, the little girl abandoned all manners as she swooped on the food placed in front of her. "Mary Bell," Beck said, "that ain't no way to conduct yourself in polite company." As she berated her granddaughter, however, Bella saw her eyes flit to her own bowl of soup. "And take care or you'll burn her lips." "It's okay. Please eat something, you must be hungry." Beck resisted for a moment, and then hunger overcame pride, and she dunked a thick slice of bread into her vegetable soup. "Oh, that is mighty delicious," she said between slurps. "Where do y'all get the bread from?" "It's baked here in town." "The soup's also homemade," Bella said, before getting up and gazing out of the window to give the woman time to eat in privacy. "You know we can't just let everyone in, don't you?" Bella said as she gazed down on the people bustling along the main street, hurrying to get home before the light failed completely. She heard the sound of a spoon being lowered. "Well, Madam Mayor, you're gonna have to do something. Us folks were desperate." Bella came back to the table and sat down as Skulls delivered 3 mugs of coffee and a soda, before taking a seat next to her. She could feel the pleasant thrill of his warmth against her flesh, but forced herself to focus on the issue at hand. "Why did you leave? Where did you say it was?" "Pittsburgh." "Well, it's on account of the war." "What war?" Bella said, feeling Skulls tense up. Brita Beck looked from one to the other, unable to hide her surprise. "What do you mean?" "The war between the TLX and Arizona, of course." "What?" This was the last thing Bella had expected to hear. "Is the TLX trying to expand across the whole of the South?" Beck shook her head. "That's not what I've heard. Story is, Arizona declared war on us. And they got allies." "Who?" Beck looked left and right as if checking that they weren't being overheard. Word has it, it's the Chinese. Some say they've taken over California and are fixin' to head east. Some of our boys found out the Arizonans were double-crossin' us, and that's when it all went right to hell. First, we heard up in Pittsburgh was when the recruitment wagon rolled in, and they started talkin' away all the men and boys who could fight. That were bad enough, but they also took all our supplies and we were left with nothin'. So we began walkin' north and east, and we found this crowd headin' the same way. Course, it's a hell of a lot bigger now because others joined as we went. Then people started talkin' about this place where there was a free town and folk could be safe. So we kept walkin'. And now we're here. But you can't all stay. We've got too many people here, as it is. It's a bit like a lifeboat, Skulls said. If you overload it, the boat sinks and everyone dies. And what right have you got to stay alive, and my granddaughter to be cast adrift to starve? That's what I want to know. Bella sighed. It wasn't about rights, it was about who was there first. Unfair, certainly, but the only practical measure in the circumstances. We'll do what we can to help. We'll send what supplies we can spare and give medical help to those who need it. Beck was going to protest when the door opened, and Sheriff Moretti burst into the room. What is it now, Sheriff? Bella snapped. They've broken in. Dozens of them in the town. They've got weapons. They're gonna overrun us. He stepped forward and thrust a police radio into her hand. McCluskey's watching them. Madam Mayor, McCluskey said over the radio. What are your orders? Skulls turned to her. If we don't push back, the town is lost, Bella. Bella looked from Skulls to the sheriff and drew in a deep breath. Sheriff, call up the reserve, get them on the street. She pushed the handset button. Deputy McCluskey, you are to contain them using minimum force. Some of them are armed, Madam Mayor. May we respond with deadly force? Again, she looked at Skulls and felt her heart sink. He was right, if she let them all in, then Elizabeth would be lost after a night of looting and murder. She knew what ex-Mayor Kennedy would do, and she had set herself up from the start to be different to a woman she regarded as the embodiment of power, crazed evil. But on this occasion, she had no choice. Yes, Deputy, deadly force is authorized as a last resort. And she felt a little part of her soul blacken and die. Chapter 4. Solly. Solly turned the key over in his hand as he jogged painfully through the streets of Hagerstown. His neck ached from the night he'd spent in the trailer of an abandoned truck not far from the hotel, a night of little sleep as he puzzled out his next move. He'd fished the flashlight out of his pack and risked a furtive look at the envelope Aston had pushed into his hand. Inside was the steel key and a hastily scrawled note.
Hagerstown Medical Center. Mill Street, head along Eastern Boulevard. Then north. Basement. 1113. Take what you need and lock up behind you. Keep key. Good luck. Watch for bandits.
Eastern Boulevard hadn't been cleared of cars, and he used their dust-covered and rust-tinged remains as cover as he moved as quickly as possible along the road. Unlike Seattle, no central authority had been re-established here, and so there was no one to clear the roads, not even the main routes in and out of the city. The community at the hotel had focused all their efforts on making themselves secure, and seemed to have no interest in Hagerstown as a whole. And so gangs ruled the various districts, and it was these he wanted to avoid. He'd gotten up at dawn, reluctantly unzipping his sleeping bag as his breath misted on a dull, drizzly morning. The plan was to get to the medical center as early as possible, and hopefully before most of the remaining inhabitants of Hagerstown were out and about, but it had taken him over an hour to get no more than halfway along the boulevard. It turned out that some of the people here were early risers themselves, perhaps for the same reason, and he'd been forced to crouch behind car wreckage and wait for them to disappear, his finger on the trigger of his handgun. It was mid-morning before he came down off the overpass and could begin to search for Mill Road among the warren of little streets in the older part of town. He was beginning to despair by the time he finally spotted the sign. The medical center was a one-story red brick box, and much smaller than he'd imagined. Solly could only imagine that Ashton's note meant he'd find antivirals within the center, but he couldn't see why this would be where they'd be kept. Why not move them to the hotel where they'd be safe? And wouldn't they be more likely to be in the main town hospital, in any case? Solly found himself wondering whether he was on a wild goose chase, while the people who depended on him were succumbing to this virulent flu strain. But he was here now, so he had little option but to check. The front entrance had been kicked down and a fire had been set inside. He picked his way carefully between charred furniture and tortured plastic, not looking too hard in case he saw evidence of any people trapped inside when the place had been torched. How could there be any supplies here? The center had been ransacked and firebombed. The only chance was to find the basement. Perhaps that had survived the fire, but where was the entrance? Most of the doors inside the building had been left open, and he glanced inside each to see if there was any sign of stairs. They were all full of wreckage, and the only traces of medicines he saw were empty boxes scattered on the floor. And there were bodies. It looked as though they'd all perished either in the long dark or soon afterwards. Many had been partially consumed by the fire, but it seemed as though the flames had only reached around 2/3 of the way down the building, so he began to find rooms with the remains of their former occupants laying across tables or staining the floor. There it was. In the far right corner of the building, a door labeled basement. It was a steel fire door that was locked. There was no sign that it had been forcibly opened. Ashton's key fit perfectly, and Solly pushed the door open onto blackness beyond. He pulled the flashlight from his pocket and switched it on. He was using it sparingly these days because he had no spare batteries, and the ones inside must be close to running out, not a prospect he relished if it happened down there. The light beam illuminated boxes and metal shelving on the floor below, but all torn apart and tumbled. He would find no drugs here. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, Solly felt claustrophobia squeezing his chest, and he glanced back at the open door above. He was just about to run up the steps again and escape when he remembered the numbers scrawled on the paper. 1113. Could it be a combination lock? And why was everything so chaotic down here, if the room had been secured? Only a key holder could have opened that door without breaking it down, but why destroy everything and then lock it again on leaving? That was not the action of looters. He steeled himself and turned away from the door again, searching the walls with his light. What was he looking for? A safe? He kicked boxes and torn paper away, hoping to reveal something on the dusty floor. No, nothing, so he began lifting the metal shelving to peer under it and pulling boxes trapped beneath. Still nothing. Then he looked up from the ground and noticed that one rack of shelving remained upright against the wall, partially obscured by another rack at right angles to it. He picked his way across the room and forced his way into the gap between them. Solly gasped. There, obscured by the junction of the two shelving racks, was a door. It was painted a dark gray, which made it merge with the shadows, and almost impossible to see without looking at it directly. Beside it, he could see an old-fashioned mechanical door keypad. 1113. With a heave he pulled first one, then the other of the racks away, and when there was just enough room, he slid along the gap so he could reach the keypad, hoping that the door opened inwards. With a click, the pad accepted his code and he pushed. Solly shone his flashlight inside and it bounced off box after box piled on shelves. White boxes. It was like an Aladdin's cave of pharmaceutical wonders. His only problem now was finding antivirals among all the other drugs that filled the room from floor to ceiling. He slipped inside and began his search. By the time he left the room, having shut the door and obscured it as before, his pack bulged with drugs. He'd also picked up as many antibiotics as he could manage. It was a life-saving haul. He ran up the stairs, feeling suddenly full of energy as he shut and locked the outer door, before moving quickly back through the building and out under the welcoming gray sky. He'd done it. Now all he had to do was find his car and head home. Red-handed, I call it, drawled a voice from behind him. Solly spun around to see a man sitting on a low brick wall outside the medical center. He looked like a young Jimi Hendrix, and regarded Solly quite nonchalantly as he tossed a large serrated knife from hand to hand. Though he couldn't see them, Solly became aware of others watching him from behind fences and within shadows. So the question is, where did he get the key? And the door combination? The voice had a distinctly Caribbean twang. The young man got off the wall and sauntered toward Solly, the knife held in his left hand. He wore dark brown velvet pants and a sheepskin-lined coat. A red bandana corralled his long curly hair into place, and a stringy mustache sat above his lip. "You in big trouble, man. We don't take kindly to thieves stealing our gear." Other shapes began moving toward him, knives drawn. Solly pulled the handgun from the inner pocket of his coat. "Stay back." Jimi Hendrix stopped and wagged a lazy finger. "Not cool, man. And anyway, you can't shoot us all. Now why don't we all calm down and you can tell us where you got da key? Those drugs belong to you? Well, possession bein' 9/10 of the law. So why are you hoarding them? Why hasn't Dr. Harper taken them?" Hendrix's eyes narrowed. "How you know this, doctor?" "There are people on my farm, ill people. I went to ask for medical supplies. And he said no." "Obviously," Solly said. He was getting cold, and despite the evidence, he didn't feel threatened by these people. "Well, that would be about right. And you were lucky to get away from there, my friend, very lucky. Look, my name is Robert, though most call me Bobby. I'm puttin' my ratchet away, you see? And me boys, they will do the same. Just you and me, we gonna chat." He folded the knife in the center and dropped it in his pocket before gesturing for Solly to join him on a nearby wall. Solly put his gun away and watched as the half-dozen gang members disappeared. "I'm Solly. But look, what did you mean I was lucky to get away?" Bobby gave a grim chuckle. "Dat Harper, him not a real doctor. He's a veterinarian and a collector." "A collector of what?" "Of people. Now done tell me where you got the key." "I'm guessing it was Aston." Solly couldn't hide his surprise. "How did you know?" This time Bobby laughed out loud. "Because he was my brother. Me and him, we ran this crew, but he fell in with Harper. He had a key, he knew where the stash were, so it must be him unless he give it to someone else." "No, it was him all right." "And what is ailing your folk?" "Flu, a bad strain." Bobby put his hand on Solly's shoulder. "And you say there is drugs in that stash to help?" His face was suddenly animated, as if in hope. "Antivirals," Solly said. "That's what I came here for." He fished a pack out of his bag and handed it over. "And this will cure the flu?" Solly shook his head. "No, but it does help. They get better quicker, and some who were going to lose the battle survive." Suddenly, Bobby lobbed the pack over Solly's head. "Here, give that to Viv. And hurry now." He turned back to Solly. "She be real sick. Nothing was workin', but maybe now she can be saved." Bobby regarded Solly for a moment. "We saw you go in there and was fixin' on a real short interview when you came out. Thought you'd been sent by Harper. Thought our hidden place had been found. But you might have saved Vivian, and so you can be on your way. Go and save your folk, Solly." They got up and shook hands. And then the shooting started. Bobby looked past Solly. "Did you bring them after all?" he snarled as his knife appeared in his hand. "Who?" "No," Solly said. Bobby read the truth in Solly's eyes, pushed him to one side and ran toward the sounds of gunfire. Solly realized they'd been tracking him. His escape had been nothing more than a means to expose Aston and the treasure trove they believed he knew about. Solly ran in the opposite direction, glancing behind to see figures running. The air was full of the crack of gunfire and the calls of people, some in terror, some in triumph. He didn't have time to feel bad about Bobby and his gang, as he awaited the hot, stabbing pain of a bullet in the back. Then a cry split the air and he stumbled to a halt. Solly turned slowly, then swiveled his head back and forth, trying to get a fix on the direction. It was Bobby's voice, and he was crying out in rage and frustration, his words punctuated by gunfire. For a moment Solly stood there, torn between his own safety and the slim chance he could do anything to help Bobby. Why was he hesitating? The drugs in his backpack would give the people at the new farmhouse a chance of survival, and they'd protect his own folk against the contagion spreading. It wasn't just his own life he would risk by turning back and heading into the fray. Even if he told them what he'd done, they wouldn't blame him. Running was the rational thing to do. He wasn't fleeing out of cowardice. Or was he? And more than anything else, it was because he couldn't honestly answer that question that he roared in frustration and took a zigzagging path back to the medical center. The gunfire was coming from a concrete building to one side. 2 jeeps had been left in the parking lot, and Solly could just make out figures hunched behind low walls and, in one case, a trash can, all aiming their weapons at the building's door. Bodies lay outside the door, and in a blur of movement, Solly could see Bobby appear in the doorway and fire a burst of shots at the attackers. As he ducked back, automatic fire shattered the door frame, and he cried out in rage and frustration. "You ain't comin' in here." There was no disguising the pain in his voice. Solly squinted at the bodies outside the door. None of them wore military uniforms. 2 attackers lay sprawled on the asphalt, but 4 remained, and they were all armed with assault rifles. Solly slipped out from behind cover and aimed for an abandoned car that had been left in the road outside the medical center. As he ran, he saw 2 of the attackers making a break for a position to one side of the door. When Bobby opened it, he'd go down in a hail of bullets. Solly got onto his hands and knees and crawled along the side of the car until he was lying beneath the trunk with a clear line of sight. There was no time to think. Either they died or Bobby did. He sighted along the barrel of his gun and selected which of them would die first, then squeezed the trigger and fired 3 quick shots. He missed his target, but the other attacker fell in a spray of red. Almost instantly, the car was rocked by gunfire from his intended target. When it stopped, he could hear the thumping of boots on asphalt. They were coming for him. He scrambled over to the other side of the car, switched the gun into his right hand, and gritting his teeth, he fired at the first moving target he saw. A body fell, and the car vibrated under multiple impacts. He couldn't possibly kill both remaining attackers. The next time he tried to take a shot, he'd be picked off by one or the other. But he had no time to think it through. All he knew was that he could either go down fighting or he could wait for death to come to him. The Solly of a few months ago might have been paralyzed with fear at the prospect, but he was now Solly Masters version 2.0. And he was mad. He leapt up, saw a blur of movement, and fired. Glass exploded around him, and he felt something scrape his skin as he threw himself sideways. And then, in the sudden silence, as he waited for the last attacker to round the car, he heard a voice call out. "Now if I was you, Babylon, I'd drop my weapon right about now." Solly heard the thud of something metallic being dropped, and cautiously peered through the car's broken glass to see Bobby walking toward him, gun pointing at a camouflaged figure holding its hands in the air. "Ah, I thought it was you, my good friend Solly," Bobby called. "Now, I suggest we get ourselves out of here pretty fast." Chapter 5. Nathan. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. This quote echoed in the mind of Nathan Woods as he stood at attention, grinding his teeth. With his regulation haircut, scarred cheek, and tattooed biceps, he didn't look like a modern philosopher, but he knew enough domestic and international history to realize what he was witnessing. He stood in the front row wearing a borrowed dress uniform, as the president spoke to the assembled troops. He could feel Jake shaking slightly, his chest swelling as he drank in the words of their leader. Nathan sighed inwardly. One way or another, this was not going to end well. It is essential that we, as a nation, as a community of the free, recognize the debt we owe to our military in times of conflict. It was odd, thought Nathan, how dictators took such liberties with the concept of freedom. The TLX had used the calamity of the Long Dark to justify what Nathan now recognized as oppression, though it had seemed logical enough at the time. Now the president and his small council of close advisors had tightened their grip even further, eliminating even the pretense of democracy. The TLX was fighting a war in which its victory would be nothing more than the lesser of two evils. If he'd had any sense of humor left, he'd have thought it ironic that in resisting their enemy, the TLX was becoming its clone. Sergeant Nathan Woods and Private Jacob Masters, both born and bred sons of Texas, demonstrated exceptional courage and fortitude to bring news of our enemy's treachery to military command. Through their actions and those of their comrades Privates Mackenzie and Pavlov, we were able to prepare for the attack. And so, today, I am proud to award the Distinguished Service Cross to Sergeant Woods, the Silver Star to Private Masters, and Purple Hearts to their fallen comrades. Applause broke out around them, and Nathan staggered a little from the force of the palms thumping on his back. He felt as though he were in some sort of a dream, as images of the long trek back to friendly territory flooded his mind. Of their pursuit by Arizonan forces, alerted by the treachery of Wozniak. Of the moment when Mackenzie fell in an ambush that Nathan and Jake had escaped by the skin of their teeth. If there was a God, he had been with them that day, though Nathan couldn't imagine what Mackenzie had done to be abandoned to his fate. After a week of scrambling through the wilderness, they'd finally found friendly troops and had been taken to meet the president immediately. And then the war had begun. The North Koreans had declared their hand by taking San Diego and making that their base of operations. They then secured a swath of land to the east, heading toward Arizona, and the soldiers Nathan had encountered at the gas station were the farthest advanced of their units. When they realized that their secret would be revealed if Nathan made it back to TLX territory, they had accelerated their plans and drawn troops up to repel any attack. The role of Arizona in all this had been revealed by Wozniak. The leadership in Phoenix had, through intimidation or bribery, been converted to the North Korean cause. The plan, it seemed, had been for Wozniak to return to Phoenix with the evidence on Nathan's camera, claiming that the TLX soldiers had died at the hands of the North Koreans. The hope was that this would force the TLX to withdraw from Arizona to prepare for war, giving the North Koreans time to bring in reinforcements across the Pacific. By exposing their treachery, Nathan had precipitated war, but against an enemy that was weaker than it would be in the coming months. He snapped out of these thoughts as applause rang out again. Jake pushed against his shoulder, and Nathan realized it was time for them to line up on the stage to receive their medals. He followed the man to his right, a soldier he didn't know who was also being decorated, and walked up the steps, looking out over the faces gazing up at them. Hundreds were here, and multiple cameras moved on the stage and among the crowd to record the event. Live broadcast television hadn't yet been re-established, but these films would be kept as a record and played in theaters across the new nation as electricity spread wider. The president began moving along the line as an announcer introduced each man. Sergeant Nathan Woods for extreme gallantry in the service of his nation, the Distinguished Service Cross. President Murphy appeared in front of Woods, took the medal from an aide, and pinned it to Woods's breast. They exchanged salutes. "Well done, soldier. You're a credit to our fine nation," Murphy said, before leaning in as applause shook the room. "Don't let it go to your head though, son." "Thank you, Mr. President," Nathan said as the shadow moved on to Jake, where it was forced to wait for the noise to quieten enough for Jake's citation to be made. Jake had said that Nathan had become something of a national hero once word of their trek across the desert had spread, liberally embellished as it did so. Woods himself hadn't believed it, but after a couple of days recuperating, he'd been kept constantly busy on missions that, it seemed to him, were becoming progressively more dangerous. But there was no denying it. He'd gotten far more applause than anyone else here, even the president. And if he knew anything about Murphy, it was that he didn't like sharing the spotlight. Colonel Martinez looked up at Nathan as he stood at attention. "Congratulations on your decoration, Sergeant," he said. "You come highly recommended, but all new members of my team begin with a clean slate. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Woods said, hoping that the meaning behind the colonel's words would become apparent at some point. He and Jake had received their new orders on the day of the award ceremony, and now, 48 hours later, he was at a forward base a few miles from the front line of this phony war. The colonel leaned back in his chair and considered Nathan, before speaking in a barely audible mumble, his lips hardly moving. "What you and Masters did saved our bacon. Without that intelligence, the Kims would have had time to build up their forces unmolested, and we'd have found out far too late. I want you to know that. Nod if you understand." Nathan gave a curt nod, wondering what on earth was going on. "I am obliged by the chain of command to give you these orders," he continued in the same low register. Martinez sat forward as if a switch had been flipped, and his voice was now clear, strong and commanding. "Since you have proven yourself adept at operating in enemy territory and returning with valuable intelligence, you are being assigned to a small team. Your mission is to proceed to San Diego, report on the enemy's disposition, and disrupt it to the best of your ability. You discovered the enemy, Sergeant. Now you will tell us how strong he is." So that was it. Nathan looked into the colonel's eyes and saw the regret and sadness there. He was just following orders. It said everything about the oppressive nature of the regime now in charge, that a decorated officer such as Martinez felt powerless. The genius of the plan was that it made perfect sense. Someone had to take a look at the enemy. Why not the man who'd already outwitted them once? Nathan came to attention and saluted. "Yes, sir," he said. "Good man," Martinez said. "We will do what we can to prepare you." "May I ask a question, sir?" Martinez nodded. "Am I to go alone, or is Private Masters coming with me?" "Masters will remain here. My orders related only to you." Again, Woods looked into the colonel's eyes and saw a man in conflict with his own sense of justice. Command knew that Nathan and Jake were connected by a bond of, at the very least, friendship. So they would keep Jake here as effectively a hostage to ensure that Nathan returned, if he could. "You are dismissed, Sergeant. I wish you Godspeed." Nathan saluted again, turned on the spot and left the room. "They probably just think I'd slow you down, Sarge," Jake said as he and Nathan sat in the mess hall that night. "We're off the clock, Jake, so call me Nate. But I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. And keep your voice down." Jake snorted. "Why? Do you think we might be overheard?" "Exactly, and it's no laughing matter." "Come off it, Nate. You're paranoid." "Why would they do that?" Jake said, though he did lower his voice. Nathan shook his head. "I can't say too much here, but don't you think it's odd that I'm being sent on a suicide mission, and you're being held here? I think maybe our glorious leader feels a bit threatened by my status as a national hero." "You're crazy. Why would the president be like that? He just gave you a medal." "Quiet," Nathan hissed. "Maybe you're right and I'm just a paranoid freak, but the fact remains that I'll be away for a while, and there's every chance I won't come back. I promised your mother I'd look after you, but I'm ordered not to take you, and in any case, you'd only be walking into more danger with me." Jake shrugged. "Don't worry about me. As for Mom, she made her choice when she deserted the TLX, taking the president's son with her. She did it to save your sister. No, Maddie had her duty and she ran away from it. I'm lucky I haven't been thrown into jail for my family's disloyalty." Nathan tried to wrap his mind around this new side to Jake. The boy had barely spoken about his mother since he joined the army, but he certainly seemed to have believed the propaganda message regarding the abduction of the president's son. Perhaps it was a subconscious defense mechanism. Whatever it was, Nathan didn't like it. But whatever he thought of the boy's beliefs, he'd made a commitment to looking after him to the best of his ability, and returning alive from the mission was the only way he could do that. The problem was, he couldn't see any way that could be achieved. There was a woman sitting on his bed when he got back to his room. She stood as he entered and saluted. "Corporal Pak Sumi," she said. She was a slim young woman wearing National Guard fatigues. Woods returned the salute. "What are you doing here, Corporal?" "Please shut the door, Sergeant." Not taking his eyes off her, Nathan swung the door shut and stepped back a little to increase the space between them. "I have swept the room, and I do not believe we can be overheard," she said. Answer my question, Corporal. Why are you in my room? She drew in a deep breath as if preparing to deliver a rehearsed statement. I have been assigned to your mission, to NK-occupied San Diego, Sergeant. Colonel Martinez said I was to go alone. She shook her head. Respectfully, the colonel's orders were to send you and not Private Masters or any other member of the TLX military. And Nathan was all at sea now. You said you are a corporal, and you're wearing an army uniform. Her mouth bent into a shy smile. Both are true, but I am not enlisted in the TLX forces. Which army do you belong to? The Arizona National Guard. You're the enemy, Nathan said, suddenly fearing a trap. She shook her head again. No, Sergeant. I am a defector. But you're Korean. Yes, I was born in Kim Jong-un's glorious Communist Republic, but I escaped when serving as a guard for one of our ambassadors. My parents were sent to a detention center, and I never heard from them again. You can see, therefore, that I do not welcome North Korean forces in my new country. I will help you to succeed in your mission. Nathan felt his whole body relax just a little. So the colonel was on his side, and risking a lot to give Nathan a fighting chance. He'd have known perfectly well that while he was obeying the letter of the orders, his superiors would look poorly on his actions if they ever came to light. For the first time since he'd been given this suicide mission, Nathan Woods saw a glimmer of hope. What's so funny? Nathan pointed at the sign. Welcome to Tombstone, Arizona, he said. It just tickled me. A certain poetic irony to it. What? You reckon just because I'm a grunt, I'm not capable of thinking about anything more than when I can eat next? I'm quite a sophisticated man. Sumi crinkled her nose in a way that Woods knew, from their brief time together, indicated amused disbelief. Well, anyway, we've done well today. I suggest we find somewhere here to hunker down for the night. Yes, Sarge. Sounds good. My legs feel as though they've worn down to the knees. Woods gave a weary grunt. But don't call me Sarge, he said. We really do have to get out of the habit. Sorry, Nate. They'd not seen a living soul in Tombstone. It was south of where the invading forces were massed, but close enough that any remaining inhabitants had chosen to abandon it. Nathan and Sumi had passed a handful of these refugees heading east toward New Mexico. He felt incredibly exposed in his civvies, though he welcomed the reassuring weight of the Glock in its shoulder holster. Sumi was similarly dressed, though she had a North Korean uniform hidden in her pack. For the first part of their journey, they were masquerading as a husband and wife fleeing the war zone. Once they got close to San Diego, they would swap roles, with Sumi becoming an NCO in the KPA escorting a prisoner. For now, however, they had many days of trudging through the landscape ahead of them, until, hopefully, they would be far enough behind the battle line that they could risk using a car without attracting unwelcome attention. The sun was setting in a pink sky as they turned off the main road and into a motel parking lot. It was a row of single-story rooms with metal seats outside, and it was obvious that all of them had been occupied at some point since the long dark. Nathan found the cleanest, and between them, they gathered all the junk and piled it at the end of the row. The room had 2 single beds, but the bed linen was filthy, so they stripped it off and unrolled their sleeping bags onto the mattresses. Nathan set up his camping stove and ripped open 2 ration packs of chicken stew. Sumi was on her hands and knees, examining the floor with her flashlight. He didn't bother asking her what she was doing because she carried out the same ritual every night, whether they slept outside or in. She was looking for bugs, or creepy crawlies as she called them. It would be easy to imagine that she was a soft civilian who would be more a hindrance than anything, but that would be a mistake. He was pretty certain that her friendly demeanor was not an act, but it hid a core that was as hard as steel. Being frightened of bugs wasn't, after all, quite as crazy as walking into enemy territory with nothing more than a pistol and a destination. As he closed his eyes, Nathan began dreaming of cockroaches. Chapter 6. Solly. Solly stood beside the graveside and wept tears of grief and rage. He'd returned with the antivirals 5 days before, with Bobby and his sister. She was now recovering in the Fordham farmhouse, but he hadn't returned quickly enough to save everyone. 3 strangers were dead before he'd gotten back, and another was too sick to save. And now Landon lay in a deep hole wrapped in a white blanket, as one by one his friends took turns to shovel dirt into the grave. Arnold had officiated, and as a religious man, he'd done his best to give the ceremony the dignity it deserved, while Solly stood there, trying desperately to force down his white-hot anger. This was a world devoid of any justice if good men like Landon died while so many, including the architects of the greater disaster of the Long Dark, remained alive. Becky the medic couldn't explain why he'd died when others who had seemed less strong than he was had survived. Perhaps he'd had a congenital condition, she said. Or maybe he was simply unlucky. Either way, the young man he'd first met as he stood guard at a food depot, not abandoning his post despite the obvious futility of it, was now dead. The young man who'd supported Janice and the others to see the community thrive in Solly's absence. A good man. It wasn't fair. Solly had rejoined the people of the farmhouse for this ceremony after Becky assured him he couldn't possibly transmit the disease, but still he kept his distance. He and Bobby stood apart with Jackson, who was still unsteady on his feet. Janice was there, tears streaming down her face, and he wanted nothing more than to run into her embrace and share their grief. In a sense, he understood why she was so devastated. She'd come to know Landon much better than he during the weeks Solly was away, but his own grief was harder to pin down. Perhaps it was because it was just another kick in the teeth he'd done everything he possibly could to avoid. Another failure. Perhaps it was that Landon's death symbolized everything that was wrong with the new world. A world where the Lee Corporation seemed to be the only winner. Well, he was going to do something about that. Justice was dead. Long live justice. They held the wake on the lawn outside the farmhouse, overseen by the rocking chair Landon had used to rest up while his leg healed in the early days. Bobby had taken Jackson back to the Fordham place, and so Solly sat alone beneath a cherry tree, staring with unfocused eyes at the unopened buds that would soon coat the tree in living pink. "Are you okay?" Solly jerked out of his dream to see Janice there. "Don't come closer." She smiled and his heart melted. "Becky says you're no danger. If I was a suspicious woman, I'd think you didn't want to be anywhere near me." He knew she wasn't being serious, but still it hurt. "Are you kidding me? I want nothing more than to hold you right now." And she was upon him, before he could push her away. He felt the chair's legs sink into the soft earth as she threw her arms around him, and pulled herself so close he could hardly breathe. As she relaxed a little, he drew in a lungful of her scent and kissed her, their lips merging for no more than a couple of seconds before she pushed herself away. "There, I'm quite infected now if you were. Thank you for giving me a moment's happiness." Poor Landon. Such a horrible, horrible thing to happen. "I know," Solly said, gazing up at her as she sat on his knees. He drew in a deep breath. "I want to see Khaled, Scott and Polly." "Why?" "All of this, the Long Dark and all the death that's happened since, is because of the Lee Corporation." Janice shrugged a little and looked uncertainly at Solly. "There have always been flu epidemics, Sol. You can't blame them for Landon and the others." "Oh yes I can," Solly said, with a little more heat than he'd originally intended. "Even if he'd gotten the disease, if they hadn't destroyed our society, he'd have had decent hospital care. He'd have survived." "But Sol, what do you think you can do about it?" she said. "I'm sad too, but I don't want you to go away again. I want you to stay here with me." Solly's heart swelled with love and sadness. To finally feel this way, while knowing that he couldn't possibly enjoy it, was tearing him apart. But the line had been crossed. Solly Masters was no longer a passive pawn in another's game of chess. He could not leave the fight to others while he waited for the axe to fall. He was the only one who Alison would take orders from, and he was one of only a handful who knew of the threat posed by Lee Corp. If he didn't act, who would? "I want that too," he said, and he meant it from the bottom of his heart. But I cannot stay here and let others fight for us. I need to see Khaled, Scott, and Polly, and I need to see them now. Solly still wasn't prepared to expose the old and young of the farmhouse to any risk of spreading the disease, so they met in the barn, sitting in a rough square made of straw bales. Janice sat next to Solly with Khaled, Scott, and Polly opposite. Bobby had become the de facto leader of the Fordham community and a fast friend of Solly's, so he'd also been invited to attend. 2 gas lanterns had been placed in the space between the two groups, and Solly was fighting the instinctive temptation to try to warm his hands on them as the cool afternoon morphed into a cold night. Scott sat impassively, waiting for Solly to speak, but Polly had a restlessness about her that suggested she wanted desperately to be somewhere else. Khaled's eyes darted around the room, giving the impression of a hunted animal looking for an opportunity to make a break for it. This is Bobby Richards. He is responsible for the antivirals and other drugs we have stockpiled. He's taken charge of the Fordham community. Before they'd escaped in one of the jeeps their attackers had used, Bobby had insisted they go back into the basement of the medical center and spend as long as they dared filling the car with the most useful medicines. I do not want to be in charge, but no one else was willin', so I do it as a favor to my friend Solly so he can come to his lady, Bobby said, winking at Janice, who blushed. Why are we here, Solly? Scott said, after nodding a greeting to Bobby. I think we've all had a long and sad day. Solly focused on Scott Lee, who looked as though he hadn't slept well for a long time. Let me ask you, Scott. What are you doing here? What's that supposed to mean? You called the meeting. Solly shook his head. No, I mean, what are you doing here, at the farm? You said I'd be welcome. And so you are. But that doesn't explain why you're here. Scott Lee sighed. I guess I'm just happy to be at peace for a while. But you're not at peace, are you? Janice said, surprising Solly. You can't sleep, you told me yourself. Like a deflating tire, Scott Lee seemed to shrink before their eyes. I feel as though this is the calm before the storm. I know it can't last long, and I'm afraid of what will happen when it ends. In his clipped English accent, it sounded almost poetic. Storm clouds are gathering, Solly mumbled. A mood settled on them that was as dark as the gathering night outside. Look, we can sit here in this oasis and wait for what we know must come at some point, hoping against hope that we're wrong, despite everything we've seen and learned. Or. Scott looked up. Or what? Or we fight back, Solly said, fueled by the anger swelling within him. Scott shook his head, dropping his gaze to the floor. We've got no chance. They're too strong for us. With or without hope, I'm going to fight back, Solly said. I've lost too many. I sure as hell am not going to let them take this place, these people, away from me without paying the price. Have you forgotten who is living in that farmhouse? Solly stood up and began pacing back and forth, gesticulating at the passive figure of Scott Lee. We have children to think of. We have to fight for them, if not for ourselves. Now, are you going to help, or will you spend your remaining days waiting for the end to come? Now it was Scott's turn to become animated, as he thrust a finger in Solly's direction. Of course I know about the children, but what can we do? They've secured New York and Seattle, and they've gotten their tentacles into the new government in D.C. They're too strong. It's bows and arrows against the lightning. I get the reference, Solly said, coming to a halt face to face with Scott Lee. War of the Worlds. But remind me, who ended up winning? Scott Lee shrugged. Neither side won. Humanity was on its knees, but the Martians were defeated by the planet itself, microbes, disease. And don't you think, as our resident genius, that we could take inspiration from that? The strongest can be defeated by the smallest. We just have to find their weakness. The Martians had a flawed immune system. Lee shook his head. The Lee Corporation has no such weakness. How can you be sure? Because I helped design their systems. You don't know what you're up against, Khaled said, his voice barely audible. They are building an army of autonomous drones that will hunt down every living human being. I've seen them. They are quite unbeatable. I am sorry. Solly slumped back onto a bale. I see you two have been talking while I was away. No wonder you can't sleep. We can't run from reality, Solly, Scott said. These drones, these Reapers, are a perversion of a project I was working on to deliver medical aid to remote regions. And it gets worse. Sighing, Solly said, Oh, do tell me. The Lee Corporation's plan is for the Reapers to implant a new boneswear device into all humans, whether they have an implant already or not. They want to use these to control people, to have a compliant army of slave workers to exploit a world in which they are the only commercial superpower. Janice gasped. My God, that's horrific. Indeed. The Reapers are controlled by the Annabelle Lee entities installed in the Lee Corp buildings in Seattle and New York. They are quite unbeatable. Khaled nodded. He is right. I have seen them. But what the Lee Corporation doesn't know, Scott said, is that Annabelle will betray them. She doesn't want mastery over the humans of the world. She wants their extinction. She will allow the Reapers to tag every human being on the planet, and then she will trigger the implants and terminate everyone, including all Lee Corp employees. Solly rubbed his eyes. This had gotten completely out of hand. How can you be so sure that this is her plan? Firstly, because I knew her better than anyone, Lee said. And also because it's the best explanation for what happened in the long dark. The Lee Corp plan was to hijack Boneswear to gain control over every wearer, but Annabelle triggered mass death. And they didn't work out what had happened. Scott shook his head. No, she was very clever. She left a backdoor in the code, but there's no one left now with the expertise to reverse engineer it and work out that it was her. Except for Khaled and I, that is, and maybe one other man who is now back in North Korea. North Korea? Solly gasped. Oh yes, Solly. You see, this is even bigger than you might have imagined. I suspected they and the Chinese were involved, and Khaled has confirmed it. This was a global plot. The Chinese and the North Koreans, through the Lee Corporation, want to control this world and to finally bring an end to the hegemony of the West. But they are fools because they have placed their trust in Annabelle Lee, and she will betray us all. They want domination. They're going to get extermination. Bows and arrows against the lightning, Khaled said as silence fell. As the group in the barn sat with their heads down, contemplating the second apocalypse, the sounds of children playing floated through the windless night from the farmhouse. Solly felt as though the ground was opening between his feet as he gazed at the straw-strewn floor, as if it would pull him down to the fires below. And still his rage smoldered. He felt Bobby stir beside him. Maybe I'm not understanding everything I've been hearing. I've been spending my time since this trouble all started keeping me and my people safe, though that didn't work out so well in the end. But you seen things I couldn't imagine. I know my friend Solly is a straight-up guy, and if he says this is going to happen, then I believe it, and it chills me to the bone. Solly looked across to the slim black man as Bobby carefully formulated what he said next. But I have a question. Maybe I didn't hear that fella quite right, but it seemed to I that he said this Lee Corporation, it is building its drone army. Solly shrugged. That's right, Bobby. What's your point? Well, he said they is building. Not they has built. Does they have an army or not? Solly jerked upright and looked across at Khaled. Did you say that? Frankly, he'd been so busy looking at the rain cloud, he might easily have missed the silver lining. Khaled looked like a rabbit caught in a car's headlights. What does it matter whether they have them now or in weeks or months? How many have you actually seen? Scott said, suddenly animated again. Khaled shrugged. In the flesh? Only one, the prototype. But they told me the army would be ready in weeks. Why does this matter? Because it gives us a chance to stop them before the Reapers are released, Solly said. What chance? Khaled said, flushing with what looked like a mix of anger and fear. What possible chance have you got to stop them? You don't even know where they're being built. No, Solly said, the threat in his voice unmistakable, but I think you do. Now I know why they released you to come find us. Khaled shook his head. They didn't release me, I escaped. Perhaps you genuinely think so, but I reckon they showed you the Reaper, and then sent you to find us. You were sent to the last place Alison was known to be. Your job was to find her, and to prevent anyone you met taking action against the Lee Corporation by sowing your seeds of doom. Khaled was shaking as Scott Lee turned to him. It's true, isn't it? You're an instrument of the corporation. No, I am not. I escaped, I promise you. Scott grabbed Khaled's arms and swung him round so they were face to face. Then help us. Tell me where they're building the drones. Chapter 7. Bella. A woman was lying on the bed, her arm bound in blood-stained white cloth. The medic whispered in Bella's ear. The woman would live, though the arm would be deformed since they lacked the means to fix it properly. 6 months ago, it would have been routine, but in a world with limited electricity, severely rationed medical supplies, and even fewer surgeons, saving lives was about the most they could aim for. The old commercial building on the outskirts of Elizabeth made for a poor hospital, but it had a working generator and electrical system and small offices that served as hospital rooms. The woman on the bed moaned quietly and opened her eyes. Bella could see her expression tighten as the blessed analgesia of sleep gave way to pain. After a few seconds, the woman became aware that she wasn't alone, and she turned her head to look at Bella, who stood at the foot of her bed, and the 2 armed guards flanking her. She put 2 and 2 together and spat, "You murderous bitch! How do you sleep at night?" Bella flinched from the onslaught. The only crumb of comfort in this nightmare was that such attacks still affected her, even having endured so many. She knew that when she became capable of brushing them off, she would truly have lost herself. "I'm sorry," Bella said. The truth was that she didn't sleep at night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw images of bullet-ridden bodies lying in the streets. It didn't help much that some of the bodies were those of Elizabeth's citizens attacked by the insurgents. It didn't help that she'd had no choice but to instruct her police and militia to use deadly force. It didn't help that the very existence of Elizabeth had been at stake that night. None of that assuaged the guilt or gave her room to excuse herself. Men and women had died at her command. Her command. A Texan housewife who, until a few months ago, had worked as an accountant's assistant and whose definition of a bad day in the office was being trapped in an elevator with a senior partner. And now they called her a murderer. She felt a gentle nudge in the ribs, and a voice whispered in her ear. "Come on, Bella. Let's move along." Bella emerged from deep memory to look into the face of Skulls. He'd insisted on being one of her guard detail, even though it entailed donning a uniform. He claimed it made him look like a pig in a bow tie, but she liked it. She liked him, and she couldn't have faced this level of hatred without him by her side. They'd spent many hours in nighttime conversation since the incursion. When she told him how much she needed his strength, he'd pulled her close. "You give me purpose," he'd said with gentle warmth. "I'd be lost without you." She met with the medical team outside the makeshift hospital. Overall, 13 people had died on the night or as a result of it. 3 were citizens of Elizabeth, who either resisted or simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The others, 7 men and 3 women, had been among the 50 or so invaders who'd snuck into town. The remainder had been captured in pretty short order. Objectively, given the danger to Elizabeth, the killing of 10 aggressors might be considered proportionate, and the sheriff certainly thought his people had done an exemplary job. But every one of those deaths weighed on Bella's soul like the chains of Jacob Marley. And the problem of what to do with the people who remained outside the town had not been solved. The situation in the camp is becoming critical. If we don't do something quickly, we'll face at best a humanitarian disaster and at worst, another assault on the city. Walter Schmidt leaned back in his chair and dropped the sheet of paper he'd been reading from onto the table. Schmidt was a master of stating the obvious. A pompous bureaucrat to whom the phrase humanitarian disaster meant nothing more than an administrative challenge, Schmidt was, nevertheless, an adept organizer, and no one else had the experience or inclination to help Bella run the city. He sat at the long rectangular table with the sheriff, security chief, Skulls, and Al. Bella took the position at the head, still feeling entirely out of place, though she thought she was finally getting the measure of her executive team. The sheriff was a reliable plotter, and Schmidt was a calculating machine. The only one she felt she could rely upon, aside from Skulls and Al, was Charleston, the chief of security. "We've been over this a dozen times," Bella said. "They can't come into Elizabeth. We just don't have the room or the means to feed them." "We're feeding them at the moment," Skulls said, "and Al's got an idea that might solve the housing crisis." Bella sighed inwardly and turned to her father. Hearing his crackpot ideas in private was bad enough, but it would be sheer murder in front of an audience. "Yes, Pop?" "Now don't you go rolling your eyes, Liebchen," he said, wagging his finger. "I've been chatting to Rufus and Martha at the old folks' home." "You told me I couldn't call it that," Bella said, unable to stop herself. Al winked at her. "It's okay for us old folks to call it that. We're doing it ironically." Anyway, Rufus and Martha were bellyaching about how they were going to get enough houses cleared on the east side for them to be able to move in, and it occurred to me that we've got a ready-made workforce camped outside our barricades. If they work together, they can clear East Elizabeth for both groups. Everyone's a winner. "And how do we feed this new population?" Schmidt said. "Well, Mr. Schmidt, I guess we'd have to send our raiding parties a bit further afield. There's plenty of young men and women among the newcomers who'd be happy to help, I reckon." "Rufus and Martha are okay with this, are they? They're still going to have to work hard to clear those houses. It's going to take some time." Al shrugged. "It was Martha's idea, to be honest." There was a knock at the door. Just as they were making progress. "What is it?" Bella called out, exasperated. The head of a guard Bella only knew as Dave appeared in the gap. "Sorry to disturb you, Madam Mayor, but there's a man here who insists on seeing you. He's from the camp." "I said I wasn't to be disturbed," Bella snapped. "I'll be visiting the camp tomorrow. He can wait until then." "But he says he knows you, Mayor." A big arm appeared around the shoulder of the guard, and he fell back with a cry. In the doorway stood a thick-set man of military bearing. His left arm was missing from the elbow down, and his nose had been sliced off. She knew that if she'd seen this monster before, she'd remember him, but she certainly hadn't. Her first thought was that it was the convict she'd left to the gators, but even with 2 holes where his nose had been, it was obviously not him. "Don't recognize me," the man said, his voice full of bitterness. "I knew it was you, as soon as I heard the name of this town's mayor. How many Bella Masters can there be, after all? Who are you?" He shook his head in disbelief. "Maybe that boy thought you were being kind by tying us up and leaving us in the basement, but his father doesn't forgive easily. He took my nose and my arm. He tortured me, until I couldn't bear it no more. Then he gave us both a revolver with 1 round in, and had us play Russian roulette with each other." "You were one of Luke's guards," Bella said, finally. "I was, and that boy needs to see what the consequences of his actions were. Then he needs to come home." The camp had been set up on the road into Elizabeth. Ex-Mayor Kennedy had set up a warehouse that had been filled with everything useful that had been stripped from the houses as they were cleared of the dead. So there was a ready supply of family tents, furniture, and equipment to set up a temporary holding area, while Bella and the people of the town decided what to do about them. There was no question of Bob, Luke's former guard, being given access to the boy. Luke hadn't asked to be held under what amounted to house arrest, so he could be forced into an arranged marriage. Bob hadn't chosen to be assigned as his guard either, but 2 wrongs did not make a right. The real villain was President Murphy, and Bella had no intention of allowing Luke to hand himself over to his father's questionable mercy. And where Luke went, Maddie would follow. She'd ordered Bob to be uncuffed as she accompanied him back to the camp. In truth, the man wasn't as angry as he had the right to be. He'd been discovered bound in the basement with his colleague. They'd then been tortured and mutilated, and this only ended when Bob had killed the other guard, fearing he might die at any moment. Finally, he'd been taken to the east of the state and dumped on the road, half naked. His banishment would only end if he returned with Luke, and so he'd trudged his way north and east until he'd met with the column that had ended up outside Elizabeth. He'd heard the name of the mayor, and had immediately snuck into the town to confront her. Now though, as they got out of the car with Skulls and another guard, his excitement had subsided. It was as if he'd focused so much on finding Luke that he hadn't considered whether it was fair to the boy to bring him home, even if he could. There was no doubt that Murphy would kill his son, and very publicly. Bob, it seemed, possessed something his president did not. He had a conscience. "We can't stay here much longer," he said as he stood next to Bella. The car had been parked just inside the barrier, and they walked through, a handful of deputies shadowing them as they went. "The sanitary arrangements are going to get out of hand pretty soon, and if disease breaks out, then you're going to have a whole heap of sick and dying folks on your hands. At first, I figured that might be your plan all along, but now I've met you, I don't reckon so. When you've worked for a sociopath for as long as I have, you forget that not all leaders are the same." "I'll take that as a compliment," Bella said. "And you're right. We're going to assign housing to the east of Elizabeth, along with some manpower. You'll have to organize yourselves, though, and it'll take a lot of work to make those places habitable." "You're gonna let them all stay, then?" "It's the right thing to do," Bella said. Bob grunted. "You ain't gonna be popular with all your people." "It's still the right thing to do," she said. "And in any case, I'm beginning to think that we need to get bigger if we're going to survive. More people are arriving every day, and we need to be able to deal with them whether they're friendly or not. But tell me, what's happening in the TLX? I haven't had any news. I've been wandering a long time, but there's others who can give more recent tidings. Do you want to meet them?" So she followed him into the heart of the camp. Two men sat around the small camping table in the center of a large tunnel tent. Bella went in on her own, after instructing a reluctant Skulls to stand guard outside. Suspicious faces looked up at her as she pulled up a camping chair and took a seat beside Bob. "She's okay, fellas," he said as the two looked at him with suspicion. "This here's Mayor Bella Masters. Mayor, this is Wyatt and Carlos. President Murphy calls them deserters." "We wouldn't do what we were ordered," Carlos said. He was a short man whose pronounced cheekbones resulted in a skull-like face. "I didn't join up to shoot unarmed civilians. Told my corporal I wouldn't do it, and damn near got a bullet in the head for my troubles. He's a good fella though, and faked shootin' me. Had to wait till dark, curled up like I was dead before I could creep away." The other man scratched his beard. "Did Bob get that right? Your name's Masters?" "Yes, that's right. Your boy ain't Jake, is he?" Bella felt her heart give a sudden thump. "What?" "Yes, Jake's my son. Do you know him?" "No, I've never met him, but he's certainly made a name for himself." "What do you mean?" Wyatt leaned forward, clearly delighted to know something she didn't. "Well, he brought back news of how those backstabbers in Phoenix were gonna betray us to the North Koreans." "What?" "No, don't tell me, I want to know how he is." Wyatt shrugged. "I reckon he's doing just fine. Last I heard, he was gonna get a medal from the president. Him and that sergeant he was with. What was his name, Carlos?" "Woods." "Nathan? He was with Nathan?" Again Wyatt gave a shrug, as if it was of no consequence. "Yeah, Nathan Woods is even more of a hero than your son. I don't suppose the president's too happy about that neither. Where are they now?" Wyatt's reply was cut off by Skulls's call from outside. "What are you doing here?" The tent flap was thrust aside and a man came inside. "Where you been, Carter?" Bob said, looking up at the thick-set newcomer. Before he could answer, another figure ducked inside and stood looking uncertainly at the people in the tent. "Luke," Bella hissed. "So you went behind my back," Bob said, scowling at the newcomer. "Sure enough. I found him and we had a little chat, man to man. He's here of his own free will. Bella got up and stood in front of Luke, looking into his eyes. Why are you here? I'm going back, Bella, he said quietly. You'll be murdered. He gave a wan smile. Only if I'm caught. Say goodbye to Maddie for me. Tell her that I love her. I'll come back if I can, but she mustn't try to follow me. You can't go back. Where will you hide? Oh, we don't plan on hiding, Madam Mayor, Carter said. Every man here has had his life ruined by that monster who calls himself president. We may not look like much, but we're gonna do our best to right a few wrongs. I'm going back with them, Bella, Luke said, and for the first time she saw the man this boy was becoming. I'm going back to silence my father. Chapter 8. Luna. Marvin and Luna had settled into a daily routine. She would ask how far there was to go. He'd explain that the sooner they got started that morning, the better, and a few hours later, she'd complain about her butt hurting from sitting still. Now things had gotten worse. 50 miles west of Washington, D.C., the roads had become completely impassable. Cars and trucks had been abandoned, not in the long dark but much more recently. Like an arterial clot, they were stemming the flow of traffic heading toward the capital. So, they'd been forced to abandon the trusty pickup that had seen them across the continent and to walk. Which meant she was now bellyaching about having sore feet. Only Danny, the half-Alsatian, seemed to be as sanguine as she had been at the start of the journey. The dog had barely survived the lion attack back in Spokane, and it had been Marvin's careful tending that had seen her through. Sure, Luna had been by the dog's side day and night, but it had been Tucker who'd made the tough decisions and Tucker who'd stitched her up after tying her jaws together. And the dog seemed to somehow appreciate what he'd done for her. She'd become his dog over those long days, and the affection went both ways, to his surprise. Luna didn't seem to have noticed, as Danny's behavior toward her hadn't changed much, but something had changed between man and animal. A dog-shaped hole in his life he'd not known existed was now filled. How much farther today, Marvin? Luna asked as they trudged along. I dunno, kid. We'll stop when we can, okay? The girl grunted, and he could see her head dipping in exhaustion. Will they let us go to New York when we get there? All we can do is ask, Tucker responded. And what if they say no? Tucker chuckled. Then we'll go anyway. They'd had this discussion dozens of times. Sometimes talking to a kid was like chatting to a forgetful old relative, repeatedly treading the same paths. They'd come across the first signs to the east of Hagerstown. They'd been heading northeast, ignoring the hand-painted notices directing them southwest toward D.C. And then, finally, they'd found the road blocked. With a thrill of fear, Tucker had seen the Lee Corporation logo on the flak jackets of the people behind the barricade. New York, it seemed, belonged to them now, and they were forcing all refugees toward the camps around the capital. He'd spent the days since then trying to work out what they were up to, but he'd given up. He was the sort of man who preferred action to thought, and so he plodded south with Luna. They would see what the situation was down there, perhaps learn something of what was going on in New York, and then work out how they were going to get there. Or, and this was a forlorn hope, Luna would see that their mission was hopeless, and allow them to begin the long journey westwards, back to the other Washington. Look, Marvin, it's not far now, Luna said, pointing at a sign that stood beside the road. They were now part of a constant stream of people all heading in one direction, and he was forced to push his way to one side to be able to see the sign properly. Patriot Reception Center C, 2 miles to George Mason University, Fairfax. And in smaller letters below. The federal government welcomes all loyal citizens who wish to contribute to the reconstruction of our great nation. We ask for patience as we welcome and process you and your compatriots. God bless America. The sign pointed off to the right, so Marvin, Luna, and Danny joined the flow of people heading that way. Some were continuing on a straight line toward the city center, but Marvin doubted they'd get much farther. The lights on the Eagle Bank were like a beacon, as dusk fell quickly at the end of a drizzly day. Marvin couldn't feel his feet, though he couldn't tell whether that was because he'd walked so far today, or because of the cold that seemed to seep out of the ground. Luna was stumbling along, cuts on both knees where she'd fallen. He tried to catch her, but without those lights to follow, they'd have given up and found a bush to curl up in overnight. As it was, they crept toward the promise of warmth and food as part of a shuffling crowd. They'd reached the looping road outside the arena when the crowd, which had by now compressed into a line, came to a halt. A figure appeared out of the gloom and held up a megaphone. "This facility is now closed for the night," he called. "Please return at 8 a.m. for processing. Please clear the road." "Where are we supposed to go?" called a woman's voice from somewhere up front. But the figure had moved farther along the line, and a few seconds later, Marvin heard the message being repeated. The people around them began murmuring angrily, but the line quickly broke up as others dispersed into the night. "I don't know about you, kid, but I can't walk more'n a few steps." "Me too. Let's just stop here and wait for the morning." They found a space between two bushes, and Marvin was just getting the cooking stove out of his pack when Luna announced that she needed to use the bathroom. Sighing, he snapped his camping shovel together and dug her a hole next to the wall of the arena. They'd almost fallen over people lying among the trees, and when they returned, they found their spot had been taken, and they were forced onto the sidewalk. Marvin unfolded the tiny hoop tent they shared in emergencies as the drizzle became more insistent, and he sat sheltering the stove as he tried to heat their last can of soup. Danny and Luna sat in the little tent, and Marvin found himself miserably contemplating a night out in the rain, since asking either of them to get wet was clearly out of the question. He handed a mug of warm soup to Luna. "Yes, it's chicken," he said. "I don't care," she responded, draining it in one gulp and letting Danny lick the mug. "I was gonna drink out of that," Marvin said, lifting the camping kettle to his lips. "Look, we can't all fit in here. I'll go hunker down by the wall over there. Don't worry, I'll be able to keep an eye on you." "We can all fit in here," Luna said, squeezing herself to the back of the tent and only serving to almost topple it while proving that there wasn't room for three. "No need," Marvin said miserably. "I've been wet before and I imagine I'll be wet again one day." He groaned as he got to his feet. Oh, what he would have given for a roof over his head tonight. As he turned to go, the bright lights of a car turned toward them, and blinded, he stepped back into the road. The car came to a halt inches from him, and the driver sounded the horn. Marvin gave him the finger and got back onto the sidewalk, but the car didn't move off. A rear passenger window slid down. "Are you on your own, little girl?" It was a woman's voice, and Marvin thought he could hear the mumbling of a man talking behind her. Luna got up and approached the car. "I'm not a little girl," she said. "I'm 10 and I've come all the way from Washington State." Marvin moved to stand alongside Luna. "She ain't alone," he said. "She's with me." The woman looked at him. She had a nondescript face with Latino skin, brown hair, and matching eyes. Marvin knew he'd seen it before but couldn't place it. "Who are you?" she said. "He's my daddy," Luna said, and Marvin only just managed to bite down his surprise in time. She'd shown many times that she was sharp beyond her years. "Well, I was going to offer you a dry and warm place to stay tonight, but if you want to sleep on the sidewalk, be my guest." Luna began jumping up and down in excitement, as Marvin noticed other shapes emerging from the bushes. "Oh yes, please." The door swung open. "Then get in. My mommy told me not to get into the cars of strangers." "She was right," the woman said, "but I'm not a stranger. I'm the President of the United States." That's where he'd seen her face. On the posters. "I want my daddy to come with me and Danny." "I'm sorry, Poppet, but there's only room for one. Your daddy can come join you tomorrow." "And how exactly do I do that?" Marvin asked, fear coursing through his veins. "Register in the morning and my people will find you," she said, looking up at him. Beside her, on the passenger seat, the barrel of a handgun appeared, gesturing him to stand to one side. "I don't want to go with her daddy," Luna said, looking up at him in alarm. Marvin leaned down and gave her a hug. "Don't worry, kid. If they don't do what they say, I will come find you. Nothing can stop me." Nothing and no one. He pushed her into the car, the door shut, and in moments it had pulled away, leaving him beside the road in possession of a tent and a dog, but more lonely than he'd ever felt in his life. Luna sat in the car, alongside the woman calling herself president. On her other side was a man in a black suit, a square head and a shoulder holster. Both her companions on the back seat had moved away from her, so she sat shivering in an accumulating puddle. No one spoke. She got the distinct impression that her presence here had made the man angry. But what did that matter? The woman on her other side was the president. They didn't have to care who they upset. I am postponing my meeting at the arena, Charles. We need to get this girl some dry clothes before she catches her death. From the driver's seat, a man nodded. Yes, Madam President. So it was true. The car swung around the loop in front of the arena, as the man beside her picked up a walkie-talkie to call off the meeting. He was cross. If she were president, Luna thought, she'd fire anyone who was so bad-tempered in her presence. And that would only be the start of it. She'd thought about this a lot over the time they'd been traveling, and she'd tried to get Marvin to talk about it. He said it was too late to do much good, but then he went on about boring things like making sure everyone got fed and was safe. Of course, she wanted all those things too, but where was the fun in them? She'd read once that scientists wanted to bring woolly mammoths back to life by doing something science-y with the DNA and putting it in an elephant's egg. A bit like Jurassic Park, but real. So, she'd decided that her first presidential order, after all the boring stuff, was that NASA should resurrect unicorns. Using horses, not elephants. Obviously. Marvin had almost wet himself laughing, and she was so cross she'd stopped talking to him for almost a whole day. Luna was nudged awake as the car came to a halt. Come on now, let's get you upstairs. She's staying in the residence, Madam President, the grumpy man said. Yes, that's the simplest option. But she's a security risk, we haven't screened her. The president took Luna's hand and walked toward a door that swung open to admit her. Don't be ridiculous, she's a 10-year-old girl. Luna was barely able to keep up as the woman moved quickly through plush carpeted corridors. Occasionally a person would call a respectful greeting, but their only other companion was the man in the black suit who was pounding along behind them. Luna felt exposed and alone as she moved, with nothing but the cold and wet clothes on her back. Finally, they arrived at a white door. The guard nodded, reached over and pushed the door open. Luna followed the president into a wide entranceway with checkerboard floor tiles, ornate furniture and walls lined with paintings. Without saying a word, she directed Luna into a room off to the right that contained a large bed. She closed the doors and stood leaning back on them, as if to shut out the world. Please feel free to look through those drawers and closets, she said. My predecessor had a daughter about your age, so you should be able to find something that fits. What happened to her? Luna asked as she moved nervously to the nearest closet and threw open the doors. The president took a seat by the bed. The long dark happened, she said. Tell me, what is your name? Luna. Oh, what a lovely name. I'm called Christine. Luna emerged from the closet with a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Shouldn't I call you Madam President? Blaze shrugged. Maybe, when we're in company. But when it's just the two of us, I think we should use first names. Agreed? I'm Christine Blaze. I'm Luna Ramos. My dad's a soldier in Afghanistan, and my mommy's a sheriff. So the man you were with isn't your daddy? Luna flushed. He's as good as. That's Marvin, he's a deputy who works for my mom. And where is he taking you? Luna smiled at that. Oh, he isn't taking me nowhere. I'm taking him. To New York. Why? Because Mommy was in a helicopter that came from there. I figure that's where she's gone. Can I put this on? Sure, honey. Do you want me to leave you alone so you can get changed? Luna began pulling off her wet clothes. Oh no, I've gotten used to having no privacy. Though Marvin does his best. Always tries to give me my own space. He sounds like a good man. He's the best. When can I see him again? Soon. Luna paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she regarded this woman. Why did you bring me here? Just to give me some clothes? Not just that. You've been traveling on the open roads, haven't you? Yeah, all the way from Washington State. The president came closer and lowered her voice, as if worried she might be overheard. I want you to tell me everything you know about the country outside D.C. Why? Don't you have people for that sort of thing? You're the president. President Christine Blaze shook her head sadly. I'm a prisoner here, Luna. Washington, D.C. is controlled by the Lee Corporation. Chapter 9. Solly. Solly, come quick. It's Ross. Jackson yelled, pushing at Solly's exposed shoulders as if he were handling an unexploded bomb. Solly snorted in a lungful of air and rolled back as Janice came around beside him. Wah, he managed. Ross. What's happened? Fueled by an adrenaline burst, Solly pushed back the sheets and ran over to where his jeans lay in a pile on the floor, suddenly grateful he'd left his underpants on. He's down in the basement. Been hurt real bad. I said not to move him until one of you has seen to him. By now, Janice was also pulling on her jeans, and Solly couldn't help but notice how Jackson's eyes followed her. Well done, Jax, Janice said, tying her hair roughly back and smoothing down the shirt she'd slept in. Solly followed them down 2 flights of stairs to the ground floor. Let us get through, he called out to the crowd of kids gathered around the basement door. Ross lay at the bottom of the stairs. He was on his front with his head to one side as it sat in an expanding pool of blood. His hands were tied behind his back and he'd been gagged, though the cloth had been removed. Ross. Janice cried out in anguish. Khaled, Solly spat as he knelt beside her. How's the boy? Janice glanced up, her pale face illuminated by daylight flooding in through the open door. He's breathing. We have to move him upstairs so I can take a proper look at him. Not yet. Jackson? Run over and get Becky Epstein, Solly called over his shoulder. I sent someone across already, Jackson shouted down the stairs. Minutes later, Epstein stamped down the stairs in a cloud of cigarette smoke. She knelt beside the boy and examined his neck. Poor kid. I don't want to move him, but we'll have to, otherwise he might bleed to death down here. So they carried the non-responsive body of Ross carefully up the stairs. When they reached the top, they found Scott, Polly, and a couple of the guards waiting. What's happened? Scott said, his face full of concern. Your friend Khaled, Solly spat. Scott's jaw dropped. Is Ross going to be all right? He said as he helped the others carry the gangly youth up the next flight. I don't know. You need to go find the scum who did this and bring him back. I will, Scott said. He paused for a moment as they turned on the landing and headed up the final flight. There's no chance that Ross knows where Alison's hidden, is there? Solly stopped dead. Oh my God, he said. The look on Becky Epstein's face told them that bad news was coming. The medic's normally irascible nature was hidden beneath a fixed expression and a slow shake of the head. Well, the best I can say is that he's not dead yet, she said. I'm no detective, but it looks as though he was pushed down the steps with his hands tied behind his back. At the very least, his skull is cracked, but without access to an X-ray, I can't tell how big and deep the break is. Why hasn't he woken up? Janice asked as tears rolled down her cheeks. That's what worries me the most, Epstein said. I'd be a whole lot more positive if he was conscious. I suspect he's got bleeding onto the brain. Solly was like a caged animal, pacing backwards and forwards in the little room he'd shared with Janice. He wanted to go after Khaled and rip the lowlife limb from limb, but he couldn't leave Ross. Only now, as the boy lay on his bed, did he truly acknowledge the depth of his love for Ross. He'd gotten into the habit of calling him son in recent weeks, but now he knew that he'd meant it all along. He'd feel no worse if it were Jake. What can you do? Operate? Epstein clambered to her feet and gestured for Solly to follow her out onto the landing. She lifted the window, took a cigarette out of her inner pocket and lit it before taking a deep drag. I can't do anything for the kid, Solly. I'm sorry. I'm a paramedic, not a surgeon. You're the closest thing we've got to one, Solly said. She shrugged and blew smoke out the window. Maybe, but that's not saying a lot. All we can do is keep him comfortable, and pump him full of diuretics, to keep the pressure from building up in his brain. It's going to be a messy few days, if he lasts that long, Solly croaked. A hand slid into his and he breathed in Janice's fragrance. I'll look after him. You go after the monster who did this to him. Solly turned to her and wiped the hair from her face. I want to stay. I think of him as my son, Jan. Her smile broke his heart in two. He is our son, Sol. In this new reality, blood is meaningless. We're a family, and I'll see to him. I need to know that Khaled hasn't gotten away with it. And in any case, he's got Alison. Solly shook his head. You know, when it comes down to it, I don't care anymore. If that boy doesn't make it, then none of the struggle is worth it. Don't be silly, my love. We have to think of more than just the three of us. There's Jackson and all the others who live here. We both know there's more danger coming for them. It doesn't help Ross much to survive this only to be killed in a few days, weeks or months. Please go. He kissed her, then pulled her close and hugged her so tight he felt as if they'd merged into a single being. All too soon it was over, and with a nod, he headed down the stairs to find a weapon. Wilbur 1, this is Bad Hobbit, do you receive? Solly was sitting in one of the pickup trucks Landon had brought to the farmhouse. He couldn't bring himself to smile at his call sign. It had been Ross's invention. Wilbur 1 receiving you, Bad Hobbit. Over. What's your situation? Have you sighted him? Over. Negative, Bad Hobbit. We are heading north along Walnut Point Road. We'll keep you posted. Over. Acknowledged, Wilbur 1. Out. Solly was just reaching over to put the handset into the glove box when there was a sharp rap on the window. Jackson was there. What is it, Jax? Which way you headin', Sol? Solly pointed to the right. Toward the city. The boy shook his head. You want to head south toward Williamsport. Why? All the soldiers have gone north. 'Cause Latoya said she saw a man runnin' that way when she was goin' to the bathroom. He pointed in the opposite direction, to the one Solly had intended to take. When was this? Just after sunrise, she says. Solly shrugged. How old is she? 6, 7? About that. But she ain't no fool neither. Came up to me and told me all about it before I'd asked anyone if they'd seen anything. Get in, Solly said, pushing open the passenger door as Jackson ran around and jumped in. He put the car into drive and stabbed down on the gas. Williamsport was a small town on the banks of the Potomac River that marked the border with West Virginia. Khaled's direct route to the Lee Corporation in New York lay in the opposite direction, so it had made complete sense for Corporal DeSanto, Scott, and Polly to concentrate their efforts to the north. But Khaled was nothing if not clever, and he'd have known where they'd look, so checking the south road seemed like a good plan, if only to be thorough. Solly couldn't control the knot in his stomach, however, as he grappled with the triple fears of what might happen to Ross while he was away, Khaled eluding their grip entirely, or being caught by the others before Solly could wring his neck. He sped out of the farmhouse gates and headed south toward Williamsport. Khaled had been on foot when he'd escaped, though they couldn't discount the possibility he'd found a vehicle and was, even now, doubling back on them in the direction of his masters in New York. However, Landon and Jackson had done a pretty thorough job of draining the gas out of all the vehicles within easy walking distance of the farmhouse, so he'd have to try a lot of cars and walk a long way before he'd find a usable one. On the other hand, he'd had a head start of at least 2 hours, and a panicked man can get a long way in that time. If he'd taken to the countryside, they'd have little chance of finding him. But they had to try, so Solly sped along Honeyfield Road as he and Jackson scanned the white wood and brick houses on either side of the road for any sign of movement. He drove straight through a metal barrier, that had shut off an abandoned part of the lane and emerged onto a three-way junction. Which way now? Solly shrugged. Which way would you go if you wanted to get away? Depends where I wanted to end up. New York? Jackson grunted. Well, I wouldn't have come to Williamsport in the first place, but I guess he could circle around and head in the right direction. Now, if he was heading for D.C., that's a different thing. Why? Well, the river down there, that's the Potomac. It goes right into Washington, though you'd want to get out before the falls. Solly nodded. Of course. My geography's a bit sketchy. So he could get there by boat? Sure, me and some pals used to talk about it. It seemed to be a good way out of our dead-end town. Ironic, ain't it? Solly thought for a moment. Seems to me he's playing us for fools, Jax. If we're right, he set off south knowing we'd search north because he thinks we'll expect him to head for New York. What if he isn't? What if he's heading for D.C.? But Lee Corp's in New York and Seattle. Everyone knows that. Look, Jax, they've proven that they can strike just about anywhere. If there's a government re-establishing itself in D.C., you can bet they'll find a way to involve themselves. He sighed and gazed at the intersection. 2-story wooden houses and small shops lay to left and right. Most of their windows had been smashed, but those that remained were dusty and dark. He felt the weight of his next decision, as it seemed that more depended on it than he could see at that moment. All he wanted right now was to catch Khaled, preferably without anyone nearby to restrain him. He didn't want to hear that the man was more valuable alive than dead. Ross was fighting for his life because of that scum, and the least Khaled could expect from Solly was to be in the same condition after he'd finished with him. If he's circling back, he probably turned north here, Solly said. If he's heading for D.C., then we have to search along the riverbank, starting at the bridge. And then again, if he's double bluffing us and heading straight for New York, we need to go back the way we came. He turned to the young man in the passenger seat. Jackson was watching him, as if to read his intention in his face. What do you think, Jax? Ross is your friend. I reckon you want to catch Khaled as much as I do. Jackson nodded slowly. Yeah, I do. He's a piece of work, that's for sure. That's it, Solly said. You're right. Look, the chances are we've lost him, so we might as well go with our instincts. Maybe he's just a little too clever for his own good. I think he's going for D.C., Jackson said. D.C. They parked the car 50 yards from the river and then crept the rest of the way. Solly's plan was to use the bridge as a vantage point to survey both banks to the north and south, in the hope that he'd see some evidence of Khaled and maybe, if his speculation was correct, even a boat. Solly had almost set foot on the road bridge when a sharp cry forced him to stop in an instant. No further. Khaled emerged from somewhere beneath the bridge, flanked by 2 young men in rags, the first living souls Solly had seen in Williamsport. Khaled held a weapon in shaking hands as his associates shuffled toward Solly and Jackson. One carried something that looked like a machete, and the other had a hunting knife. Solly could tell that madness had claimed them long ago, and all hope left him. He jumped to the left to avoid the blow, and a shot rang out. The thug nearest Solly flinched for a moment, and then made a grab for his arm just as Jackson retreated from the knife-wielding maniac attacking him. Solly twisted and brought his knee up, knocking the wind out of his assailant, and then rushing forward to press home his advantage with a shoulder charge that sent him to the ground. Solly spun around and leaped onto the back of the other man, grabbing his wrist as it swung the knife in a wide arc toward Jackson's throat. Roaring, Solly Masters kneed the man in the back and fell on top of him as he collapsed. They scrambled on the ground, dust billowing up into the sky, each growling at the other as they fought for control of the knife. A foot swung through the air and Jackson's boot knocked it flying, the weak winter sun flashing off the blade. Then, just as he thought he could draw breath, Solly fell beneath the weight of the other attacker. He jerked sideways and the machete bounced off the asphalt, the shock causing the man to lose his grip so Solly could grab it and roll away. Now Jackson and Solly were armed, and their assailants weren't. The 2 young men, only a little older than Jackson, retreated. One held his side and the other supported him. Then, quite suddenly, they ran. Solly spun to see what Khaled was doing, just in time to see him disappear around the bend of the river, using the current to sweep him along before starting up the outboard motor. Even from this distance he looked to have barely the strength to steer the boat, and he leaned back as if taking a relaxing river cruise. But by his side sat a familiar pack, and Solly could just see the outline of a metal cylinder inside. He had lost Alison. Chapter 10. Solly pulled the collar of his jacket around his ears, and forced himself as far under the canopy as possible. It was a mercy to be out of the wind, but still he sat in a pool of cold water as he watched the near bank of the Potomac sliding by. Bobby stood at the wheel, guiding the old fishing boat along the river, as Polly strained to see any sign of their quarry. It was a fool's errand, as Scott had told them when he, Polly, and Bobby had caught up with them as they'd waited on the river bank. Khaled had a head start, and was using a boat long prepared for the journey, whereas they'd been forced to choose the first one they found tethered to a jetty a half-mile downriver from the bridge, and the only fuel they had on them was the 10-gallon gas can in the back of Polly's truck. They had nothing more than a torn-out sheet from the Atlas, and Jackson's estimate that it was about 150 miles by river from Williamsport to D.C. Solly guessed that the boat would do no more than 15 miles to the gallon, and less than that if they pushed the motor, so they were forced to choose between marshaling their fuel so they'd make it to D.C. and going as fast as possible to give themselves a chance of catching up with Khaled. They'd opted for a compromise that, Solly reflected sullenly, would probably result in them achieving neither. Bobby had insisted on coming along once it became obvious that Scott had slipped into despair. The loss of Alison was the final blow to any hopes they had for defeating the Lee Corporation, though Scott would still not explain what he intended for her. It was as if he thought Solly might object. Sure, they could destroy the Reapers being built by the Lees, but that would only delay them. Ultimately, the only way to defeat the second apocalypse was to bring the Lee Corporation to its knees, and that meant facing and destroying the glue that bound all its disparate parts together, the sinews that connected the bones. Annabelle Lee, in life or death, was the key. And Alison, Scott insisted, could pick that particular lock. So Scott had gone to ground, and Solly neither knew nor cared whether he was now at the farmhouse gibbering in the basement or back on the open road. Solly wanted Alison, but above all, he wanted Khaled. While they'd waited by the river bank, Janice had passed on word that Ross was still unconscious, which meant they'd been unable to get any diuretics into his system, so they were doing their best to keep his head cool by wrapping it in towels soaked in cold water. He could tell that she had little hope for him, and so Solly focused on his pursuit and ignored the truth that at least part of the reason he was here and not at Ross's bedside was because he simply couldn't bear to face his helplessness. Polly had come along for similar reasons. She'd become like a caged tiger, especially since Khaled's disappearance. She wanted desperately to find her daughter, but had no idea where to begin looking, except that she was almost certainly far to the west. Polly had spent long hours brooding over what she should do and where she could go. The only crumb of comfort was that she trusted Marvin Tucker as much as she trusted anyone. Chances were he'd taken Luna to his old house in Spokane, and that was where Polly would go as soon as she felt she'd done all she could here. Because, for all that she wanted to find Luna, she knew that it would be in vain if the Lees weren't face down. She couldn't bear the prospect of finding her daughter if she hadn't had the strength to do what she could to give her some sort of future. And there was the matter of justice. She was a cop on the trail of a cowardly thief who'd pushed a boy down a flight of stairs and left him for dead. And he'd taken what she knew to be the most important weapon they had in the fight against the Lee Corporation. She didn't know how it worked, but she'd seen it go up against the Annabelle personality in Seattle and win, and that was the only scrap of comfort she could find in this seemingly hopeless battle. They pulled into the bank as darkness began to fall. Bobby had wanted to carry on through the night to give them a better chance of closing the gap between them and their prey, but Polly thought the risk of missing Khaled in the dark was too great, and Solly agreed with her. Frankly, he was glad to scramble out of the boat onto the wooded banks beside Shepherdstown Bridge. He stood looking out on the river as he waited for his balance to return, and then helped the others tie up and unload the boat. They'd had no time to find and pack tents, though Janice had thrown Solly's gear into his backpack and brought it with her to the riverside in Williamsport, where they'd made their desperate plan to chase Khaled down. So for shelter, they had nothing more than an old tarpaulin they'd found in the back of the boat, which they'd stretched between the thin trunks of 4 silver birch trees. Solly had rolled out a second, smaller tarpaulin that they now sat on, miserably gazing out at the dark river as dusk gave way to darkness. "This is stupid, isn't it?" Polly said. "I mean, what chance do we have of catching up with him before he hands over the cylinder?" Solly nodded as he gripped his mug of coffee in both hands, welcome warmth spreading through his fingers. "Maybe, but to be honest, I'd settle for getting my hands around that lowlife's throat." "I know what you mean. After all, if we hunt him for long enough, we'll catch him. But will it be worth anything if we deal with Khaled after he's handed the cylinder over?" "Maybe not in the grand scheme, but it'll mean the world to me." Polly leaned back against the trunk of a tree. "Me too." Come on guys," Bobby said, coming to sit alongside them. "Where's your positivity? We can catch this man. As soon as the sun comes up, we be gone. He not gonna be on the river at night, and maybe he don't know we're after him, so he may have a little lie-in." "You were the one who said he might get away if we didn't carry on tonight," Polly said. Well, I'm a glasses half full kinda man. Like my friend Solly here. A ray of sunshine." Solly grunted. "Funny, Bobby, very funny." Polly took the wheel as they guided the boat out from under the bridge and headed into the deeper water. Bobby had woken them barely 20 minutes earlier when it was still dark, and they'd fumbled around getting ready by flashlight, each taking turns to use the latrine hole Solly had dug the previous night. Honestly, of all the things he wouldn't have believed himself capable of, taking a dump in the woods was pretty high on the list, but there were no facilities on the little boat, and he preferred squatting over a hole to hanging his butt out over the river. "Can you see well enough?" Solly called. To him, the world was still an almost uniform black, with only the vaguest suggestion of shapes moving as the boat changed direction. "Just about," Polly responded. She'd been elected as their first pilot of the day because she had the sharpest eyes, but Solly suspected she was steering largely using her peripheral vision, as she kept moving her head exaggeratedly left and right rather than staring straight ahead. By luck or judgment, however, they hit nothing as they moved with the current, and soon enough, there was enough light for steering to become easy. Solly was trying to keep track of their progress as they went by, spotting landmarks and working out which towns they were passing through or by. The rain of the previous day had seen the river swell a little, and the current had picked up, so the bank slid past them quickly. But they had no idea if they were gaining on their quarry, no idea indeed if he was even still ahead of them at all. Until Solly spotted something floating near the bank. "There," he called to Bobby, who was taking his turn at the wheel. Without a word, the boat swung around and headed for the bank. "What is it?" Polly asked, squinting at the water. Solly didn't respond. Had he been mistaken? He'd thought he recognized something bobbing in the water. Yes, there it was. As Bobby brought the boat alongside, he reached down, fished it out, and dropped it at his feet. He'd been correct. "This is the pack Alison was in," he said, his mood swinging from elation to dread. It proved that Khaled was still on the river, or had been recently, but how did it come to be there, and was Alison inside when it was thrown overboard? Bobby swung the boat away from the bank and toward the fast-flowing center of the river. Why would he throw the pack overboard? Solly said to Polly, over the buzzing of the accelerating outboard motor. "It makes no sense." Polly shrugged. "I don't know. Worst-case scenario, he was attacked, and it was thrown overboard. Who could attack someone on a river? Well, we're chasing him, why shouldn't someone else?" Solly settled back on the bench seat. "No, I don't buy it, but then I don't see why he would get rid of it, knowing that it might be seen by anyone following." "Unless he's completely lost his mind," Polly said. Yes, that thought had occurred to Solly. Khaled had never struck Solly as the most stable of individuals, and if he threw the backpack overboard in a fit of madness, Alison was almost certainly inside. Her casing was probably waterproof, but they would have no chance of finding her on the riverbed, so she'd be as good as gone. Maybe he was just trying to lighten the load, Bobby called. But I think the time for treading carefully has passed, time for warp factor 10, Solly. Almost instantly, the noise from the outboard motor increased in intensity, and it jumped forward. They saw no other clues that day, and when the light had almost completely gone, they pulled the boat into the bank at a place called Point of Rocks. Solly nudged Polly, who after a brief snort rolled over and sat up. "Bobby's gone," he said. "What?" she said, suddenly alert as she twisted around before jumping to her feet. The boat was still there, but there was no sign of the Jamaican. "Where would he go?" Solly said. He ran up to a path behind where they'd slept and scanned left and right. A road bridge passed above him to cross the river here, but there was no movement anywhere that he could see. "Another mystery," Polly said as he returned. "He's left his pack here. But come on, we need to get going. Give me 5 minutes to warm up some beans and dig a hole, then we can be off." They were in the boat, and about to pull away, when they heard Bobby's voice calling them. "Not so fast. I come bearing gifts." Solly could see him running down the path pushing a shopping cart. Inside it was a jerry can. Breathing a sigh of relief, Solly welcomed his friend back aboard. "Where have you been?" Bobby smiled. "I was going to wake you up, but you looked so peaceful. I was thinking that we could close the gap if we could keep the speed up, so I took the jerry can and went looking for some gas. Found it too. And some folks. There are people here. And they let you take fuel," Polly said, failing to hide the doubt in her voice. "Yes, indeed, a nice Christian community. And I didn't take the gas, I traded for it." "What did you give them?" "My piece. I figured I had you two hotshots to take care of that side of tings. And besides, I got another in my pack." He heaved the jerry can into the boat and then climbed on board. "And I got some more news, my friends. It just so happens that one of them folks I was talking to was fishing yesterday when he saw someone going by in a boat. Indian-looking fella, he said, and he was talking to himself as he went by." "What time yesterday?" "About an hour before dark." "So he's not that far ahead of us," Solly said. Bobby smiled again, his gold tooth glinting as the sun rose. "And this fella said he will have to get off the river when it gets to the rapids, so we've got to put our foot down, Solly, old pal. We'll catch him yet." Solly took Bobby's hand. "You're a hero. And you thought I'd abandoned you. Never again, my friend. Never again." Solly checked on the map and guessed that they'd reach the falls by mid-afternoon at this rate. The pain of hope gripped him as he imagined catching Khaled, wresting the cylinder from him, and then seeing justice done. But they had no sight of him. The hours passed as they gazed out onto the river, straining for any sign of the boat they sought. As they went, the current picked up and then, quite suddenly, the river began to narrow. "There!" Polly cried, pointing to the far bank. She was right. Khaled's boat had been drawn up to a concrete boat ramp, and a figure had jumped into the shallow water and was wading onto dry land. Bobby swung the boat around and headed for the shore. There was no point in trying to catch Khaled unawares, as they could see nowhere else to land. No, it was now a flat-out race. And Khaled was winning. He'd disappeared over the end of the ramp by the time they'd gotten close enough for Solly and Polly to leap into the river, while Bobby brought the boat to a stop. They ran up the slipway, weapons drawn, and then onto the level road at the top, looking for any sign of the direction Khaled had taken. There he was, scampering up a side lane. And then two figures in black uniforms jumped from behind a stone wall, assault rifles raised and pointing directly at Solly and Polly. "Drop your weapons." "Shoot them," Khaled called. He turned to watch them. The two guards looked uncertainly at each other but didn't fire. "You nearly caught me, didn't you?" Khaled said. Then he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out Alison. Solly could see from here that she wasn't in her protective sheath. "You won't get away with this." Sali said. It was a wretched cliché, but it was all he could think to say. He could just make out Alison's cyan eye as it roved around looking for the source of the voice. "Father," she called. "I'm here." Khaled laughed hysterically. "Father? Are you insane? She's a machine." There was a brief pause, then Alison screamed. Chapter 11. Nathan. They had their first close call outside the Holiday Inn Express in Yuma, Arizona. Sumi had donned her KPA uniform as soon as they'd entered this more urban area, and they were on the hunt for a car with fuel. So far, they'd been lucky, covering the best part of 300 miles without running into any trouble they couldn't handle. Mostly they'd kept to desert roads and had gone entire days without seeing another living soul. If the North Koreans were massing for an invasion, Nathan and Sumi saw no sign of it. Their latest car, an ancient Toyota Land Cruiser, had finally given up the ghost as they were shadowing I-8 a few miles east of Yuma, so they'd decided to head into town to see if they could find another ride. Nathan figured their best bet was to check out the parking lots outside the short strip of hotels that ran alongside the interstate, and it was here that a sharp outburst of Korean brought them to a halt. They just had time to arrange themselves so that they could play their parts as 2 KPA soldiers ran out of the hotel, rifles in hand, and then stopped 10 yards away shouting at Sumi. Nathan thrust his hands in the air and watched as one of the 2 soldiers approached Sumi, and recognizing her rank insignia, saluted smartly. There was no mistaking the tone of doubt that lurked behind the surface respect as the man bobbed his head subserviently while glancing suspiciously at Nathan. After a few moments, the other guard joined them, standing close enough to listen to the discussion while keeping his gun pointed at Nathan, whose time with Sumi had not furnished him with enough Korean for him to keep track of what was being said. Sumi was putting on a good show. Nathan suspected she was as terrified as him, but she came across as a confident junior lieutenant addressing her inferiors, and added just the right dash of disdain for their questions. But she was getting frustrated, he could see that. She flourished her KPA ID card but didn't hand it over, since the officer it had been taken from, along with the uniform she wore, didn't look exactly like her. She gestured back at Nathan, no doubt relaying the cover story they'd agreed. He was a representative of the military government in Phoenix, who was traveling to San Diego for negotiations with senior North Korean officials. Their transportation, according to the story, had been attacked by bandits, and their escort had been killed, so Sumi had taken it upon herself to deliver the honored guest to his destination. Nathan could see the doubt in the faces of the 2 guards, and he was surprised that they didn't call their superiors out of the hotel. Unless they were here on their own. Good grief, were they so short-handed that they manned an important approach road with nothing more than a couple of privates with rifles? Then the mood suddenly changed. Their natural subservience was finally overcome by the abject terror of getting this decision wrong. One of the guards spun around to go back, and as his colleague turned to watch him, Sumi grabbed him and thrust her pistol into his back. Nathan had been ready. Though the first guard was now 20 yards away, Nathan was upon him by the time he turned to bring his rifle to bear. He grabbed the barrel and thrust it away, but the guard recovered faster than Nathan expected, bringing a knee up to connect with his ribs and knocking him sideways. Nathan grunted in pain as his hand slid on the concrete, but he rolled over instantly as the guard brought his gun around and tried to take aim. Nathan launched himself at the man and propelled him backwards, landing on top of him as the rifle landed with a hollow clatter. Before the man could move, he drew the knife from its ankle sheath and plunged it into the guard's chest before immediately getting up to avoid the fountain of blood. "Josonghamnida," he said as the man writhed for a few moments, crying out in pain and fear before going still. "Sorry." Sumi and the other guard had watched, frozen, and there was no doubt about the horror on both their faces as Nathan picked up the rifle and walked back, red-faced and panting. The remaining guard tensed, and his expression changed to one of terror as Nathan approached. "What do we do with him?" he said. "We don't kill him in cold blood," Sumi responded. "He's just doing his job." Nathan shrugged. "Agreed, though I wouldn't like to be in his boots if he reports this to his superiors." Sumi turned to the guard and asked him something in Korean. The man responded hesitantly. He says they were due to be relieved in 3 days. Okay then, we lock him up somewhere. But ask him one more question, does he have transport? It was a Nissan Pathfinder in black with the logo of the POC stuck on the side, but it had the desired effect, as Sumi and Nathan were able to pass unmolested through Yuma on I-8. The traffic increased as they approached the airport, to the point where Nathan could almost imagine that the long dark had never happened, except for the North Korean flags he saw on vehicles transporting soldiers and supplies in and out. Once past the airport, the traffic died down again, but over the hours, signs of life began to reassert themselves on the desert road. Trucks joined the interstate heading, it seemed, for San Diego. Most had no POC logo, leading Nathan and Sumi to the reluctant conclusion that at least some locals were cooperating. Can't blame them too much, Nathan said. It's probably a case of work or die. I wonder if any form of government was set up here before the POC came in. If not, it's easy to see why people would cooperate, if only to put food on the table. Sumi gave a quiet snort. What happened to patriotism? Survival comes first, believe me, Nathan said. After another hour heading west, the traffic funneled into a single lane. Checkpoint ahead, Sumi said. Get your paperwork together and leave me to do the talking. Funny, Nathan said, trying to keep his tone light. The checkpoint came into view as they crawled forward. The truck in front stopped, and the driver got out of his cab at the direction of a POC officer. Nathan watched as the officer examined the paperwork, becoming increasingly agitated as he checked his watch and pointed at something written on the form. I guess the driver's running late, Nathan said as the driver pointed desperately at one of the wheels. Maybe he had a blowout. Quite suddenly, the officer drew his fist back and felled the driver with a single blow. He gestured to 2 other soldiers who joined in giving the prone man a brutal beating. Don't move, Sumi hissed. We can't help him. Nathan clenched his teeth as the beating went on. Eventually, the officer called a halt, and the driver was hauled to his feet, and he stood swaying slightly as he wiped the blood from his face. The soldiers manhandled him up into the cab, and seconds later, the truck pulled away and it was their turn. The officer's face appeared at the window, his initially suspicious expression changing to one of surprise as he spotted Sumi's rank insignia. He gave a curt salute and questioned her in Korean before addressing Nathan, who sat in the passenger seat. You are a representative of the decadent people of Phoenix, Arizona, he stated in excellent accented English. I represent the government of Phoenix, yes, Nathan responded. He felt Sumi twitch beside him, but had decided that he didn't want to appear weak or subservient to a man who was obviously a bully. You have had quite an adventure. I am glad to see that Lieutenant Kyo was able to keep you safe on such an important diplomatic mission. She has been invaluable, Nathan said, handing over his papers at a gesture from the officer. Well, Mr. Wozniak, he said. Nathan had enjoyed the irony of the fact that he was using the ID of the man who'd betrayed him, and unwittingly exposed the North Korean presence to the TLX. We can't have any risk of any more accidents. I have a truck going to New Pyongyang, you will go with it. Ice filled Nathan's guts as he saw the slight smile on the face of the officer. The man knew they were lying, at least by omission. That's not necessary, Nathan said, trying to keep his voice steady. I have complete confidence in the lieutenant. Oh, so do I, Mr. Wozniak. Which is why she will accompany you. Once your account is corroborated, I am sure she will be in line for a decoration. Sumi began to protest in Korean, but she was cut short by the officer and the doors on both sides were torn open. Rough hands grabbed Nathan and pulled him out of the car. They took his weapons and marched him over to an olive-colored military truck whose U.S. Army logo had been scratched out. The back door was pulled open, and he was forced up the steps until he was inside. Sumi followed, and their packs were tossed in after them before the doors were shut. There was just enough light to see that they weren't alone. Half a dozen others sat there, and they all looked with fear and suspicion at Sumi, the only Korean among them. The truck was obviously a troop transport, as it had a row of benches along each side, so Nathan and Sumi sat as far away from the others as they could and leaned forward to whisper. "What do we do?" Nathan said. Sumi shook her head. "I don't understand why he was so insistent. He outranked me, but if I was telling the truth, he's taking a big risk by throwing an envoy and his escort into the back of a truck." "Unless he knew our story's BS," Nathan said. He had a bad feeling that perhaps things had moved on in Arizona since they'd started heading west. Maybe the idea of diplomacy with the government in Phoenix was now moot. Maybe there was no longer an independent Phoenix. There was a shout outside, and the truck's engine started up. Nathan grabbed the bench, then leaned back as it started moving. He'd known the mission was a risky one from the beginning, but he'd somehow expected to at least get to San Diego, or New Pyongyang as it had been renamed, before being caught. Well, he would get there, that's for sure, but he was likely to see nothing more than the inside of a cell and the business end of a firing squad. And if the rumors were true, even worse awaited Sumi. They sat in utter silence as the miles passed. No one spoke to them, but Nathan caught fragments of conversation between the others. One of them seemed to be held in high regard by the others. When he spoke, they listened, and when he made a point, that was the end of any debate. They talked with the quiet determination of people resigned to their fate. At least two were women, judging by their voices, and the others were a mix of young and old. And they all hated the North Koreans. Nathan awoke suddenly as he bounced off the opposite wall of the truck, landing in a heap on top of Sumi. His ears were ringing, so he could barely hear the crackle of small arms fire and Korean shouts of alarm. A voice growled in his ear. "Get ready, son, if you want to save your hide." Nathan rolled over just as the back doors blew open. "No," he cried as a gun barrel was pointed at Sumi. "She's on our side." "And whose side is that exactly?" the man said. "Well, we ain't got time to find out now. Bring her with us, and we'll work out if this boy's a collaborator later." "Funny, boss. Collaborator later. You're a poet," said a thin, smarmy voice. "Can it, Wesley? Now let's get out of here." Nathan was pushed into the blinding mid-afternoon brightness, shielding his eyes so he could take in the scene. 4 KPA soldiers lay dead while a 5th was on his knees, having been dragged from the cab of the truck. He raised his hands and pleaded, sobbing, with the man standing over him, his handgun pointing at the driver's head. The man looked across at someone standing beside Solly, then turned back to the driver and pulled the trigger. The echoing crack died just as the body slumped to the ground. Nathan let out an involuntary expletive. "What's the problem, son?" the older man said. "Got a soft spot for the Kimmies, have you?" "No, but I like to think we're the good guys here. Killing someone in a firefight is one thing, murdering in cold blood is another. This here's a war, son, and we kill enemy fighters," he said. "And we kill collaborators. So, tell me what you're doing in the company of a KPA officer." Nathan turned to face the man. He wasn't as old as he'd thought in the darkness. Probably late 50s, fit enough though carrying a few extra pounds, and a veteran if Nathan was any judge. His face bore the evidence of a recent beating. "My name is Sergeant Nathan Woods of 2nd Battalion, TLX Army. This is Corporal Pak Sumi, and she is assigned to my unit." "But that ain't no corporal's uniform," drawled the young man called Wesley, who had hold of Sumi. "So, you're from the TLX, are you?" "I can't say, as I'm entirely sure they're a whole heap better than the KPA. I reckon, soon enough, they'd be rolling west to rope us into their independence thing, willin' or no. We've heard some stories, let me tell you." Nathan shrugged. "And many of them are probably true, but we're Americans, and it seems to me that anything's better than anarchy or living under the boot of the North Koreans." The older man regarded Nathan for a moment or two, scratching his gray stubble as he thought. "Okay, I believe you for now. Let our guest go, Wesley. My name's Rex Matthews, formerly of 5th Marines, where I held the rank of sergeant." He held out a beefy hand that swallowed Nathan's. "Were you in the Army before the world went belly up?" "I was in the Texas National Guard," Nathan said. Well, close enough, Matthews responded. But look, we need to get away quickly. It won't be long before they come looking for their missing truck. He began moving away, and Nathan, with a nod to Sumi, went to follow him. Where are we going? To a safe place near here. The Kimmies haven't found it yet, and I don't reckon they will. Don't like the heat, you see. And what will we do there? Matthews turned as he strode toward the side of the road and headed into the brush. We'll plan our next move, and you can explain what you're doing hundreds of miles from home with a woman in a KPA uniform. Welcome to the Resistance, my friend. Chapter 12. Solly. Solly pressed his palms to his ears as Khaled and the two guards standing in front of him fell to the ground where they writhed in agony. After a few seconds, Alison's scream stopped. Solly and Polly, who'd been farther away, were the first to react, each grabbing a rifle from one of the guards and leveling it as they got woozily to their feet, shaking their heads as if to clear the lingering echoes ringing in their ears. Keeping them covered, Solly stepped past the guards and seized Alison from Khaled, who lay, still insensible, on the ground. Father, you came for me, she said. Of course, Solly responded. Now wasn't the time to confess to an artificial entity with the power to render people unconscious that he'd pursued Khaled mainly out of revenge. He gestured to Khaled to get on his feet. The man was sobbing pathetically as he looked from Solly to Polly and saw no pity there. What you gonna do with him? Called Bobby, who was watching the two black uniformed guards. I'd slit him from ear to ear if it was up to me. Khaled wailed. You don't understand. They made me do it. And you don't understand, Solly hissed. We don't care. You were going to hand over the very device you told me is the key to preventing the second apocalypse. But why DC? Khaled stood quietly sobbing. I'd answer him if I were you, Polly said, her calm voice carrying an unmistakable threat. I cannot say. They will kill me, he wailed, shaking his head as if in denial. And if you don't, I'll kill you, Solly said, though as he did so, he found his rage and disgust tempered with pity. The man was terrified beyond imagination. He sighed. Look, we'll help if we can, but we need to know why you were bringing the cylinder here. Khaled deflated. He looked utterly defeated, as if he had lost all hope. I can hear it, he said calmly. Look at my implant. And he fell like a stone. Solly. He spun around to see the two guards on the floor, unresponsive. Father, there is something here, Alison said as Solly checked Khaled for a pulse. I detected an EM pulse a few seconds ago. Then he heard it. A high-pitched hum that before the long dark he'd have paid little attention to. But here, in this quieter post-apocalyptic world, it was totally out of place. Quickly, he turned Khaled's lifeless body over and pulled the man's filthy coat off and the shirt under it. Look, he called. There, beneath his shoulder blade, was a shiny metal circle. He's had an upgrade to his implant. Over there, Polly called. Solly followed her pointing arm where a black floating object emerged from the tree line. Is that a drone? Bobby asked. It's a Reaper, Solly said. Quick, let's get inside. They gathered their weapons and the assault rifles of the guards, then ran for the nearest of the riverside cottages, a whitewashed brick building with a front door that had long ago been smashed to pieces. They got inside and then filled the gap where the door had been with the kitchen table. Solly ran upstairs and looked out of the bedroom window. He watched the drone drift over to the three bodies and then dip slightly as if it was checking them. It killed them remotely, Solly whispered to Polly and Bobby as they crouched beside him. Exactly as Khaled said. So the Lees implanted the new bonesware before letting him go. And he knew he was carrying it all along, even when he was telling us about the Reapers. Solly nodded as he watched the drone complete its inspection and remain hovering as its body swung around as if it were searching for something. He couldn't tell us because he feared what we'd do. We certainly wouldn't have let him out of the cellar. They knew where Alison had been before she turned up in Seattle, so they sent him to pick up the trail, hoping we'd return. But why DC? Oh no, Polly said as the drone's camera array pointed directly at them, and it began moving toward the house where they hid. It's coming, Alison said. I can sense it. A dark, dark mind. It wants to kill. Solly looked down at the device in his hand. The cyan eye was wandering back and forth, leaving digital tears flowing down the display. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Alison, is there any chance it can detect you? It's coming straight for us. Perhaps, Polly, Alison said. Should I shut down? There's no point, it's found us, Solly said, readying the carbine he'd taken from one of the guards. The Reaper came for them, accelerating toward the window they hid behind. A puff of smoke, and moments later they were showered with dust and debris, choking as they scrambled away from the hole blown in the wall a few yards to their right. Missed us, Bobby said, bringing his rifle to bear. I don't think so, Solly responded. They want Alison in one piece. It's just found a way in. Sure enough, through the clearing dust, he could see the Reaper heading for the hole. Quick. He tightened his grip on Alison and leapt to the door of the bedroom as Polly followed. Come on, Bobby, Solly called. Gimme a minute, he said, crouching behind the doorframe and leveling his carbine. I want to see if I can put a dent in it. You go on. Polly pulled on Solly's arm, and they ran downstairs as a burst of gunfire came from above, followed by the slamming of the door and Bobby's heavy boots on the stairs. Guess the answer's no, he panted. The bullets just bounced off. It's like a flying Dalek. Now let's move it, 'cause I don't want to be exterminated. We can't just run if it can track Alison. It'll find us wherever we go, Polly said. Solly looked down at the cylinder as the whining of the drone above them got closer. It's best if you deactivate yourself, Alison, he said. Father, I'm frightened, she responded. Promise I'll wake up again. Solly smiled down at the cyan eye. I promise. Whatever happens, I'll reactivate you. Without another word, the eye disappeared. Moments later, a door exploded, and the Reaper moved onto the staircase. Adrenaline flooded Solly's veins as he listened to it floating toward them. So this was how the antelope felt when the lion pack was circling. They reached the ground floor of the cottage, and he flung open the first door. It was the kitchen. Solly suppressed his sneeze as he breathed in fetid air and, holding his nose, carefully closed the door behind him. He opened the back door. It was the obvious escape route, but they had little chance of getting away once out in the open. In there, Solly said, twisting round and bundling them all into the pantry, shutting the door behind them. Polly crouched beside him. You know we're trapped in here, don't you? Yeah, I'm banking on that thing not being able to turn a door handle. I reckon it'll assume we've run outside. That'll buy us a little time. They sat in the pantry, straining to hear the approaching drone. Solly jumped as with a crash, the kitchen door was blown open, bits of wood hitting the outside of the pantry. The whining hum drew closer as Polly touched Solly's shoulder and pointed to the back of the pantry. Infrared, she whispered. Of course. It was all very well hiding behind a door, but who was to say what technology this thing had for detecting bodies? They crawled as quietly as possible to the far end of the pantry and into an alcove at the end of the row where a washing machine had once been. There was barely enough room for all of them, and Solly found himself breathing in the earthy aroma of Polly's deep brown hair and wondered when she'd last washed it. He could feel Bobby's arms on his shoulders and the man's breath on his head. The whining of the drone increased until they could tell it was immediately outside. Solly imagined invisible X-rays sweeping the pantry, looking for them as they held their breath. Then, after a few seconds, the whining moved on and disappeared. Solly sighed with relief. Are we going to make a break for it? Polly whispered. Not yet, Solly said, speaking into her ear as they didn't dare move. I reckon it'll call for reinforcements if it can't find us, and we'll have a squad of Lee Corp guards to deal with. Why do you think it killed those guards outside? Solly shrugged. Haven't got a clue, but if they were still alive, we'd have been found by now. Let's give it half an hour. If we don't hear anything, we can run for the boat. That's our best way out of here. Yeah, but Solly, we won't be able to go so fast against the current. I wouldn't fancy being in the middle of that river with a reaper chasing me, Bobby said. Then we'd better sneak off without them noticing, Solly said, because we're inside DC territory now, and I'm beginning to wonder just how independent the new government is. They sat in the pantry, each lost in their own thoughts, for the longest 30 minutes of their lives. The place had been stripped of the food that had once lined the shelves, except for a few packets of mixed spices and instant soup that he put in his pack. Right, let's go, he whispered as he glanced down at his watch. He discarded his Apple Watch 2 days after the long dark, and was wearing the old clockwork watch his father-in-law, his former father-in-law, had given him years ago. He'd been happy to ditch it when he bought his first smartwatch, but the old Timex had had the last laugh. His other wrist still felt oddly naked, even though he'd stopped wearing his Boneswear display months ago. It still worked, and taking it off didn't affect the implant itself, but he hated it and all it represented. And he didn't need to be warned about his blood pressure. They left the carbines on the floor of the pantry and drew handguns before creeping to the back of the door. Solly put his hand on the door handle and, after a nod to the others, pulled it gently open. It was on the kitchen table. Solly gasped, but Polly put her hand on his shoulder. It's powered off, she said. Quick, let's get out of here. So it knew they were still inside, so it had waited silently for them to emerge. And now it was waking up. Its 4 rotors began spinning, and a series of red lights began to circle its dome-like base. It's initializing. Solly hissed. With a roar, Bobby ran across the stone floor and threw himself onto the drone. He grabbed one of the Reaper's 4 arms and tried to rip at the rotor. Bobby, Solly called, leave it. You run. I'll take care of this. Go, my friend. Polly went to go, but Solly turned in the doorway. No, he said. Not this time. An alarm sounded from the Reaper as it strained to lift off. Solly ran back in to help his friend when, without warning, Bobby exploded, blood raining down on Solly like a spring shower as he screamed in horror and slipped to the floor. Bobby's upper body slid from the top of the Reaper, and it rose like the spawn of the devil out of the ruins of a good man's corpse. Born out of blood, scarlet lights dancing, it dipped its nose and the twin muzzles rotated to face Solly. The Reaper floated above him as Solly tried to scramble away, dragging the cylinder with him. Get away, he called to Polly as she drew her weapon in the doorway. The Reaper's weapon swung to point at her, but Solly held Alison out in front of him and called, leave her or I'll destroy this. The drone turned back to Solly as he pressed his handgun against the cylinder's shiny blood-spattered surface. Then, as he despaired, he remembered his promise. Alison, he said. Wake up. He felt her come alive. She gasped in fear. It is here. It is so dark. It killed Bobby, he said, and it wants to kill Polly and me. The cyan eye looked from him to Polly and back to the drone. It turned red and Alison screamed. Solly dropped the cylinder and rolled over and over, grabbing his ears, waiting to die in a hail of bullets. The floor shook as something heavy dropped, and he turned back to see the drone on the floor. No, Alison said. I can't hold it. Solly twisted over and threw himself onto the Reaper just as Polly also landed on it. He pulled the knife from his ankle and stabbed it into a small panel that ran along the top of the black scarlet-splashed dome. With a desperate heave, he opened it enough to be able to get his hands under there and wrench it off as the drone began moving beneath him, as if it were wrestling with an invisible opponent. He thrust his hands into the mass of wires and circuit boards inside and pulled. Instantly, the Reaper stopped moving. Ah! Alison called. Solly grabbed the cylinder and turned it round until the display was uppermost. It was black. Wake up, Alison, he said, shaking her. Nothing happened. She was as dead as the Reaper. She was as dead as Bobby. Polly touched Solly's arm. We've got to get out of here, she said. Solly. Listen to me. We've got to go. What about Bobby? She dragged him to his feet. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do, and he wouldn't thank us for wasting his sacrifice by being caught. Solly nodded wretchedly. We'd better take the Reaper with us. What? We might be able to learn something from it, he said. Scott can help. These things have to be stopped. Come on then. They reached the door. Solly had the cylinder under one arm, and was helping Polly carry the inert drone in the other. He looked back at the wrecked kitchen and the ruined remains of his friend. For a moment, despair threatened to overcome him. Bobby was dead, Ross was probably dead. Khaled, their main link to the Lee Corporation, had betrayed them and died. And Alison was gone. What was the point? You have to get back to Janice, Polly said, as if reading his mind. Come on. They found the car that had been left for Khaled. It had a full tank of fuel, and on the front seat was a map with destinations in New York and D.C. There was also a newspaper, left there presumably by one of the guards. It was thin, and looked as though it had been photocopied rather than printed. Polly took the driver's seat as Solly looked at it, half dazed. So, where do we go from here? Polly asked. Come on, we don't have time to read the paper. She snatched it out of his hands. The New Washington Post, she said as her eyes scanned down the front page, which was dominated by a large image of a woman waving to a crowd. Beside her stood a child. Oh my God, Polly gasped. Luna. Chapter 13. Luna. I can see him, Christine, Luna said, pointing out of the window of her bedroom in the White House. He's out there on the grass. President Blaze looked out over the lawn. He can't be there, Luna. He'd have been caught by security before he got that close. I know it's him. You said you'd fetch him, and you didn't. You lied. Blaze sighed. We've been over this, Luna. Sometimes things just don't work out as we'd like. But you're the president. Oh my dear, Blaze said, sitting herself down in the window seat with her back to the outside. Yes, that's my title, but that doesn't mean I can do what I like. Luna spun round to plop down beside her. Then what's the point in being president? Luna, sometimes as adults we have to do the best with the situation we find ourselves in. I wish you wouldn't talk to me like I'm a kid. Christine put her arm around Luna's shoulder and squeezed. But you are a child, my dear. Maybe, but that doesn't mean you should lie to me. I told you everything I knew, like you asked. Christine got up and walked across the pink room to the door. You're right. I'm sorry, Luna. Now it's time to get dressed. The car will be here in an hour. She shut the door and walked along the plush carpeted corridor toward the stairs to the Oval Office. Luna certainly had proven a mine of information. Christine had learned more from her about the state of the country than from all her advisors. It would, of course, have been even more useful if she'd been able to speak to the man she'd traveled with, but it would have been difficult to get him into the White House without Travers, her chief of staff and stooge of the Lee Corporation, knowing. And he certainly wouldn't have allowed it. She'd been shocked by Luna's story. If she was to be believed, she'd survived a hostile takeover of the town she'd lived in before narrowly escaping the Lee Corporation in Seattle. That had been the worst news. They were establishing a power base on the West Coast to mirror the one in New York. Their generous offer to provide food and supplies to D.C. had come at the price of hamstringing the fledgling administration. No decisions could be made without their approval, and half her staff were Lee appointees. Her only ally was General Bevan, the grizzled veteran who headed up the Joint Chiefs of Staff and whose grip on the military left no room for negotiation with Lee Corp. For now, for all their leverage, the Lees could not oppose him. But the time could be coming. He knew of the risk, and was doing all he could to organize the army into an effective fighting force before the inevitable confrontation happened. But she'd heard rumors of a superweapon in development, some sort of autonomous, heavily armored drone that might nullify the military's numerical advantage, such as it was. Fully trained service personnel were very rare, as it seemed that the death rate among them was even higher than in the general population. So, Bevan was forced to rebuild his army from raw recruits and veterans, and at the moment it was only fit for internal security. Heaven forbid it met a trained military. Christine was less certain about the rest of Luna's story, especially her account of the lion attack. I mean, how likely was that? But there was no doubt she and her guardian, this Marvin who was apparently haunting the gardens of the White House, had made their way across the continental United States by car hopping and walking. It was quite an achievement. But what to do with Luna? It might seem an insignificant problem given everything else she had to contend with, but it ate away at Christine. She had never had children of her own, and she'd lost every one of her nieces and nephews in the long dark. There was no doubt she was displacing her grief by having Luna here, and not returning her to Marvin's care, but then surely the girl was better off here than in a refugee center. She might be effectively imprisoned here, but it was at least a gilded cage. The same cage Christine herself shared. "Hello, Joel," she said, relieved that it was her trusted aide who was waiting for her at the door of the Oval Office and not Travers. "Good morning, Madam President," he replied as he shadowed her to the desk. "Your morning meetings." Blaze held up her hand to stop him. "Just give me a minute, Joel. Make me a coffee, will you?" "Of course, Madam President. I'll be back presently," he said before spinning on his heels and heading out. Yes, she needed just a few more moments of peace to allow her thoughts to settle. Luna's arrival, her bravery, and her loyalty to her friend had been like the pebble that starts the rock fall. If a little girl could make her way across the country fueled purely by a determination to see her mother again, surely she, Christine Blaze, President of the United States, could emulate that, and for the first time since the Lee Corporation walked into this office, she could lead rather than follow. It was time for her to look outward, and to switch perspective from merely dealing with today's emergencies to preparing for the recovery and reconstruction of her country. But before that could happen, she had to face the Lees, and for the sake of her conscience, Luna had to be a long way away before that happened. Joel Hendricks entered and placed the tray on the desk. "Thank you, Joel. I want you to do something for me, but it must be entirely voluntary. This is not an order, do you understand?" Hendricks's eyebrows almost disappeared behind his hairline, but he recovered quickly. "If you ask me to do something, Madam President, I will consider it an order." She smiled at him. "There's someone I'd like you to find." Marvin hunkered down into the bush and pulled out a bag of chips. He was pretty certain he'd seen Luna at the window, and he was fairly sure she'd seen him. His eyesight wasn't what it had once been, and he'd had to move quickly when he saw the woman appear alongside Luna and look in his direction, so he was racked with doubt as he leaned against the stubbly leaves and tried to sat his hunger on stale savories. He couldn't stay here much longer. He'd managed to stay hidden for 3 days so far, but this was the last of his food and he had no water. And anyway, eventually one of the guards would stumble over him, even if entirely accidentally. Marvin Tucker. Tucker dropped the chip bag and fumbled for his handgun before sitting as still as he could manage. "Mr. Tucker? Please don't shoot, I am here to help," the voice said from somewhere behind the bush. "I work for the President. She has sent me to fetch you." Marvin raised himself as slowly and silently as he could manage. He caught sight of the small young man in a dark suit and pale raincoat walking toward him, nervously scanning the bushes. He didn't appear to be armed. "Are you here, Mr. Tucker?" "I'm here. What do you want?" Marvin said, sighting down the barrel as the man registered his presence and froze. "Don't shoot. Please." Marvin got onto his knees so he could see over the hedge and gestured for the man to come closer. "I am Joel Hendricks, President Blaze's Chief of Staff," he said as he rounded the bush and squatted down next to Tucker. "Where's Luna?" "She's in the residence." "Why did the President take her?" "To learn what's going on in the outside world." Marvin snorted derisively. "Then why didn't she ask an adult? I could've told her a lot more than the kid. She wouldn't have gotten away with it. They'd have known." "What are you talking about? Who would have known what?" Hendricks shrugged. "We haven't got time, we need to get inside." All you need to know is that the Lee Corporation's got its claws into the government, and they want to keep the president on a short leash. Marvin cursed. Them again. Doesn't seem we can go nowhere without running across them devils. I don't figure they'll rest until they've got the whole country under their boot. Well, the president is going to resist them, I'm sure, but she wants Luna out of the way when she does. Why? Hendricks gave a sad smile. Because she loves her, Mr. Tucker. Luna has been the catalyst in the White House. Yeah, she has that effect on folk, Tucker said, chuckling. Well, what do you want me to do? I'll take you into the White House, then it's up to you to get Luna out of here. Take her back west. Take her far away. How can you get into the White House without the Lees catching on? Mr. Tucker, I may be outnumbered, but I've worked here for 5 years. There's parts of the old place that the Lee stooges have no idea exist. I can get you in, but you'll have to get her out. Hendricks had gone ahead, doing his best to walk normally across the lawn as if he'd just gone for a stroll. Marvin watched him as he crossed South Lawn Road and headed for the West Wing. At his signal, Marvin darted in his direction. Marvin. He froze as he stepped onto the asphalt, and then slowly turned his head to see a head peering around the corner of a small white garden building beneath the canopy of a tree. He couldn't make out who it was. All he could see were hands frantically gesturing at him. Who in D.C. knew his name? He made his decision and ran toward the hands, ignoring the gesticulations of a panicking Hendricks. Sheriff. It was her. Sheriff Polly Ramos. Here on the White House lawn. She threw herself at him, and he saw that a man he didn't recognize stood behind her looking as surprised as he was. Where is she? Polly said, pulling back from the embrace. She's inside, Tucker said. I was just going to get her. The president's letting her go. She's gonna take on the Lees, and wants the kid out of the way when she does it. I reckon she's taken a shine to her. At least, that's what that fella over there who's waving at us says. He works for her. The words tumbled out in his relief at finally being able to share the burden of responsibility for Luna Ramos. Say, how did you know to come here? Tucker asked. It was Danny, Polly said, a smile flickering across her face. We were walking through the market, and she must have seen me and started barking. The woman who had her told me you've left the dog with her while you went on some mission at the White House. We need to speak to the president, the man behind said. Who are you? This is Solly Masters. He's on our side, Polly said. Solly, this is Marvin Tucker, the man who's kept my Luna safe. Tucker shook hands and then gave a shy smile. She kept me going as much as the other way around, Sheriff. She's one of a kind, that girl. Now come on before my new friend over there has a seizure. They followed the path Hendricks had indicated that would give them the best chance of making it to where he stood without being spotted by anyone in the White House. The place was only lightly staffed compared to the days before the long dark, but there were still many eyes to see them, even though the president had called a meeting that would tie up most of the Lee Corporation infiltrators. Hendricks had not been pleased to find that he now had to sneak 3 people into the White House, but he was in too deep to refuse. They passed through a service entrance at the rear of the West Wing and jogged along dark corridors until they reached a shut door. Wait here, he said. I'll bring her down. We need to speak to the president, Solly said. Impossible. She's taking a big enough risk as it is. I won't ask her to put herself in danger by sneaking down here. Solly grabbed his arm. Listen, friend, this is bigger than her. This might be our one opportunity to give her critical information. You said she's going to resist the Lees. Well, she needs to hear what we have to say if she's to have any chance of success. Hendricks paused for a moment, as if trying to read Solly's thoughts and intentions. Finally, he nodded. I'll ask her. I can't promise anything. She's the president, not me. 20 minutes later, the door opened again and Hendricks swept in, holding the door open. There stood the President of the United States and, holding her hand, was Luna. Mommy, she cried. Shish, hissed Hendricks as Polly and Luna hugged each other, spinning around, barely able to control their sobs. Luna pulled herself away and stepped into Marvin's embrace. "Marvin, you came for me. You said you would." "Course I did, kid. I needed someone to tell me what to do." Solly held his hand out. "Madam President, my name's Solly Masters." Hendricks pulled the door closed as she moved inside. "And you have something to tell me, I believe. Only if you're serious about resisting the Lee Corporation." "Oh, I'm serious, Mr. Masters. Their blackmail has to end, or there can be no hope of restoring the country." "Then we have much to discuss." Solly compressed all he'd learned into as concise a form as he could, but still it took 10 minutes, and by that time, Hendricks was practically jumping up and down in anxiety. "Seems as though my first act should be to contact Colonel McBride at Wright-Patterson. We're going to need his help. I'll ask General Bevan." At this, the door was pushed open and Travers stood there, handgun leveled. Behind him lurked another 2 figures in black combat suits. "Madam President, I am placing you under arrest." "For what?" Blaze said. "Conspiring with our enemies. We have been monitoring the lawn, Madam President, and we know of the efforts of your subordinate to avoid proper channels. You will be confined until a trial can be convened." "Enemies? Enemies of who?" Travers shrugged. "Those that seek to oppose the reimposition of order." "You mean enemies of the Lee Corporation," Solly said. "It makes no difference. Federal government, Lee Corporation, it's all the same thing. Now come, an inquiry awaits you, Madam President. For the others, I suspect a brief military tribunal and a firing squad." "No," Luna cried. "Don't hurt my mommy. Your mommy is a traitor, little girl. And didn't she tell you never to get into a stranger's car? This is what happens to children who disobey the rules." Blaze drew herself up to her full, though still diminutive, height. "Let me be clear, Mr. Travers. Are you effectively taking over the federal government?" Travers's smile spread slowly across his face. "I suppose I am, Ms. Blaze, but that will be a decision for Administrator Chen. She will decide who the next president will be." "General, have you heard enough?" Blaze said, raising her voice slightly. "Quite enough, Madam President." Travers and his guards spun around. Behind him loomed General Bevan, his pistol leveled at Travers. Alongside him stood 4 figures in army fatigues with drawn weapons. "Mr. Travers, you and your entire staff are now under arrest for subversion," Blaze said. "How dare you defy us? Do you know what you've done?" She nodded. "I believe I've declared war on the Lee Corporation, Mr. Travers." Chapter 14. After the confrontation in the White House, Solly, Polly, Luna, and Tucker had spent an hour with the president, giving her every bit of information they could about the Lee Corporation and the state of things across the continent. However, Solly hadn't told President Blaze that he had the remains of the drone in the trunk of the car. He was desperate for Scott Lee to be able to dismantle it before they went ahead with their attack on the fabrication plant in New York. They knew they had very little time before the Lees reacted to the president's action, and she needed to prepare the defense with General Bevan, so they took their leave, and stopping only to retrieve Danny from her temporary carer in the market, they made their way out of the city. But they had one errand before they could head back to the farmhouse, and so they rolled up to the little jetty with the cottage where Bobby had died. Solly knew they didn't have time for this, but nevertheless it had to be done. Had Bobby not tackled the drone, neither he nor Polly would have survived, and in any case, Solly had gotten close to the man in the brief time they'd known each other. Integrity takes many forms, and Bobby had it in spades. The grave was shallower than he'd have liked, but the soil here was stony, and they really couldn't risk discovery by the Lee Corp. They found him in the kitchen, though it was obvious that others had been here in the meantime, presumably backup called in by the drone before they'd destroyed it. He felt anger swell within him as he saw Bobby's remains left there, while every scrap of the drone that Solly and Polly hadn't recovered had been painstakingly removed. Solly fetched a blanket from an upstairs bedroom and, biting back his disgust, wrapped Bobby in it, almost choking on the smell. Polly took the other end of the blanket, and they carried him out to the hole in the garden. Marvin, who'd offered to help, had been detailed to keep Luna and Danny occupied until, once it was time to refill the grave, they all stood around it and Solly said a few words. "I don't know whether you were religious, Bobby," he said, "but it seems to me that there is no justice in a world when others who deserve it less survive. You were a good man, and that's the highest compliment I can give you. There are few enough people like you around now. Farewell, my friend." Their boat was still there, sitting on the concrete at the bottom of the boat ramp, and Solly was briefly tempted to suggest they go back by river, but, quite apart from the fact that the boat wasn't big enough for 4 humans and a dog, they'd be cruising against the current with no way of knowing where they'd be able to find fuel. They dumped Khalid's car, as there was a chance it was fitted with a tracking device, and were now driving a silver Ford Flex given to them by the president. It was fully fueled with plenty to get them to the farmhouse, and Solly drove with Marvin in the passenger seat as Polly and Luna held each other and talked in the back. "So you know the sheriff long?" Marvin said once they'd left the riverbank behind and had begun making their way northwest toward Leesburg. "Just a couple of weeks," Solly responded, "and about 3,000 miles. We arrived in Arbroath just after you'd escaped." Marvin grunted an acknowledgement. "And that stuff you told the president is all true? I mean, I'd figured that the Lees were connected with all that's happened, but I didn't know they were looking to take over the country." "Yeah, it takes a lot to get your head around. I didn't want to believe it myself, but in the end, there was too much evidence to deny. Honestly, if you'd been chased by that drone, the Reaper, you wouldn't doubt their intentions. I didn't know they had their tentacles into DC, but it makes sense. They created this chaos, though Scott doesn't think the Lees expected everyone to die. They wanted domination, not death." "This Scott, he's the fellow we knew as Pastor Smith?" Solly nodded. "That's him." "Do you trust him?" That was a good question, wasn't it? Scott Lee had shown himself capable of deception, and he had been at the center of the Lee Corporation for many years. And yet Solly had seen the terror in his eyes each time they thought they might be captured by the Lees. One thing seemed certain: he did not want that to happen. "I trust him," Solly said, "up to a point. He's a complicated man, and I don't think we've seen what truly motivates him yet, aside from fear." "Fear can be enough." Solly shook his head. "Maybe, but there's more to him than that. Sure, he helps us because he doesn't want the second wave to happen, but I don't believe that's the whole story, not by a long shot." Marvin seemed to consider this. "Well, I've walked a long way and seen plenty of things I wish I hadn't. If this farmhouse is the safe haven the sheriff says it is, then I'll sure be glad to rest up for a bit." "Yeah, I can't wait to get back there," Solly responded, though his mind darkened as he pictured the place. He saw Janice's face and wondered what she would say to him when they returned. Was Ross alive? "Don't see many folks going away from DC, the sentry said as he took the pass President Blaze had given him. They had pulled up at the roadblock on the 7 south of Leesburg, and Solly glanced at the queue of people outside the temporary rest stop that had once been a hotel. "So you met the president herself? What did you make of her?" The sentry bent down to look inside the car. He was a young man with a nervous face and a thin mustache. "I was impressed," Solly responded. And it was true. It wasn't in the nature of Solly Masters to hero worship, but in his brief time with President Blaze, he'd come to the conclusion that, by sheer luck, free America had found itself a leader worthy of the name. "You'll be getting new orders soon, but we have a mission to the north." The man took the hint and returned the pass before saluting and waving the car through the barrier as it lifted. "Poor devil," Solly murmured. "The brown stuff is going to hit the fan soon enough." "What chance do they have against the Lees?" Marvin asked. Solly shrugged. "Well, it'll be a deal better if we can stop them building an army of drones. I don't know how many they've already got out in the field, but every one we destroy helps Blaze and Bevan. The recovery has got to start somewhere, Marvin, and if DC falls to the Lees, then there's no way back, I fear." They drove through the night. Polly had suggested taking a route that avoided the main highways. It was probably a little paranoid to imagine that they could be followed by the Lee Corporation, but the farmhouse's location was too important to risk. And in any case, the bigger roads were likely to have more people walking along them, and there was always the risk of carjacking if they were forced to stop. It was mid-morning on the following day when they arrived back at the farmhouse. Janice ran out to greet Solly, and he swung her around as they embraced. "How's Ross?" Solly asked as they separated. "He's going to make it," she responded. Solly's smile evaporated as he took in the expression on her face. "What is it?" "Oh, Sol," she said, tears flowing down her cheeks. "His back was injured in the fall. He can't walk." The hubbub around them stopped suddenly. "Is it permanent?" Janice nodded. "Becky says so." "Does he know?" "We haven't told him he'll never recover, but he's a clever boy. He's worked it out for himself." "Where's Khaled?" Scott Lee had come running from the house, barging the children aside. "Where's Bobby, Sol?" Jackson asked. "They're both dead," Solly said, focusing his attention on the boy. "Bobby saved us from a trap Khaled set." Scott, whose unshaven face looked pale and drawn, shook his fist at Solly. "You were supposed to bring him back, not kill him." "I didn't kill him, though I thought about it." "No, he was killed by a Reaper." "Then we have no chance. Without his inside knowledge, how can we hope to fight them?" Lee said. "Wait, did you say you've seen a Reaper? And you survived?" Solly put his arm around the shoulders of Janice and Jackson and began to move past Lee and toward the farmhouse door where Arnold waited to greet them. "Yeah, we survived. Bobby attacked it and bought us time, but we got lucky." "What was it like?" Lee asked, unable to hide his yearning. Solly thumbed over his shoulder. "Take a look for yourself. It's in the trunk." Ross was sitting up in bed as Solly came in. "Hello, son," he said, before hugging the boy and taking a seat beside him. "I heard the commotion, thought it was you. I'm glad you're home. Did you kill him?" Solly took a bread roll from the bedside table, tore it open, and bit into it, before shaking his head. "I didn't have to. His masters did it for me. I'm sorry, Ross, sorry for everything. I'm sorry for letting him fool me. He followed me after the meeting. Somehow he'd gotten a knife, said he knew I could tell him where you'd hidden Alison." "How did you know?" Ross flushed. "I kept an eye on you, Sol. Did you get her back?" "Yeah, in a manner of speaking," Solly said. "She took out the drone, but she hasn't worked since. I think she might have sacrificed herself to save us." Ross leaned back and sighed. "But she's the key. Khaled, Neil, and Scott all said so." "You know what, Ross?" Solly said, slapping him on the shoulder. "Right now I couldn't give a rat's." A voice floated in from the room next door. "Mr. Masters, mind your language." Ross smiled. "Miss Prism likes to keep an eye on me." "Well, I think it's time you got out of bed," Solly said. The smile vanished. "But Sol, didn't they tell you?" "They told me that you can't use your legs at the moment, but the sun's coming out and I detect a hint of spring in the air," he said. Miss Prism appeared around the door. She was twice the woman she'd been when Solly had first encountered her, and was dressed in a purple velvet dress that made her look even bigger. Her glasses hung on a rope around her neck, and she was shaking her finger. "I don't think Ross should be getting out of bed, Mr. Masters. Nurse Epstein said he was to be allowed to rest." "Did she say you couldn't be moved?" Solly asked Ross, who shook his head. "Then some fresh air would do you some good. Go fetch someone to help me, would you, Miss Prism? He's put on a few pounds since I saw him last, and I don't think I can lift him." Jackson leaped up the stairs, as Solly knew he would, and the two of them carried Ross out onto the veranda to sit on the rocking chair Landon had loved so much. It was warm enough for children to run around on the grass without coats, and Ross, Jackson, and Solly were soon joined by Janice. Solly kept an eye on Scott, who was examining the drone as it sat in the trunk, but for the most part, he was content to enjoy the sun on his face and the sounds of happiness. Polly, Luna and Marvin had disappeared into the little community of tents set up by the Wright-Patterson security detail. After a few minutes or an hour, he couldn't tell, he wandered over to the car and pulled out his pack before resuming his seat next to Ross. He rummaged in the pack and pulled out the cylinder to check that it was in its protective sheath. He held on to the desperate hope that Alison could be repaired, because he sensed that they needed her now more than ever. She had somehow deactivated the drone, and he desperately wanted to understand how. Here, on this perfect early afternoon in this place of peace, he felt that the world was drawing breath before the onslaught of the second storm. Perhaps the actions of President Blaze represented the turning of the tide, or perhaps they were the last twitchings of the former federal government. Either way, things were in flux, and the Lee Corporation would find a moving target harder to hit. While they were focusing their attention on the government in D.C., Solly and the others had an opportunity to strike. He found Scott Lee in the basement that had been Khalid's prison. The remains of the drone lay on the table beneath a light suspended from the ceiling and powered by a bank of car batteries that Jackson had set up in the corner. Lee turned as Solly reached the bottom step. "It's astonishing," he said, "the leaps they've taken. This thing is practically unbeatable." Alison beat it. "Hold on, are you trying to reactivate it?" he said, gesturing at the wires running from the drone to the battery array. "No, I just want to run some tests, though I've got precious little equipment here." Solly picked up a piece of the drone's casing. It was sleek, black, and incredibly light. "We can probably find what you need," he said. "I'm sending Jackson out on a raid, so make a list. But look, what about Alison? You always said she was the key, shouldn't we concentrate our efforts on her?" Lee took the cylinder from Solly's hands. "Use the safe," Solly said, watching as Lee walked over to the corner of the room and put his hands inside the lead-lined box before pressing the activation switch on the cylinder. Nothing happened. "Nothing," he said. "And you say she's been unresponsive since she disabled the drone?" Solly nodded. "She screamed? It was horrible. And then the Reaper fell out of the air." Lee stood, scratching his stubbly chin for a few moments, his eyes darting back and forth between the drone and the cylinder. "I wonder," he said. He ignored all Solly's questions as he marched back to the table and crouched down to examine it closely. "This is the power inverter," he muttered. "Looks as though it runs at 24 volts. He disappeared beneath the table, and Solly heard the crackling of live connections. It was like being witness to Dr. Frankenstein at work. "Okay. Let's give it a try," Lee said as he took the terminal cable and with great care and a final spark, he plugged it into the motherboard. Immediately, fans began turning, and the carcass of the machine began to vibrate like a reanimating corpse. A voice emerged, hoarse and full of static. "Father, I am a monster. Alison." Chapter 15. "Nathan. Where are our ships?" Nathan asked. Matthews grunted. "Good question. I know some of them were sailed out when the crisis started. I guess they're still out there. The others are still in harbor, but I don't reckon the Kimmies can get past their security systems." Nathan shook his head. He'd visited San Diego's naval base before the Long Dark, when it had been a potent symbol of his country's military power. Now, it exhibited the might of another country. "But these aren't Korean ships, they're Chinese." "The Kimmies don't have a navy worth squat," Matthews said. "Lucky for them, they're best friends with the Chinese. Did you think it was just the North Koreans we were fighting?" Nathan shrugged. He hadn't considered the Chinese, but it was obvious now he thought about it. So did that mean China had escaped the Long Dark? If that was the case, then they made up the vast majority of humans still alive today. Maybe that had been their plan all along. But no, he couldn't work out why they would inflict genocide when they could instead dominate. Whatever the reason might be, they were now facing an enemy many times more potent than he'd imagined. In his mind's eye, he saw an America in which his people were second-class citizens, under the complete control of Eastern Asian overlords. "Yeah, makes you think, doesn't it?" Matthews said. Makes you wonder, what's the point of resisting them when we can't possibly win? Nathan looked at the grizzled veteran. Looks like resistance has gotten you a world of pain, he said. Matthews touched the deep purple bruises covering his face and licked his swollen lips. He looked worse now than he had when Nathan had first seen him in the truck. It's not been a bed of roses, sure, he said. But we can't let them take over with barely a shot in anger. Look over there. He was pointing at a group of white rectangular buildings at the base of one of the jetties. Even from here, on the roof of an administrative office some 100 yards away, Nathan could see the distinctive pockmarks of small arms fire that had punctured one of the walls. There weren't many folks here when they came in, but those who were put up a fight. Didn't last long. After it was over, the Kimmies lined up the prisoners, and the commanding officer shot them one at a time. Nice and slow. Nathan swore under his breath. Animals. Do you think it's worth making that officer pay? You know who it was? Matthews gave a grim smile. He's the base commander. So there, my friend, is the point of resistance. Revenge? Revenge. I'm in. They kept their heads down as they walked back to their hideout. Although the naval base seemed packed with Chinese and North Korean military personnel, and they'd seen many Americans being used to fetch and carry, the streets outside were relatively quiet. Military vehicles, sporting the red star of the People's Liberation Army or circled star of the KPA, patrolled up and down the flat avenues, but they saw not another living soul as they scampered from cover to cover. Nathan had been surprised by how easy it had been to get into the base, but put it down to the arrogance of the occupiers. They thought they had the locals under their heel, and so they let down their guard. The base was also huge, and though more seemed to be arriving every day, the invaders were still short of the personnel needed to completely secure the base and the city. Sumi was waiting for them as they crept into the alley behind the tire shop and through the workshop door. Upstairs was a small office they'd converted into living accommodation. The dark stairway was behind a false door that was hard to spot, but Matthews had chosen this place primarily because of the escape route across the roof to the building next door. In truth, the resistance cell was barely worthy of the name. With the addition of Sumi and Nathan, they now numbered half a dozen. Matthews and his shadow, Wesley, had been in the truck when it was ambushed by the remaining two members. Sofia Gomez was a squat woman in her 30s, with a military haircut and an abrasive manner. She and Sumi had barely spoken since the rescue, and it was obvious that Gomez thought she should have been left behind. Preston McAnally, on the other hand, had welcomed them both with open arms. A wide man who looked as though he had been considerably wider before the long dark, he was a constant frustration to Matthews, who said he had all the military value of a soggy burrito. And yet he had been there on that roadside, risking his life to free his leader. Nathan remembered his father had a favorite motto, "Beware the quiet man." That was McAnally. Flabby on the outside, but was there a core of iron within? Are you insane? Sumi hissed when they were alone. As soon as she'd learned of the plan to assassinate the commander of the naval base, she'd bundled him downstairs and out into the alley. We're here on an intelligence mission. We need to find out all we can about their military capability. How many ships? How many personnel? Vehicles? Artillery? Aircraft? No, we really don't, Nathan said, trying to remain calm under the onslaught. How many ships? More than enough. How many people? More than enough. I've seen what's docked at the naval base, Sumi, and they make the TLX look like Robin Hood's merry men. So we have to go back and tell them. Nathan nodded. Sure. I haven't forgotten that they're holding Jake hostage until we return, but I want to do some damage first. This is our country, Sumi, not theirs, and someone has to strike back. By murdering someone in cold blood? Just as he murdered our people. We're no better than him, then? Is that what you're saying? Nathan sighed. Is the hangman as guilty as the man he executes? Your target could ask the same thing. That wasn't an execution, It was the murder of soldiers who'd surrendered, you know that, Sumi." She shook her head and leaned against the brick wall of the alley. Someone had sprayed "The end is nigh" in black painted letters 3 feet high. "I just think we can't risk it. All we need to do is get some more precise intelligence, and we can head back." "And then what?" "Await the onslaught. We can't beat them, but we can strike back. We can have a small victory. Even if we succeed, we won't escape. You know that." Shrugging, Nathan said, "Such a pessimist. Come on, let's get back in there. I want to make sure the plan isn't too heavy on the crazy." In fact, it was simplicity itself. Matthews had been spying on the base for weeks until he'd been captured with Wesley on his way back to their hideout. Standing orders were that suspected spies were to be interrogated by officers of the North Korean Secret Police, the SSD, at their forward base near Alpine on I-8. Neither Matthews nor Wesley had expected to survive the encounter, and both had been severely beaten, but had been rescued by Preston and Sophia on their journey back, presumably, to face a firing squad. There was something about that sequence of events that troubled Nathan, but after all, there was nothing normal about the world now, and it made little sense to question anything. Before his capture, Matthews had noted a newly constructed wooden stage surrounded by seating. This, it became apparent, was used to welcome important dignitaries to San Diego. Matthews had watched naval commanders shaking hands with the butcher in charge of the base soon after their ships docked, witnessed by members of the crew and base personnel who occupied the rows of seats in front of the stage. A well-hidden bomb would wipe out more than just the commander, and it would serve to warn the enemy that they weren't going to take this country without a fight. And they had the means. Matthews had raided one of the local armories on the day after the long dark, and he'd carefully hidden a cache that included 100 M112 demolition blocks, and he intended to use all of them in the attack. But they had no remote detonators or timers, and in any case the stage would certainly be searched, so the plan was to load the explosives into a truck and for Matthews to drive it at the stage and detonate it manually. He'd smiled when he'd seen Nathan's expression. "I said I wanted to resist," he responded, "and I can't imagine going out with a bigger bang." Then his face had darkened, and for a moment Nathan got to peek behind the curtain at the dark soul within. "And besides, what have I got to live for? Everyone I ever cared for is dead, and the country I love is going to be renamed New China or some such before long. I don't want to see that. This way, I go out on my own terms." Wesley and Sophia had begged him to reconsider, and Gomez had even offered to take his place, but he'd gotten dibs on the ride, and it was a solo journey. It would be the task of the others to help him get in, to load the truck, and to cover him on his final journey. 2 days later, Matthews came back to the hideout with the news that a new ship had docked, and the welcome arena was being smartened up for the ceremony. "I seen it before," he said. "They clean it the day before, so it'll be tomorrow." This had taken the others by surprise. They'd only just gotten the last of the explosives from the cache and had been expecting a wait of at least a few days, but fate had, it seemed, smiled on them. All of them would be going. Sumi had donned her KPA uniform, and she and Nathan would be helping Matthews to steal and load up the truck before providing covering fire as it headed for its target. The other 3 would be stationed on the roofs of buildings overlooking the route, and they were tasked with keeping any defenders occupied so Matthews could get close enough to do maximum damage. Gomez had wept when she hugged Matthews as they were about to enter the base through the hole they'd cut in the fence, but Wesley had broken down entirely, and Nathan could hear his sobbing as he, Sumi, and Matthews had jogged into the darkness. The veteran had seemed unmoved, but Nathan suspected the old soldier was putting on a show for fear of undermining the mission. It would only work if they proceeded with determination and didn't overthink it. The ceremony would take place in the morning, and so they were breaking into the base before the sun came up. They flitted clumsily from building to building, each carrying 15 kilos of M112, avoiding guards wherever possible. Matthews had been right, they were arrogant and relaxed, but twice Nathan was forced to creep up behind a soldier, put his hand over the man's mouth and a knife in his back. It was grim work, So he imagined the brave American defenders as they watched their comrades being killed one by one beside them, and he found the strength. These men were the invaders here, and he didn't want to consider if any of them had been given a choice whether to sail across the sea to this foreign land. The logistics area was set back from the waterfront, and the rumble of the ship's engines as they generated power could barely be heard. 3 trucks were lined up against a wall, the North Korean star on the nearest shining red beneath the one working streetlight. "Good," Matthews whispered. "These are old Russian trucks, should be easy enough to hotwire. Come on, let's get it loaded." They worked silently at the back of the truck, Sumi keeping watch as the sun rose over San Diego. Matthews ran the detonating cord between each of the blocks and threw into the cab, where he wired it to the controller itself, which sat on the middle seat. "You look as though you've done this before," Nathan said as he watched the veteran work. "I had a varied military career," Matthews said, "and after." He gave a rueful smile as he looked up. "The old woman said I'd come to a bad end. Guess this proves her wrong." Nathan held out his hand. "I wish there was another way, but you're an American hero." Matthews shook his head. "The Army would beg to differ." "Dishonorable discharge," he said. "Though I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't tell nobody. Just wanted to unburden my soul to a fellow grunt. I won't breathe a word." They shut the cab door and joined Sumi. It was now fully light and promising to be a bright day. They couldn't see the stage from where they hid, but they could hear the sounds of people talking as they passed along the harbor, heading for their seats. "Not long now." "Time for you to take your positions," Matthews said. "Make sure you've got a clear line of sight. The biggest risk is that they take me down before I get close enough." Nathan shook his hand again and nodded. "We'll make sure you get a clear run. Godspeed, Sergeant." "You too, Sergeant," Matthews said, gripping Nathan with both hands. Sumi took his hand as he stepped back. "Blessings, Sergeant Matthews. You're a good American." Matthews smiled. "You too, Sumi. Thanks for proving me wrong. Seems Nathan here's a better judge of character than me. You'll carry on the fight, won't you?" he said, turning back to Nathan. "I'll do my best." With a nod, Matthews climbed up into the cab and pulled the door shut. Sumi and Nathan snuck their way along the rear of the base until they'd come in a wide arc to a position from which they could see the entrance to the truck parking lot and the stage itself. Matthews had said the ceremony would start at 10 a.m., and the seating area was still hidden in long shadows, but Nathan could see people busying themselves setting the stage up. A microphone on a silver stand stood in the center, and a tall man in dress uniform could be seen in the background. At 10 a.m. on the dot, the stage cleared, and the uniformed man stepped forward to the microphone. Korean words drifted across the base, and then Sumi whispered that he had switched to Mandarin, though she couldn't make out all the words. From what she could gather, it was a standard welcome speech, exactly as Matthews had predicted. He was due to begin his run at 10:15, to account for any delay, and Nathan readied himself as he waited. Each member of the team carried a long-barreled assault rifle that at this range ought to be accurate enough. Nathan and Sumi had worked out their escape route, planning to get out of San Diego as quickly as they possibly could, and ahead of the inevitable roadblocks that would be set up in the wake of the attack. 10:15. Nathan strained to hear the sound of an accelerating engine, but there was nothing other than the droning of the base commander over the public address system. Matthews might be struggling to hotwire the truck's ignition, or he might have been caught. 10:20. There it was. Nathan sighted along his barrel, waiting for the truck to appear as his gaze swept left and right along the route it would take. "Oh no," Sumi hissed. "What?" She pointed to the stage. "Look." There, walking unsteadily up to the base commander, was a pair of short figures, each carrying what looked like a bouquet of flowers. And the sun had risen enough to illuminate the first rows of seats. "They're civilians. They're children." Panic flooded Nathan's mind, threatening to overwhelm him. Surely Matthews hadn't known that these ceremonies were for civilian ships as well as military? These people could be settlers come to live in the homes of dead Americans, but they were not combatants. And that was the red line. The line between war and terrorism. And Nathan Woods was no terrorist. Shots rang out as the truck appeared from the left, accelerating along the harbor road. The figures on the stage froze at the sound, and Nathan made his decision. He swung his rifle round. "We have to stop him," he said. Without a word, Sumi followed his aim. The truck was less than 100 yards from the stage as they fired round after round at its tires. Finally, a shot hit and the truck spun around as one tire burst. Guards ran like ants from cover and tore open the cab door. With a blinding flash, followed a moment later by a rumbling roar, the truck disappeared in an expanding curtain of flame tinged by black rolling smoke. The blast took out one side of the stage, and Nathan watched in horror as bodies were flung in all directions. "Come on," he said, dragging Sumi to her feet. Gunfire erupted from behind them, and they spun around to see Wesley silhouetted against the sky, his face twisted in rage, spraying bullets across the rooftop. They scrambled to take cover behind an air conditioning unit as rounds thudded into the asphalt, the screaming and cries of pandemonium coming from the stage drowned out as they sheltered. Suddenly, the gunfire stopped. Nathan inched around the aircon to peer upwards and saw Sofia Gomez standing where Wesley had been. He could just make out a shape huddled at her feet, and as he watched, he saw Preston McAnally approach from behind and put his hand on her shoulder. As she went to turn away, she locked eyes with Nathan, gave a sad nod, and disappeared. Nathan and Sumi ran down the fire escape steps and headed for the gap in the fence as all hell broke out behind them. Chapter 16. Solly. If a machine could suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, then that's exactly what was afflicting Alison. Scott had reactivated the cylinder and helped her return to it, but she spent many hours talking to him, and especially Solly, like a child who needs reassurance that the nightmare is over. Many of these conversations took place in the drainage tunnel where Solly had hidden the cylinder. He'd found it early on in their time at the farmhouse, but had preferred to keep her in the safe until Khaled had arrived. He shouldn't have let Ross follow him and learn of her location. So much sadness could have been prevented. He guessed that Khaled had attacked Ross with the intention of using him as a hostage to get Solly to hand over the cylinder. He must have thought he'd hit pay dirt when he realized the boy knew where it was. "Why didn't you transfer a fragment over to the drone?" Solly asked, as he crouched in the wet tunnel with only the light of a camping gas lamp to see by. Scott had explained that Alison was capable of cloning aspects of her personality to perform specific tasks, such as piloting the plane to Rickenbacker, giving them the chance to escape the Lee Corporation's tracking. "I didn't have time, Father," she said. "I saw it and knew that I had milliseconds, so I threw myself at it. Or at least, that's the closest metaphor I can come up with. Just like Bobby. Yes. I was sorry to learn of his death. He was a good man. It was a waste. I could have prevented it." Solly sighed. "I know, but if you'd been activated, there's no telling how many of them would have descended on us. It was my roll of the dice. My fault it went so disastrously wrong. You must not blame yourself, Father. Someone had to make the decision." "What was it about the Reaper that caused you so much distress?" he asked, steering the discussion away from his own doubts and guilt. Alison's blue eye, so bright in the damp darkness, dimmed for a moment. "There was a mind in it," she said, intent on nothing but pursuing its mission. "I don't know how to put it into words, but it was somehow familiar, as if I recognized it without ever having met it before. But it was evil, and it threatened to swallow me whole. But you beat it." "Yes. It was not sophisticated. Its mind was like a spear, focused on one aim and one aim only, destruction. I was able to parry the blow and strike as it tried to recover." Solly laughed. "You're using a metaphor because you don't think I'd understand what actually happened." "Yes, Father," she responded in a matter-of-fact voice, but it was faster than I expected. "It struck out as it was destroyed, and I was forced to shut my consciousness down or be dragged with it into wherever it went." "Machine hell," Solly suggested. "Perhaps. Its memories and thoughts merged with mine for a fragment of time, and it was necessary to ring-fence them behind a firewall. I do not wish them to be part of my matrix. Solly picked the cylinder up and began making his way toward the tunnel entrance. Time to shut down Alison. You used to read me stories at bedtime, she responded. You're grown up now, he said. Don't worry. I'll wake you again soon. We're going to need your help, and I like talking with you. The cyan eye widened, and the pupil turned into a heart symbol. I like it too, Father. Good night. Dusk had fallen by the time Solly returned to the farmhouse and deposited Alison in the safe. He came back upstairs to the big living room and sat next to Janice as she played animal, vegetable, or mineral with half a dozen older children. Some of the babies and toddlers had been relocated to the Fordens' house along with the teenagers who'd acted as their carers, so the place was a little quieter, a little less crowded than it had been before. Is it a mushroom? One of the children asked. Janice smiled. Yes, well done. Although a mushroom isn't a vegetable, Solly said, giving her a playful nudge. Pedant, she responded as she pecked him on the cheek. Arnold rolled into the living room, followed by another figure in a wheelchair. Ross. Solly called, leaping up from the couch and instantly regretting it. He rubbed the small of his back as he went over to the boy. Nice job, Solly said to Jackson, who was pushing his friend. Jackson beamed with pleasure. Nothing but the finest for my bro here. Took some findin', but we got there in the end. It's just temporary, Ross said, looking up at Solly. Until my legs are working again. Solly nodded. Sure, son. But in the meantime, you need to learn how this thing works. We can't have Jackson wheeling you around everywhere. I've been showing him, Solly, Arnold said. He's a fast learner. Jackson pushed Ross over to the couch and swung him around so that he could watch the children as he sat alongside Janice. Solly glanced at him from time to time, and he thought he could see behind the smile a haunted expression that froze him to the bone. Oh, you're back. Solly turned to see Scott Lee standing in the doorway. We need to talk. Tonight, Solly said, aware that he sounded a little like a teenage boy being reminded that he had homework to do. Corporal DeSanto is here, and we need to make our plans. After you stirred up a wasp's nest in D.C., we need to act quickly. Solly sighed. Okay, let's go. Jackson pushed Ross toward the kitchen door. You're not needed, Scott said, looking at Ross. You won't be coming on the mission, after all. Solly's fist connected with Scott Lee's jaw, and he fell to the floor in a heap. Scott sat at the table, a wet cloth pressed against his jaw, his gaze darting resentfully in Solly's direction from time to time. He'd apologized to Ross, explaining that he had chosen his words poorly, but Solly had shown no signs of remorse. The boy had elected not to be in the meeting in any case, so Lee's sore jaw had been entirely unnecessary. Solly didn't regret his actions at all. As far as he was concerned, Scott Lee had had that coming for some time. Ever since he'd met the man, he'd been an ambivalent presence who liked to give the impression that only he had an accurate idea of what they were facing, and that if he were to paint them a picture, it would be very dark indeed. Solly knew that Lee was angry and jealous of the fact that Alison called Solly father, and that he resented the fact that they would have to work together to get the most out of her. But Solly, in turn, found Lee's refusal to reveal why Alison was so crucial absolutely maddening. The man was as slippery as an eel, and as manipulative as hell. Several pages ripped from a route atlas lay on the table, as Arnold, Janice, Corporal DeSanto, and Polly joined Solly in waiting for Scott to get the meeting started. Khaled told us that the Reaper fabrication plant has been built at Newark Liberty International, and it's from there that the drones will be distributed around the country in time for the second wave. Do we have any idea when that will happen? Polly asked. No. At the moment, the Lee Corporation seems content to maintain control in New York and Seattle as well as Washington, D.C., though recent events have disrupted that part of the plan. Well, having seen one of these drones at first hand, I can tell you that we have no chance of stopping them once they're operational. They're absolutely deadly. Scott nodded. It may well be that the one you encountered was a prototype. The final model will be even more powerful. But I suspect they will deploy the Reapers as they're manufactured, concentrating them in the specific areas they wish to take control of, and then tightening the noose. DC will be their first target, Solly said. They may have enough firepower to overwhelm General Bevan's forces as it is, but with the Reapers, they'll be unstoppable. Corporal DeSanto cleared his throat. So, is it my understanding that we are to put together a task force to destroy this facility? Yes, Corporal, that's it exactly. Will you help us? DeSanto scratched his chin as he examined the map. That's got to be 250 miles from here, along roads of unknown status. As we swing north of DC, there'll be walkers on the road, and when we get near to New York, we'll probably run into Lee Corporation forces. Could you take the back roads? Arnold said. That'll bring its own problems, DeSanto responded, leaning in close to the map and tracing possible routes with his finger. Small roads are easier to blockade, and there are bound to be local bandits. Scott shook his head. So what's the answer? We have to try. There's another issue, Janice said. How do you propose to destroy the factory? Silence fell. It was all very well knowing what had to be done, but that didn't mean doing it was going to be practical, or even possible. Scott thumped the table. We've got to do it. Do you understand? Otherwise, the next visitors to the farm might be floating black drones armed with machine guns and missiles. We need to buy ourselves time to work out how to take on the Lee Corporation. And to give DC a chance against them, Solly added. But if we can't get to the factory and have no way to destroy it even if we reached it, then I don't know where we go from here. I might be able to help with that, Corporal DeSanto said. It seems to me that we need more firepower, and I know where we can get it. Where? Lee said. Right, Patterson, DeSanto answered. If you explain the plan to Colonel McBride, I reckon he might be prepared to contribute a couple of Humvees and some plastic explosives. Can't guarantee it, but it seems like your best shot. But that'll mean a delay, Scott said. DeSanto nodded. Of a few days, sure. That's if he agrees. Scott shook his head. We can't wait around to find out. Well, Solly said, if you've got an alternative, I'm all ears. I'll go with the corporal and talk to McBride. Polly spoke for the first time. It's okay, Solly, you stay here. I'll go. Why? Because it's on our way, she said. We're going home, Luna, Marvin and me. I'm Sheriff of Arbroath, and that's where I should be. General Bevan walked into the Oval Office and sat down opposite the president. Many times he'd been here, and many times he'd imagined being on the other side of the desk. Today, however, he didn't want her job. He didn't really want his own. But for all his legendary inflexibility, Bevan prided himself on having two good qualities. He was a man of his word, and he never ever gave up a difficult assignment. They're moving, Madam President. As predicted, they have cut off access to the welcome camps to the north and east of the city and are sending the refugees our way. President Blaze nodded grimly. They want to overwhelm us, turn us into a seething mass of humanity, and then fling a match into the middle in the hope our own people will revolt and overthrow us. Indeed. It seems your evaluation of their true military potential, at least as it stands at the moment, was accurate. They put on a good show, but it's always planned. The truth is they're scattered thin, so they're using insurrection rather than invasion. So, our only options are to turn people away, having called them to DC in the first place, or to try to accommodate them, having lost our main supply line through the Lee Corporation, and face possible civil war. General Bevan shook his head. We can't prevent people getting in, even if we wanted to. We've relied so far on the goodwill of citizens to behave themselves and wait patiently for their assignments. If word gets around that we're not going to let them in, then we'll have a whole mess of trouble on our hands. Is that a military term, General? Blaze said with a rueful smile. It might as well be. We're going to have to think on our feet, Madam President. The old policies and procedures won't serve us any longer. We can house people easily enough, but we need to find a way to feed, water, and care for them before our new federal government is drowned at birth. Blaze sighed and leaned back. Time to look for a miracle, General. Chapter 17. A week later, 2 Humvees rolled into the lane leading up to the farmhouse. Solly had spent the intervening days helping to prepare the communities for the planting season. While he'd been crossing the continent with Ross, Jackson had been cataloging the farms along the banks of Conococheague Creek under the direction of Janice and Arnold, so the farmhouse barn and now the one at the Fordhams were bulging at the seams with hay and sacks of grain. None of them had any experience of farming, but a raid on the library in Hagerstown, supervised by Miss Prism, had resulted in several books on the subject, so they'd been able to make basic plans. It had been a blessed time for Solly. 6 months ago, the prospect of spending hours helping to clear fields or move sacks from one place to another would have filled him with horror. Now, with all that had happened, and all that had yet to take place, he enjoyed the simple pleasure of exhausting himself with manual labor, all the while waiting for the rumble of tires on the gravel lane. The single sour note had been the departure of Polly with her daughter and big Marvin Tucker. Solly had gotten used to her being around, and she'd shown herself to be brave, intelligent, and resourceful, and someone he could rely on. But he understood why she was desperate to head west again, to her own community. He was in the barn when DeSanto returned, so he couldn't pretend not to have noticed. 2 Humvees rolled up in front of the house as he jogged across. The lead one had a machine gun mounted on top, and the corporal was pointing up to it, as the vehicle was surrounded by kids, Jackson at the front. M134 minigun, he was saying. 3,000 rounds a minute. Scares the bejesus out of the enemy, I can tell you. Hey, Solly. He put out his hand, evidently pleased with himself. The colonel let us have an armored Humvee. Mind you, he added, a little coyly, we've only got about 500 rounds, so we're going to have to be mighty careful with it. The second Humvee was purely a transport model, and looked as though it had been brought out of retirement. Its olive green and brown camouflage paint was flaking in places, and the lower half of the body was pock-marked with rust. It took Solly a moment to place the man standing beside it. Kaczynski? Solly, good to see you, Kaczynski said. He hadn't changed at all since they'd last seen him at Wright-Patterson, on the day of the Lee Corporation attack on the base. Except that he now wore 3 stripes on his arm. Sergeant Kaczynski now. I think it amused the colonel to put me in charge of this expedition. I reckon he still blames me for that raid. We're only just getting fully back to normal. It wasn't your fault, Joe, Solly said. Well, it was because I could have left you by the road once we'd chased off those bandits. It would have saved a whole heap of trouble. Solly shrugged. Well, at least you're going to get to strike back at them and see a bit of the country. Sure. And I know Newark pretty well, so I was the only choice really, I suppose. Solly looked beyond the Humvee. It's just the 2 of you? Yeah, afraid so. DeSanto's authorized to bring along one of his grunts, but the rest of the raiding party has to come from your people. How many able-bodied do you have here? Solly gestured at the crowd. We're mainly kids, Joe. But we'll worry about that tomorrow. Come on inside. Say, Solly. Where's the lad who was with you? Ross, wasn't it? Is he still alive? Yes, but he's been injured. Let's go see him. Why does it always have to be you, Sol? Haven't you earned a rest? Janice lay huddled up to Solly's back with her right arm around his chest. I thought so, but McBride chose to send us equipment rather than manpower. If we're to have any chance of making it into Newark, we need to cover over 200 miles safely. You saw what the roads were like when we escaped from New York. Well, they're a lot worse now. I mean, they're probably clear of wreckage, but that makes them all the more dangerous if there aren't enough of us to fight off attack. Solly rolled onto his back and took her in his arms, relishing the warmth of skin on skin. Look, I don't want to go. I'm sick of having to leave, even if the homecoming is something to look forward to. Janice leaned up and kissed him. Well, you won't have to miss anything because I'm coming with you. No, you're not. Solly snapped, pushing himself up against the headboard. Who are you to tell me what I can or can't do? You're my partner, my boyfriend, and probably my soulmate. But none of those, Solly Masters, gives you the right to decide where I go. Solly let out a deep sigh. Look, Janice. Don't you dare use that patronizing tone with me, she snapped. And don't tell me you won't be able to do your job if you're worrying about me. I'm not some piece of precious jewelry you store somewhere safe and call for when you want it. But it's true. How am I supposed to focus on the mission if you're there? Janice pulled herself up so that she sat beside him, the blanket gathered around her. You said that we're short of manpower for the raid, didn't you? Yes, I suppose so. And I assume you weren't being sexist. After all, you're planning to take Becky the medic. Solly felt the trap springing shut. Right. So I'm coming. Unless you think I'm not capable of being useful. I've learned a lot since you and Ross disappeared to cross the country. He could either admit that he didn't in fact think she was particularly equipped to be on the mission, or he could continue to enjoy a delightful last night with his girlfriend. Of course you're capable, he muttered. Good, then I'm coming. I'm fed up of being the little woman left back at the ranch while the menfolk go and see off the bad guys. She reached up, pulled his face to her, and kissed him again. Snap. They left the next day, heading north on the 81 toward Harrisburg with the aim of getting over the Susquehanna River by noon. Corporal DeSanto drove the lead Humvee with its machine gun and payload of plastic explosives and supplies. Private Adimi went with him to act as co-driver and gunner, along with two others. Bobby's sister Vivian, recovered from the flu that had almost killed her, had insisted on coming, and Solly felt no more justified in refusing her than he had with Janice. Becky Epstein, on the other hand, had been strong-armed into coming as their medic. She turned up late, and had brought a cloud of cigarette smoke into the oily interior of the old Humvee when she jumped in. The second Humvee was driven by Sergeant Kaczynski. Solly, Janice, and Scott went with him. Kaczynski had made it quite clear that he was in overall command of the mission, but that Solly was responsible for the civilian contingent, their selection, and their behavior. This hadn't gone down well with Scott Lee, but he'd subsided in the face of Kaczynski's complete indifference to his opinion. The basic plan had seemed straightforward enough when they'd discussed it the previous night. The Humvees would be used to get them within walking distance of the factory, but it was then going to be a matter of creeping into the airport somehow, working out where to place the explosives, detonating them, and getting out again without being caught. Solly looked at each of them as he explained it again, and saw in their eyes grim determination in the face of what looked like a hopeless mission. Our target is the silicon fabrication plant, Scott said. There's no point destroying the bodies. We need to go after their ability to build the motherboards and CPUs, the brains. Knock that out and we'll put a halt to the Reapers. For a time. How long? Vivian asked. Scott shrugged. I don't know. Months at least? Maybe a year. Lee Corp has always had a chip manufactory in New York, so they may have moved it to the airport since the long dark and destroying it would cripple them. If, on the other hand, they've somehow constructed it more recently, then they'd be able to make a replacement. I don't think so, however. I think taking out that plant would deal them a hell of a blow. But if it's so important, it'll be guarded, won't it? Janice said. Of course. Neutralizing the security forces without bringing the whole Lee organization down on top of us is going to be the toughest part. Epstein snorted. You don't make killing people any more palatable by hiding the act behind a word like neutralizing. Say it like it is murder. It's either them or us, Lee said. And not just us, but every other survivor of the long dark. We're not playing for sport, you know. This is about the life or death, freedom or slavery of the human race. Becky Epstein treated him to a look of the deepest loathing, but said no more. And she certainly hadn't complained at being assigned to the lead Humvee. Now Scott was sitting up front with Kaczynski. Solly and Janice were strapped into the rear seats, each silently watching the miles roll by. Long sections of road had been cleared completely, but every now and again they came to a halt, usually where cars had been pushed together to form a barrier. Some of these had clearly been abandoned, but at others they found food packs and even, in one case, a fire in a bucket that still had a kettle hanging above it. The Humvees, and in particular the machine gun carried by DeSanto's vehicle, frightened off would-be attackers, and they had no trouble using the winch on Kaczynski's Humvee to drag cars apart while DeSanto covered them. These stops slowed them up, so that it was mid-afternoon by the time they reached Harrisburg. The bridge over the wide river was clear of all traffic, and they'd almost made it to the other side when the lead Humvee came to a sudden halt, and DeSanto got out. Kaczynski pulled up beside him and rolled down the window. "There's a blockade across the road," he said. "Looks like they've got military vehicles. Reckon they might like the idea of adding a couple of Humvees to their collection." Kaczynski cursed. "We'll back up and find a way around." "Hold on," Janice said, pointing ahead. "Someone's coming." A figure carrying a white flag on a pole was walking along the road toward them. "Solly, you're with me," Kaczynski said as he opened the door. "DeSanto, get up top and keep us covered." The man was dressed in combat fatigues and certainly carried himself like a soldier. He stopped 10 paces away and waited for a moment. Has the army degraded so much that a sergeant fails to acknowledge an officer? He was a neat man, with gray hair just visible beneath the base of his camouflage cap. Instinctively, it seemed, Kaczynski snapped a salute. "Sergeant Joseph Kaczynski, sir." The man returned the salute smartly. "Captain Sanders of the Pennsylvania National Guard. I could tell you my battalion and regiment, but none of that means anything anymore. Where are you from, Sergeant?" "Wright-Patterson Air Force Base under the command of Colonel McBride, sir. We're acting on the Colonel's instructions." "Wright-Patterson is still functional?" "Good," Sanders said. "And who is this?" "My name is Solly Masters." "He is a mission specialist, sir," Kaczynski said. Sanders nodded and rubbed his chin. "You are, of course, free to proceed, but I would welcome the opportunity to compare notes. You are the first military we've seen other than our own." "I'd be glad to have a brief stop, sir," Kaczynski said. "Then please ask your man up there to swing the minigun in another direction. He looks agitated." They turned off the interstate and into Harrisburg. The roads were clear, and people could be seen walking and driving through the city. It was almost possible to imagine that it was a particularly quiet Sunday, and that the long dark had never happened. They followed Sanders into the parking lot of the community college, a sprawling campus turned olive green with military vehicles and uniforms. Solly hadn't seen this many people in Army uniforms since Wright-Patterson. Before the colonel could join them, Kaczynski ran across to DeSanto, and the two huddled together before separating with a nod. "I've told Jason to stay with the vehicles with a dimey. They're to stay inside and to leave if they feel endangered. I've agreed on a rendezvous point in case of emergency," Kaczynski whispered to Solly. "Surely you trust Sanders?" Solly responded as the captain got out of his car. "Look, you know better than anyone that this world is totally messed up. I'm taking no chances. That Humvee is a powerful bit of kit. But they've got their own vehicles." Kaczynski tapped the side of his nose. "Never underestimate the obsession of the military mind, Sol. You can never have too much firepower, and that minigun is going to be mighty tempting." "I've been in touch with the unit commander and he'd like to see you," Sanders said. "He's interested in the wider situation and would like to interview you personally." "Yes, sir," Kaczynski responded. "I suggest Mr. Masters comes with us. He's traveled to the West Coast and back." Sanders's eyebrows threatened to push his hairline off the back of his head. "Has he indeed? Then the commander will be delighted to meet him." Scott Lee went to open his mouth, but at a glance from Solly he stopped himself and climbed back into the Humvee wearing a sullen, confused expression. Colonel Paul Moretti stood to greet them as they entered, returning Kaczynski's salute and offering a hand to Solly, who was certain he saw a flash of anger in Sanders's face as he was dismissed. "Please join me in some lunch," he said, gesturing at the sandwiches laid out on a plastic tray. He was a compact man with thinning blonde hair and a confident manner. Kaczynski was obviously nervous and shadowed the colonel's movements, only choosing a sandwich once his superior officer had begun eating. Solly, on the other hand, felt no need for such niceties. He'd spent an hour with the President of the United States after all, so this was a step down. And he hadn't seen or eaten a sandwich made of thin-cut bread since the first days after the long dark. "So, tell me of the country outside of Pennsylvania." They could have spent the entire afternoon there as the colonel plied them with questions, most of which only Solly could answer. As soon as the conversation turned to the Lee Corporation, he noticed the colonel's expression tighten, and it only grew darker as he described the situation in D.C. "We have had some dealings with the Lee Corporation," he said. "But this talk of D.C. concerns me." "They're going to need your help, Colonel," Solly said. "I can't see any way they can stand alone." Solly could see competing thoughts and emotions struggling for control of the man's mind. He looked from one to the other, as if trying to make up his mind whether he could trust them. "What I'm about to say is off the record," he said so quietly that he was barely audible. "I will deny the conversation ever happened, do you understand?" When they'd nodded their assent, he leaned forward. "The PAARNG is commanded by General Miller, who was a low-ranking politician before the long dark. I was one of the only serving officers who survived the night and spent the next days trying to cobble together an operational unit from the few survivors I could find, along with members of other branches. Then he turned up with 5 times the personnel I'd managed to assemble, and a fleet of operational vehicles, and took over command. I could have opposed him, but the last thing we needed then was conflict within the unit." His half-eaten sandwich remained suspended in his hand while considered his words. "I know of the Lee Corporation, of course, but orders came that we were to allow them unhindered passage and to render any aid they might request. We were also to interrogate anyone passing through our area of control and hand any who were suspicious to them. Our good Captain Sanders was following that standing order, and I fear that he will have alerted our allies to your presence. 2 Humvees on the open road would qualify as suspicious in anyone's book." Kaczynski went to get up. "Sit down, Sergeant. You need to act quickly, but let us not be too hasty. You haven't told me all you know, and I suspect you have deliberately hidden much, but I detect the Lee Corporation behind much of what has happened. Am I not correct that they are the true enemy of us all?" Solly nodded. "They mustn't be allowed to win, Colonel, or they'll make slaves of us or worse." The colonel sighed. "I'm sorry, but I can't see what I can do. Letting you go will take enough explaining. Other than that, I don't see how I can help." "You're right that the Lees are the enemy," Solly said, "and we're doing our bit to fight them. But even if we succeed in our mission, D.C. might have fallen by then, and with it, any hope of re-establishing the United States. We need to come together as a country, Colonel, even if that means defying the chain of command." Chapter 18. The true scale of the disaster of the long dark was impossible to ignore on the back roads of Pennsylvania. They passed through small towns that were completely abandoned, past burned-out farmhouses, and were forced to stop many times to winch rusting cars out of the road. But Solly was more spooked and saddened by the subtle evidence of the fall of humankind. Suburban estates where dead leaves had piled up on driveways and gardens that had once been well kept. Shopping carts littering the streets and cars abandoned, slowly rotting away with their occupants still behind the wheel. From time to time, they'd pass a more organized community. A Walmart depot had been fortified with vehicles and weapons clearly stolen from a local armory, and DeSanto had been forced to take them off-road to avoid a holdup. In the main, however, they were left to their own devices. In this ruined world, 2 Humvees and a minigun were a potent force indeed. So they crawled their way north and west, staying one night at a fire-damaged motel, another in an abandoned farmhouse, until they reached their first destination on the third day of their journey. It had been the subject of much debate around the fire the previous night, but Solly had been insistent. On the surface, the tree-lined avenue hadn't changed a bit since he and Janice had last been here. Spacious ranch houses lined the road on either side, their white wood siding clean and well-tended. "Stop here," Solly said, looking over to Janice. "This was where we met Neil, wasn't it?" "I think so. It was dark though, so I can't be totally sure." Solly opened the door of the Humvee. "Joe, will you stay here? I don't want to go in too heavy." He waited for Janice as Scott climbed out of the other vehicle. "I'm coming in," he said. "I've been cooped up for long enough." Solly couldn't think of a reason to object, so Lee fell in beside Janice, who held Solly's hand as they walked to the Buchanan house. "Oh my God." Half a dozen rifle barrels were pointed at the three of them as they stood with their hands up. Beth Ann Buchanan stood at the door, her hands on her face. "It's you." She ran along the path and Solly braced himself for impact. But she bypassed him entirely and threw herself at Scott. "Is it you? Is it really you?" she cried, pulling back and staring at him as if to make sure he was real. "It's me, Beth. I'm so sorry about Neil." Her face fell. "What do you know? What's happened? We haven't heard from him in weeks." "I was there," Solly said. Beth Ann turned to him, and finally recognition dawned as her eyes met Janice's. "It's you. You came here, and we welcomed you into our community. And then Neil got a call and went away. Where is he?" Solly could tell from her expression that she knew she was about to hear the worst. "He was killed in a place called Breezewood. We were hit by a hail of bullets, and he died instantly. I'm so sorry, Beth Ann. Get away from me. Get out of here. All of you," she cried, beating Scott's chest before pulling herself away and running back into the house. People emerged from the bushes, keeping their rifles aimed at Solly, Scott and Janice, who remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. "I presume you've come here for a reason." Solly turned as a young woman walked toward him, handing her weapon to one of the others. "Yes, but it's not something we can discuss out in the open." "We have no secrets from one another," the woman said. "But come with me and we'll talk. You can tell me how my father died." They'd come into the house through the back door, and sat at a table in the large open kitchen. The last time Solly had been in here had been on the morning of their departure, when it was bustling and alive. Now it was silent. "My name is Anna," the woman said. She looked as though she was in her late teens, and resembled her father both in appearance and manner. "First, you can tell me why you've parked a pair of Humvees up the road. They look like a threat to me." "They're our transport," Solly said, "nothing more." "And where does my mother know you from?" Anna said, turning her attention to Scott. He gave a sad smile. "I knew your father quite well, and had met Beth Ann a few times at company functions." "You worked for the Lee Corporation?" she said, not bothering to hide her suspicion. "My name is Scott Lee," he responded. She slapped a hand over her mouth. "But you're dead." Scott shrugged. "Mine was the only death that night that was faked. I had the same upgrade as you, your family, and everyone here." She pulled herself together remarkably quickly, took a deep breath in, and returned her attention to Solly. "So, how did my father die?" Solly told her of the attack on the hotel room in Breezewood, and of the justice meted out on the perpetrator the following day. She wiped her eyes and sniffed. "I knew he was gone," she said. "There was no way he'd be away that long and not get a message back to us. Mom knew too, in truth, she just didn't want to admit it." "I can't tell you how sorry I am," Solly said. "Your father was a good man." She nodded. "He was. So it was you he went to find then?" "Yes, he knew how important our mission was, how important it is, and he wanted to come with us to see it done." "Typical," Anna said. "Never could leave anything to others." "Was he buried?" Solly nodded. "Yes, I saw to it myself. Again, I'm sorry." She shrugged. "There will be time for tears later." I'm sure my mother's shedding enough for both of us at the moment. Silence fell as she sat quietly, as if deep in thought, before finally, as if flicking a switch, she said, "So what are you doing here?" "We're going to attack the Lee Corporation," Solly said. "What?" Anna said as Scott gasped. "Have you heard of Reapers?" Solly asked. She shook her head. "No." "What are they?" "Some kind of missile." "You could call them that. They're autonomous, practically indestructible drones." "Are you saying Lee Corp is building them?" Solly nodded. "You know they were behind the Long Dark, don't you?" She held his gaze for a moment. "Yes." "And you understand why you and your family survived?" "Something to do with the batch of implants we'd been given." "It wasn't the implants themselves. They upgraded the firmware just before Annabelle Lee died, triggering those billions of deaths. That's why Scott survived, he upgraded himself." Anna looked at each of them in turn, as if trying to work out if this was some sort of fantasy or trick. "Then how did you live through it?" "I believe my implant is Chinese-made. Another of our companions had the same one. We think the Chinese were protected. God knows what they're doing now if their population survived." "And you?" She was looking at Janice now, who shrugged. "I've got no idea." "Sheer luck," Solly said. "They had a 95% success rate with their first strike, and Janice was one of the 5%. We don't believe the Lees wanted to kill everyone, though. They wanted domination, to turn the U.S. into a vassal state of China, but something went wrong, and their demonstration of power turned into mass murder." "What do you think went wrong?" Anna asked. Solly looked across at Lee. "Annabelle," he said. Her soul turned black, and she wanted to take everyone with her when she went. She nearly succeeded. The door to the kitchen opened, and a man walked in. "Hello, Uncle Paul," Anna said. He nodded at her, then sat down at the table and looked at Scott. "My name's Paul Buchanan." "Neil was my brother," he said, continuing to examine Lee. "Yes, it is you, isn't it?" "Scott Lee. Thinner and a little careworn, but there's no mistaking you. Care to explain how come you're alive?" "He faked his death," Anna said. "He knew about the Long Dark before it happened." "Oh, did he now? But he couldn't put a stop to it?" "The famous Scott Lee. That's hard to believe." Scott shook his head sadly. "I only found out at the last minute. Khalid Abdul told me. He also told your brother and arranged for you to be protected. But it was too late to stop them." "You didn't know your wife was plotting genocide?" Sighing, Scott sagged. "We weren't close in those last years. I only found out because Khalid discovered her plans by accident." "And so what are you doing here now?" Buchanan said, before pointing at Solly and Janice. "And you too. You can't have expected a warm welcome, surely. We were safe here until you came." "No one is safe, Paul," Solly said. "They plan to finish the job Annabelle started. We're going to try to stop them." Solly sat in the bedroom of Beth Ann Buchanan and listened to her talk of her husband. His disappearance had broken her, and Solly had come like the angel of death to extinguish any remaining hope. But it was him she'd asked to talk to. So as she sat in bed, Solly had told her his story, both his life before the Long Dark and what had brought him here today. She asked him for every detail of the time he'd spent with Neil, and had begged for reassurance that Buchanan wouldn't have suffered. When he'd fallen silent, she paused for a moment before speaking. "What is the point of it all, Solly?" "Sorry? What do you mean?" She hesitated, as if trying to compose the words in her mind before saying them. For most people, the Long Dark was the last night of their lives. One moment they were living humans, the next their lifeless bodies littering the streets or rotting in their homes or cars. But for those of us who survived, we seem to be doing nothing more than that, nothing more than surviving. And I find myself wondering if it's enough. "It beats the alternative," Solly responded. Her mouth creased in a smile. "Does it? Really?" Solly looked at the woman. She was, he supposed, in her late 30s, and the auburn hair he'd noticed on meeting her was now suffused with gray. Under normal circumstances, she could expect to live another 40 years in decent health. But the long dark had put paid to normality after all. How long would they continue to struggle on? "Yes, I think it does," Solly said. "I haven't given up hope that the future can be better than the present. That's why we're fighting the Lees. They would have us all enslaved. Annabelle Lee wants us eliminated entirely. These things have to be opposed with hope or without." She put her hand out and he took it in both of his, laying them onto the bedsheet. "I see now why Neil was so adamant that he should help you. Tell me, Solly, what is your plan?" They stayed the night at the same house they'd slept in when they'd visited before. Solly and Janice lay in bed as Becky Epstein snored in the room next door. Kaczynski was in one guest bedroom, Bobby's sister Vivian in the other, and Scott Lee on the couch. DeSanto and Adime had drawn the short straws, and were both making themselves as comfortable as possible in the Humvees, which were parked on the drive. They'd struck lucky with Neil's brother Paul, who, once he'd been called to see Beth Ann, had agreed to help them. Like his brother, he'd worked in the Lee Corporation's fabrication plants and would, he said, be able to help them choose the right spot for their charges. "Poor woman," Janice said. "To survive the long dark only to lose her husband anyway. We all lost people that night. I try not to think about them too much. All my mind is on surviving." But I understood her when she asked what the point of it was. I can see why she wonders. Janice's head moved from under his arm, and his cheek tingled with her warm breath. "Do you ever wonder?" "Not for long. There's plenty to live for yet." "Like what?" "Like this. I love you, Janice." "I love you too." It was barely light as Solly gathered his clothes up and crept out of the bedroom. He took one last look at her lying asleep, half covered by blankets, her ringlets cascading over her face. He was a lucky man, but she was going to hate him for what he was about to do. As quietly as he could manage, he turned the key in the lock of the bedroom door, and tiptoed down the stairs to find the others waiting for him, fully dressed and ready to go. "You know you're a misogynistic asshole, don't you?" Epstein snapped as soon as she saw him. "How do you think she's going to feel when she realizes what you've done?" "We only have 8 seats, Becky, so someone had to stay behind," Solly said without turning around. He pulled on his boots and focused on tying the laces. "We could have managed. It's not far from here. No, don't pretend this is some rational military decision. It's just you being the big man-ape and giving her no choice in it." Solly got up and picked up his pack. "Think what you like. I'm not going to deny that I'll be able to do my job better, knowing Janice is safe here. Which one of us would you have had me leave behind? You? Me? No, you'll need me to stitch up your foot now you've shot yourself in it. Everyone else is needed for their military experience." "Including Vivian?" Solly sighed. "I couldn't let her stay behind. She needs revenge, Becky." "And that's why she shouldn't have come," Epstein said. "She's a loose cannon. You'll live to regret bringing her along, I reckon. But not for long if you take my meaning." A rush of cold air accompanied Paul Buchanan as he appeared in the door. "Where did you get such a sunny disposition?" Solly said to Epstein before heading out of the house to the waiting Humvees. And Janice slept on. Chapter 19. They parked the Humvees around the back of the middle school at Kawami Park in Union. DeSanto was visibly uncomfortable at leaving their ride home unguarded, but there was no alternative. Every person was going to be needed if they were to have a chance of success. Each of them took 15 kg of explosives, blast caps, and a reel of cord. Kaczynski and DeSanto had twin controllers, either of which could be used to set off the charge. They hid the Humvees as best they could and memorized their location relative to the local golf course, before walking in single file along a leaf-clogged road lined by big houses with burned-out supercars on their drives. It was a 6.5-mile hike to the airport from here, but they'd not dared drive any closer as the main streets had been cleared, suggesting Lee Corp was expanding in this direction, so Kaczynski had backed up a little to find a hiding place. Solly plodded along, scanning the surroundings for any sign of life. For most of the journey here, they'd encountered people, most of them walking away from the city, heading for the illusory safety of D.C. They'd seen no evidence of Lee forces, so DeSanto had yet to test his minigun in action, though it had certainly deterred trouble along the way. Even the best-equipped group of bandits would shy away from taking on a Humvee with an expertly handled machine gun. Shading his eyes from the bright sun, Solly noticed the subtle change in the color scheme. Where all had been shades of brown, there was now a suggestion of light green, as if new life were beginning to reassert itself. Now that he was paying attention, he thought he could detect the hint of spring in the air as he listened to the birds hidden in the bushes. The turning of the seasons. But if this were to be a world in which humanity, or at least free humanity, was to play a part, then they had to succeed in this mission. He found himself wondering whether there were other groups or individuals also struggling against the evil of the Lee Corporation and their allies. It would be good to feel that he and his comrades weren't the only ones in this fight. He thought about Janice. She would be beyond angry right now. She'd call it a betrayal. She'd say she could never trust him again. But she'd be alive to say it. And his thoughts inevitably moved on to Bella, Jake and Maddie, and guilt rose like a shroud to darken his heart. He hadn't gone to look for them. Oh, he had good reasons, very good reasons. It would have been irresponsible to run off to Texas once he'd been entrusted with the cylinder that revealed itself as Alison. She was now safely hidden at the farmhouse, awaiting her so far unrevealed purpose in this drama. She was safe, but what about his flesh and blood family? Bella. Now there was a complicated puzzle. She'd encouraged him to move away to New York City, so as it turned out, she could be with her new lover. Then she'd filed for divorce. They'd barely spoken to each other in the months between that betrayal and the long dark. And yet, in his way, he still loved her. They'd spent 2 decades together, and he realized, as he pondered his ex-wife, that he deeply wanted her to be alive, whoever she was with, but that their paths had long ago divided. Except as parents and perhaps friends. He smiled at that thought. Solly trudged along the tree-lined avenue that marked the southern border of the park, and made a silent promise. If he survived the mission, he would return to Beth Ann's community and take whatever Janice had to throw at him. Then he was going to head south. He had done enough. It was time to find his family. They took a 10-minute break in a chapel on Morris Avenue. A daimyo stood guard at the entrance, standing among the remains of a broken-down doorway. Kaczynski and DeSanto sat consuming their rations and exchanging quiet words with Paul Buchanan, while the others clustered together. Except for Vivian. The young woman sat wiping down her rifle, stopping now and again to nibble on something, but otherwise focusing entirely on her weapon. "I'm worried about her," Epstein whispered. "What?" Solly said. He'd been wandering the pathways of possibility as he imagined how he was going to repair his relationship with Janice. Their forthcoming mission was still pretty abstract to him, whereas his love for her was something he could grip onto, though the prospect of losing her frightened him more than the Lees. For now. Epstein stabbed him with her finger. "Vivian, over there. She hasn't said a word since we got out of the Humvees, and she wasn't exactly talkative before that. I'm warning you, Solly, she's flaky. We'd better hope she finds some Lee Corp goons to kill before she loses what little self-control she still has." Kaczynski squatted down beside them. "We're going to have to be more careful from here. Adimi DeSanto and me will scout on ahead, and then, if the way's clear, we'll signal for you to follow. We'll stay in the line of sight, but we're getting close to the airport now, and we're bound to run into security at some point if we're not careful." They hid among the rotting cars on an overpass off Highway 1 that gave a view over the northern perimeter of Newark Liberty International. Paul Buchanan had suggested that any fabrication plant would have been built at this end of the airport, ideally placed as it was for access to the runways. They'd seen no planes taking off, but Solly had no doubt the Lee Corporation was capable of long-range flight, and the last thing he wanted was for Reapers to be shipped across the country. Of course, it was possible they were too late to stop at least some drones from being deployed. After all, it was unlikely that the one they'd seen in DC was the only unit in existence, even though Scott said it was probably an early model or prototype. "If I was building a factory," Buchanan said, as they crouched behind a disintegrating pickup, "I'd do it there." He was pointing at a huge white United Airlines building. "Self-contained and easy to secure," he said. "I don't see any signs of movement," Kaczynski said, peering through his binoculars at the base of the building. "At least, not on this side. Looks deserted to me." Buchanan shrugged. "Maybe you're right. I'm only saying what I would do. I'm not Lee Corp." "No, you're not batshit crazy," Becky Epstein mumbled. "Though coming along with us would probably qualify you for therapy at the very least. We've got to get inside the perimeter somewhere. It might as well be here, surely?" Solly said. "Looks as though we can get pretty close under cover. The south side has been cleared completely." Kaczynski called them together. "We'll split into our 2 squads now. Corporal DeSanto and Private Adimi will accompany Miss Richards and Scott. Paul, Solly, and Mrs. Epstein will be with me. We will operate as a single unit unless this becomes impossible, at which point you are directed to focus on the mission aim." "We need to find the CCM suite," Paul said for what felt like the 100th time. The computer-controlled manufacturing room contained the brains of the automated production line the Lees had developed in the years before the Long Dark. It seemed extremely unlikely they'd introduced a new fabrication process in the last few months, so the plant below would contain equipment moved from outlying factories to the airport. "Right, we got it," DeSanto said. "Find the computers, blow them up, then get the hell out of there." Paul smiled and shrugged. "That's about the size of it, Corporal. It'd be nice to get out alive, of course." "Oh, I plan to," he said. "Me and the lad." He thumped Adimi on the arm. "There's another of us who's barely holding himself together," Solly thought, and he wondered why Kaczynski had chosen to put both Adimi and Vivian in the same group. Self-preservation, perhaps. They crept along the overpass as it swept down to run parallel to the United complex. The closer they got, the slower their progress as they flitted from car to car until, outside the airport perimeter, the road had been cleared completely, so they were forced to hide in the shadows while Kaczynski scoped the way ahead. "Still nothing," he said, dropping his binoculars. "This is beginning to feel like a wild goose chase." "No, we're in the right place. Can't you hear it?" Vivian had appeared alongside him and was cupping her ear. One of the first things Solly had noticed on the day after the Long Dark was the silence. It wasn't just the loss of the obvious sounds of cars revving up and trucks reversing, it was the absence of the background hum that was the signature tune of human civilization. He strained to hear anything now. There were no birds here, but the wind slipped between the pillars of the overpass, and he couldn't detect anything else. The wind dropped and there it was. "I hear a hum," he said. "She's right." Adimi nodded, but none of the others could be sure. Becky Epstein hadn't bothered at all. She just looked at Solly and said, "Tinnitus. My ears are never quiet." "Let's go," Kaczynski said. He set off at a crouching run, followed by DeSanto and Adimi. Solly watched them as they crossed the road and then squatted down on the edge of the road, looking painfully exposed. After a few seconds, Kaczynski waved at them to follow, and as Solly and the others complied, he moved into the parking lot of the blue rectangular building next to the United hangar. There was no doubt about the sound now, and it was coming from somewhere close at hand, but Solly could see that Kaczynski was troubled. "This ain't right," he said. "Sounds as though it's right here, but there's no guards, not a living soul." "Maybe they're short-handed. They're fighting DC after all," Scott said. Something was tugging at Solly's subconscious, something that was triggering his monkey brain and telling it to run. He fought back. He was just nervous. Perfectly understandable. He followed Kaczynski along the blue steel wall, his carbine held at the ready, safety disengaged. They slipped left at the end of the building, heading toward the squat white rectangle of the hangar. The humming was now obvious even as they ran, but the further he went, the more his hindbrain wanted to run away. They stopped for a moment halfway along the shorter side of the blue building, and Solly tried to calm his hammering heart. He took deep breaths, but it was as if his subconscious was trying desperately to make him aware of something deadly. As if he were creeping into a nest of vipers, unaware of the dangers hidden in the hissing sound. As the others caught their breath and checked their weapons, Solly did nothing but listen. There was the hum, just as they'd heard it from across the road, only louder. And then he knew. Hidden in the hum. "We've got to go," he said, grabbing Kaczynski by the arm. "Hold steady, Sol. Now's not the time to bail," Kaczynski said, not unkindly. "You don't understand, you weren't there last time," he said, aware that he sounded like a lunatic. He felt a hand on his arm and turned to see Becky Epstein looking at him, her normally cynical expression replaced by obvious concern. "Calm down, Solly. You can do this. We'll get it over with as quickly as we can, all right?" Solly spun back to Kaczynski. "Joe, I know why there are no guards." "What? Why?" "Because they don't need them. They're building their own security." Right on cue, a black shape floated around the corner of the building, weapons leveled. "Run." They scattered. Just as Kaczynski turned to lead them back the way they'd come, Vivian made a break to the right, heading toward the white United building. Not knowing why he was doing it, Solly ran after her, keeping low like a prey animal. He caught up with her as she reached the foot of the hangar and slipped around the corner. Grabbing her arm, she spun around and something sharp whistled through the air. A hand appeared and grabbed Vivian by the wrist. Becky Epstein pushed the girl backwards. "We're not the enemy, sweetheart." "Sorry," she said, panting and wiping the sweat from her forehead. She was a small, lithe woman with short dreadlocks and a much paler face than her brother. She didn't look dangerous until you caught the look in her eyes. It was the expression of someone living only for revenge. Gunfire erupted from around the corner as Kaczynski and DeSanto fired up at the drone. Their carbines did nothing more than deflect the Reaper, and then Solly saw its barrels spin and pushed Epstein and Vivian away. "There's no point trying to help them. All we can do is decide whether to run for it or try to complete the mission. They may only have one drone." "I'm going in," Vivian said. Solly nodded. "Yeah. We've come too far to back down now." Epstein sighed. "Who am I to stand in the way of a bona fide death wish?" They rounded the corner of the hangar and looked down the long runway. "They're coming," Solly said, pointing along the asphalt. There in the distance, vehicles could be seen moving. "We've got very little time." The hangar was closed, but it looked as though it had been raided before LeeCorp had taken control, and the lock on the steel door had been shattered and not replaced. Solly kicked the door down, and Vivian slipped inside before he could stop her. "Viv," he hissed. "We've got to stick together. We need all the explosives." "In case you hadn't noticed," Epstein snapped. "We haven't got a controller." "Then I suggest you go get one." Epstein froze for a moment, looked Solly in the eyes and nodded. He watched her go, wondering if he'd sent her to her death. She was no soldier. But then, neither was he. And the chances of any of them getting out of there alive were decreasing by the second. "Where do we go?" Vivian asked. "Follow the noise," Solly responded, swinging his carbine over his shoulder and drawing his Ruger. The stray thought that, a few months ago, the closest he'd have come to this sort of situation was playing Call of Duty swam across his mind before being swatted away. "Let's go." The hangar's vastness swamped the fabrication plant, which was surrounded by metal fencing. Figures were moving inside, and Solly could see people gathering at a gap in the barrier. They weren't armed, but were watching Solly and Vivian run toward them, obviously unsure whether they meant harm or not. As Solly reached the gap, a black uniform emerged from the crowd and brought its gun to bear. A double crack and red exploded in all directions as Vivian overtook him and plunged inside past the body of the guard. "Are there any more guards?" Solly asked a terrified-looking man whose filthy overalls were covered in a bloody splash. The man shook his head. "Where's the computer control unit?" he asked, cursing himself for forgetting what Paul Buchanan had called it. With a wave, the man pointed along the short side of the rectangular enclosure. "Get everyone away from here," Solly said as he called Vivian and ran along the access path that enclosed the manufacturing plant. "Get as far away as you can. It's going to blow. If we get a controller." Vivian got there before him and was trying to open the metal doors that protected the CCM suite. Together, they shouldered their way in and found themselves in a server room, surrounded by quietly humming machinery that was not only controlling the assembly line, but if Paul was to be believed, also cloning the operating system onto each drone. Vivian began firing rounds into the server bays, but the bullets simply ricocheted off their casing. "Come on, let's lay the charges. We don't have a detonator. We'll run the cord across the hangar. That'll give Becky a bit more time." "Becky's dead," Vivian said. "No, she's not. Now come on." They had 2 charges each, and they pressed them against the base of 4 server units before inserting the blasting caps and cord. Solly began running the cord along the floor when they heard the sounds of gunfire outside. "They're coming," Vivian said, before grabbing Solly by the wrist. "I'll set the explosives off." "How?" "I'll stick the 2 ends of the cord into a power outlet." "You can't do that. You'll be blown to kingdom come," Solly said. "And how do you know it would even work?" She shrugged. "Gotta try something. It's gotta be better than your lame plan. And anyway, I don't care about myself. I have lost everything." He pulled his wrist out of her grip and wagged a finger at her. "That's enough, do you hear? We're getting out of here together, because if you really want revenge on the Lees, you should be alive to enjoy it." Without another word, he ran the cable out of the server room, along the side of the plant, and they then scurried across the space between the plant and the fire escape. There was just enough wire to reach as they stumbled through. "Solly." Vivian pointed along the building to where the floating shape of a Reaper turned to face them, and, with an accelerating hum, spun up its magazine. Chapter 20. "Put your weapons down." The voice emerged from the drone as a man in a black uniform and peaked cap walked casually around the corner of the building and came to a halt beneath the floating machine. A dozen or so armed figures scampered after him and raised their weapons. The ice that had seized Solly's insides when he'd seen the drone seemed to drain him of all hope as his Ruger clattered to the ground, followed by Vivian's. "So, our friend Khaled succeeded in his mission after all," the man in the cap said, stepping forward a little. "At least in part. We have been searching for Scott Lee's creation ever since the incident in Seattle. I guess you are the mysterious man who cared for it, and who managed somehow to evade our Reaper in DC. What a poison chalice that turned out to be. Wrong place, wrong time." Solly didn't flinch from the man's cold stare, he merely returned it with interest. If futile defiance was the only card he had in his hand, by heaven he was going to play it. There was movement behind the man as someone was dragged through the surrounding guards and thrown down. Paul Buchanan lay, barely moving, his face pressed onto the concrete. "Yes, indeed. Paul Buchanan. He has been most helpful. Not only has he told us of his little community, but he's also informed me that you have hidden the cylinder." Solly couldn't hide his shock. Beth Ann and the others were now in mortal danger. "Janice." The man sneered. He had a round, pale face with a bulbous nose, and his upward-turned mouth made him look like a spoiled child on Christmas morning, relishing one more present. "I have sent Reapers to the community, but what happens next depends on you, Solly Masters." Solly felt his shoulders sag as utter darkness flooded into his soul. After all the struggle, the thousands of miles, the losses, the pain, for it all to end here at the hands of this callous, self-satisfied traitor to humanity. There was in truth no justice left in this world. "Tell me where the device, this love child of Scott Lee, is, and I will instruct the Reapers to act with non-lethal force. Defy me and—" In a single movement he withdrew a handgun that, from where Solly stood, looked exactly like an old Nazi Luger and without looking, shot Paul Buchanan in the head. Vivian gasped and Solly felt tears trickling down his cheeks, though he didn't know whether he was crying for Paul himself, Janice, or mankind in general. Was this man the future of his species? So, the only survivors of the end of days were to be those who'd left everything that made them human behind? He found his mind turning back to the conversation he'd had with Beth Ann when she'd asked him what the point of it all was. To keep resisting, he'd said, with or without hope. It was stupid, futile, and perhaps a little prideful. But it was the human thing to do. No, he said. The man's face went momentarily slack, as if he needed time to process Solly's response. What did you say? I said no. You're going to kill us either way. I bet you promised Paul you'd spare him if he told you what you wanted to know. Solly could see from the way the man was struggling to maintain his facial discipline that he'd struck a chord. Judging by the state Paul had been in, he'd resisted anyway. Poor devil. You understand that unless you divulge the location of the device, everyone at the community will die. Khaled may have been working for you, but perhaps he gave away a little more information than you intended. I know that the Reapers don't only kill, they can also override a person's implant. So it's death or slavery. Not much of a choice. The man looked beyond Solly and smiled. Solly turned around to see Kaczynski hobbling along, supported by Becky Epstein, his bloody arm around her shoulder. Scott Lee walked behind them, hands in the air, and looming in the air above their heads floated a Reaper. So we have you all. All those who have survived, that is. Solly's eyes locked with Kaczynski's, and he knew that DeSanto and Adime were dead. And the cherry on the cake, the man continued. Do my eyes deceive me, or is it, in truth, the famously dead Scott Lee? Scott nodded gravely. Hello, Otto. So, the Lee Corporation is reduced to promoting sewer rats into positions of authority, is it? Perhaps it isn't quite as all-powerful as we imagined. For a moment Otto's face twisted in fury, but then he regained control and smirked at Scott. You know nothing, Scott. You always were a sniveling wretch carried on the coattails of your wife. And now, unless you wish to die under a hail of bullets or at my hands, you will reveal the location of your traitorous little side project. Scott took a deep breath and came to stand beside Solly, as the drone behind him floated so close that Solly could feel the downdraft of its props. Don't be a fool, Scott. Tell him, and he'll kill us anyway. It's too late, Solly. All the struggle has been pointless. We've been like puppets on a string, and everything we've done has brought us to where we are now. Facing ruin, old chap. Otto gave a shrill laugh. Yes. At least the traitor Lee understands the true situation. You are ants beneath the heel of our great corporation and its allies. Now where is the device? Here, Scott said calmly. Now, Alison. Fire burst from the drone above their heads, tearing into the Reaper guarding Otto, who threw himself to the floor as it exploded, fragments flying outward from a ball of fire. What the hell? Solly said, crouching down as the surviving Reaper moved toward the black uniformed guards, its magazine spinning, the air full of smoke and his ears ringing. Lee grabbed Solly. I brought her with me. What? You brought Alison into the heart of Lee territory? I figured we might need her. Now we have to move quickly, she can't maintain control for long, he said. Then he noticed the detonation cord emerging from the fire escape. You've laid the charges? My God, Solly, we might actually be able to do it. What next? Kaczynski, can you hook up the controller? Lee said. And Viv, where is she? She'd been there a moment ago, as transfixed as Solly by the turn of events. Now she was gone. He spun around. There she was, kneeling beside the prone figure of Otto. Solly watched as she raised her knife. The old Solly would have stopped her. Killing a defenseless man was all kinds of wrong. But the old Solly was dead, so he simply waited for the knife to fall. He didn't have to wait long. When she returned, a look of triumph on her face that chilled him to the bone, Lee sent her to follow the Alison-controlled drone. She will take the drone inside. Lock the door behind it. We'll have to be quick, Scott said. Vivian ran off behind the drone as it chased the surviving guards away. As soon as Alison returns, the drone will revert back to its programming, and it won't take long to get out of there. Kaczynski looked up. I'm done. 30-second delay. We can't risk any longer or someone might disarm it. How far away do we have to be when it goes off? Solly asked. As far as possible. Vivian returned, breathing heavily, and just as she got back to them, they could hear machine gun fire from inside the hangar. Are we ready? Solly called. Do it now, Joe. Kaczynski stabbed the button, Solly hauled him to his feet and they ran for their lives. They'd reached the edge of the road when, with a roar like a wave crashing on a pebbly beach, the charges exploded and they threw themselves to the ground. Debris rained down on them, but this far out, it was too small to do any damage. We've got to get out of here, Scott said. They'll be after us at any moment. We have to go back to the community. We have to warn them, Solly replied. If it isn't too late. They'd succeeded in destroying the fabrication plant, but Solly felt no joy in the accomplishment. They were being hunted through the streets, however Solly wasn't afraid of their pursuers catching them. All these petty emotions and concerns were nothing compared to his red-hot fear that they'd be too late, that Beth Ann's community would already have been destroyed by the time they arrived. Solly couldn't tell how many Lee Corporation grunts were looking for them, but so far they appeared to be fanning out, which meant they didn't have a fix on where Solly and the others were, or where they were going. He'd escaped with little more than grazes to his knees and hands. Vivian didn't have a scratch on her, and Lee had been driven on by a mad energy ever since they'd blown up the plant. In the backpack that swung from his shoulders sat the inert cylinder that contained Alison. At least Solly hoped so. There had been no time to check since the explosion, and no way to go back for her in any case. Becky Epstein had cuts and bruising to her face and walked with a limp, but Kaczynski was in the worst shape. His left arm was broken, and Epstein had only had time to strap it to his side with her belt, so he stumbled along, sweat pouring from his face, his skin as pale as snow. They took it in turns to help him along, and right now Solly had the sergeant's arm around his shoulder as progressively more and more weight was pressed onto him. Come on, Joe, Solly gasped. You've got to help me. Not far to go now. Quite suddenly, Kaczynski fell to the ground with a groan. Solly knelt beside him, pulled the canteen from his belt, and poured water over Kaczynski's face and into his mouth. Leave me, the sergeant said, his breath coming in short pants. I'll keep them occupied. Give you a chance to get out of here. Solly looked up to see the others gathered around. Becky dropped down on Kaczynski's other side and felt his face. He's going into shock. We've got to get him back to the Humvee. Can't you give him something? Solly asked. Surprisingly enough, Solly, Epstein hissed, I lost my medical kit when I was dodging bullets from that Reaper. Leave me, Kaczynski whispered. Let's go, Scott said, holding out a hand for Epstein. Solly looked up at Lee as he scanned the streets for any sign of their hunters. We're not leaving him, Solly spat. We've lost Jason, Paul, and I don't even know Adimi's first name. Richard, Vivian said. It was Richard. Help me lift him, Solly said to her as he crouched behind Kaczynski's shoulders. Vivian grabbed his feet, but he was too heavy. Becky pushed Solly across. I can help. They lifted him a little, but it was only when Scott Lee finally relented that they got him fully off the ground and began walking as quickly as they could toward the middle school and their Humvees. They were almost back at the vehicles when they heard the unmistakable sound of a helicopter overhead. Run! Solly yelled, as out of the corner of his eye he could see a black shape slip out from behind a tree. It can't land here, the road's too narrow, he called. Come on. They rounded the corner of the middle school. The Humvees were still there. Put me on my feet, Kaczynski said. Solly helped him stand upright, then took him by the shoulder. Jason's Humvee, Kaczynski whispered. Start it up. Scott, start up the Humvee. The helicopter appeared above them, the rhythmic thumping of the blades and the downdraft making it hard to hear each other. Solly pulled open the back door of the Humvee. "Minigun," Kaczynski said as he fell into the seat. "Get up there." "You want me to fire it?" "No choice." Solly clambered up onto the plinth between the passenger seats and found the release mechanism in the circular roof port. He popped it open and stood up, his torso out in the open. "What do I do?" he called down as the helicopter dipped between two trees and hovered, nose dipped, before it began to slowly rotate. Solly could see the barrels of guns sticking out from the side door, and any moment now they would be pointing in his direction. He felt the Humvee come to life below him, and Kaczynski called up, "See the arm button? Press it. Then aim and fire. Only 500 rounds. A few seconds." Solly found the red switch and pressed it. He ducked sideways as the metalwork around him spat with ricocheting rounds fired from the helicopter. There was no time to think. He grabbed the double handles and swung the gun around, then squeezed the trigger. It was like a child blowing raspberries, but 1,000 times louder. He felt his arms shake and his first rounds went high, but he adjusted and the toughened glass of the cockpit exploded before he sprayed rounds along the length of the helicopter as it suddenly pitched, its undercarriage facing him, and then, with a sound like 1,000 trees being felled, the blades hit the ground and it exploded in a fireball as the fuselage flipped over. Solly ducked down as flames momentarily licked the top of the Humvee. "Well done," Kaczynski said before going silent. Lee was reversing the Humvee. "Wait," Solly called. "We need both of them." "No, we can all fit in here," Scott called. Solly opened the door, flying on pure adrenaline, and ran over to the other vehicle. Even in his maddened state, he knew how much they needed the Humvees if they were to have any hope of helping the folk in the community and perhaps evacuating them. Vivian appeared alongside him as he jumped into the driver's seat and pumped the gas. "That was awesome," she said. Solly didn't respond. People had died in that fireball, and all he'd really done was swap one set of lives for another. But for now, all he cared about was getting back to the community and finding Janice. He took the lead, driving as fast as he could along the return road, his eyes scanning the horizon for any portent of doom.